So hopefully I have sound this morning. Welcome to Alternate Juror. I'm your host, Debbie. Let me click over here. Hello, Kim. I hope you can hear me today, unlike the other day. We are going into day 3 of the Matheau Moore trial. I thought I was going to have to do this in 2 parts. I don't think I'm going to have to. I think we can get it all done today, and then I'll do day 4 tomorrow. And then that way, I think when I was going through and looking at everything yesterday, I believe then Friday, a week from today, we can wrap it all up, which would be really great if we can do that. So if you haven't been following this trial, this is Matheau Moore is on trial by the state of Ohio. They are accusing him of staging his wife's self-deleting and that he unalived her. And sorry, I always apologize for having to use these terms, but it's the way the cookie crumbles over here on YouTube. So she went missing at the end of May around Memorial Day in 2020. They did not find her until September 16th of that same year. So she was not in great shape when they found her. Took a year to charge him with the crime. And so he is now on trial. So far for me, I haven't really seen a reason we're here yet. So we are just starting with the detectives and the forensics and getting into kind of the meat of the trial, I guess you could call it. So we'll see what the day brings. I did go through, I did not listen to anything, but somebody was kind enough on the Law and Crime stream to timestamp some things and let me enlist the witnesses so I can at least kind of see who's coming up, and I did make some banners. I am trying. You may hear my dogs a little bit more today because they get a little bit lonely or just kind of get a little rambunctious, I guess, when there's a door in between us. So as long as they aren't walking around and clicking their nails on the floor or barking, I will let them stay around. So we'll see. I may have to, because here comes one right now. I may have to block them out in a little bit, but so far they're being good. So we'll see. No promises. And they'll probably be right over here in my face at some point because that's what they do. My shadow, which is actually my daughter's German Shepherd that is staying with us, she's already laying down. She knows the drill. So let me, click and click. I hear him. Let me share my screen. I've got it ready to go. Let's get started. And please, I've got this boosted. I'll make sure that it's turned all the way up. So please let me know how my audio is. Oh, and I did add a little Christmas background. Well, whatever, winter, whatever you want to call it. And here we go. Oh, I can't hear. There.
Anything you want to place on the record before we get started?
I thought that was me.
The state would like to be heard on the issue of your therapist records. If now is the appropriate time, I'm prepared to address the court. Thank you, Your Honor. And I appreciate the opportunity to review the case law that applies to what defense counsel is seeking to do with these therapy records. I know the court.
What is that? What you want to do with records? I don't know.
No, I'm refuting. We do not believe defense counsel has even reached the threshold of admissibility under the rules of evidence to have these therapy records admitted whole cloth. And here's why, Your Honor. If you look at these medical records and these therapy records, they contain not only medical diagnoses, but statements purported to be from Emily Noble. The case law and the hearsay exceptions state that when you are considering admitting a medical diagnosis as a business record, the court must engage in a multi-pronged analysis. And there are multiple prongs of this analysis that counsel does not meet. Namely, Your Honor, and I'll give you the case, just let me get it for you. And this is coming directly from our very own Court of Appeals here in Delaware County, the 5th District, State v. Boyer. The case, and I'll provide this to you, Your Honor, if you want it, is 2015, Ohio 4951. In that case, the court held and reiterated that in order for the record to come in, not only are several things that have to be done, but I'm going to point out the things that counsel cannot meet. Specifically, that the diagnosis must not have rested solely upon the subjective complaint of the patient. The diagnosis must have been made by a qualified person. We have no statement.
Is there a diagnosis in these records?
We believe that the records of, that yes, there are notes from the therapist regarding diagnosis. If the court looks at the records as a whole, you will see those. If the use of the record is for the purpose of proving the truth of the matter asserted at trial, it must be the product of the parties seeking its admission. These are not the product of the defense seeking its admission. The diagnosis must have been the result of a well-known and accepted objective testing and examining practices and procedures. We have no evidence of that contained in the affidavit submitted, Your Honor. So that's the one part of the analysis as to whether or not the hearsay contained in these records of the medical diagnosis are admissible. And they simply are not, because counsel cannot meet this threshold. And this threshold is reiterated by other cases that I can provide to the court. The other analysis the court must look at are these statements contained in there that say, client reported. Client being Emily Noble. Emily Noble's statement to the therapist. And counsel is seeking to admit those, I'm not sure under what basis. Is it statement for a medical purpose? Is it statement as a business record? It is not statement contained in a business record. If it's statements for a medical purpose, we have to have testimony that shows that these statements were made and applied for a medical purpose or diagnosis. You simply cannot infer that the statements made by Emily Noble to her therapist had anything to do with her diagnosis. There has to be expert testimony to that fact. The custodian of records is not qualified to make that opinion. And Your Honor, I can point to case law for the state, or for the court regarding it. State v. Holmes, 2003, Ohio, 4092. There must be foundational testimony to admit statements for medical purposes. The custodian of records, specifically in State v. Holmes, the court said, is not in a position to provide that foundational testimony, Your Honor.
So I believe right now they're arguing against letting Emily's therapy records in. I paused him at a bad spot, didn't I? I don't know. We all have those days. Which to me are kind of important. So they could tell her state of mind and a lot. They could probably tell us a lot. I get it, but she's not here. We have to have something, and I know these are really hard to get in. So, and the state's trying super hard to keep them out, which kind of makes me wonder what's in them that they don't want us to see. But guess we'll keep listening to the arguments. It looks like these go on about 20 minutes, maybe not quite that long. So I'm sure the defense counsel is ready to pounce, because that lady usually is.
Now, regarding defense counsel's assertion that she wants to use these records with Detective Grubbs, that's simply improper. And the case that establishes that, Your Honor, is Henry McKenzie, 1994, Westlaw 667972, where the court indicated that Evidence Rule 803 does not permit a witness to give hearsay testimony of the content of business records based solely upon the review of those records. That is exactly what she would be asking Detective Grubbs to do. The rules and the case law simply do not allow that, Your Honor. I have additional cases for Your Honor to support the state's position.
What did Detective Grubbs do with these records when he obtained them as part of his investigation?
You reviewed them?
Was that part of his evaluation in terms of whether or not the case ought to be presented to the grand jury?
I can't speak for Detective Grubbs regarding that, but
Then I guess we need to find that out.
the decision on whether or not to present a case to the grand jury is the prosecutor's office decision.
Well, I understand the process, but I'm saying part of his, I mean, obviously you receive information from the investigating officer as to all the facts he's gathered. How does he use these records, if at all, regarding part of his determination that the case ought to go forward?
And Your Honor, if you want to inquire, or if counsel wants to inquire of Detective Grubbs outside the presence of the jury before his testimony, I would make that suggestion. But reviewing the records is not enough to allow him to testify from them.
Okay, you have those cases you referred to there?
Yes. So,
Bring those up and we finish up there.
yep, I can email them to Nicole, Your Honor, if you would like email copies, or do you want my hard
How
copies?
would you like your hard copies right now? You're asking me to make a decision fairly quickly.
Isn't that kind of weird? So he's asking, did Detective Grubbs use these records when I think what he meant to say when deciding probably when to present this to the prosecutor to see if they were going to file charges against Mr. Moore. So if he did use them, then shouldn't they be in court? And she's like, well, just because he looked at them or reviewed them doesn't mean he should testify. He can testify to them. I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know. That does not seem right. If whatever he used to present to the prosecutor and they're using to charge this man, we should be able to see them. He should be able to, the defense should be able to question them. But again, like I said, I have no law degree, and that's probably very obvious, but just in my common sense mind, that's how that should go. We'll see. I don't know.
Quickly, so you might as
So, Your
well.
Honor, I'm asking you not to make a decision pretty quickly. Counsel brought this on the court.
You want me to make a decision sometime, right?
Absolutely, Your Honor.
So
but
that's
we're-
fairly quickly if it's
We're
today.
here because defense counsel filed their motion during lunch. All right, Your Honor? We're not asking you to do anything because they want the records admitted.
Okay, I think I understand your argument. If you can give me those copies, I'd appreciate it, for your cases.
Yes, right.
I agree. And she's really upset about it.
Excuse my scribbles and highlighting.
Like, we don't want you to make a decision now. Well, what do you want him to do? I'm sure the defense doesn't either, because I'm sure she has stuff to say.
All right, anything you'd like to say as to how we should proceed?
Thank you, Your Honor. We did file a motion on this just briefly, citing hearsay evidence rules 8033, 8034, and 8036. I would just note, Your Honor, that part of the business records exception, which is 8036, that I know this court is familiar with, is particularly with respect to medical records, is part of the justification, if you will, is that the therapist in this situation, that being Angel Kessler, would have no reason, right, to input inaccurate information in a medical record, because by definition, that information is coming to her in a medical setting. I would just say that 8033, 8034, and 8036, I believe, get us those records in under each of those rules. I just want to address the relevancy issue. I think this is clearly a case about either it's a murder or it's a suicide. It's just as simple as that. And these records are from August 19th to August 2019 to November 2019, the time period in between Joey's suicide and Emily's remains being found. Joey's suicide is directly relevant and dispositive of the issue, given that he was found in a very similar way, hanging in a wooded area. Your Honor, I also think they're relevant with respect to rebut Amy Thomas's testimony, which is that Emily only went to counseling as a result of a condition of FMLA, which is not accurate. The medical records speak for themselves as to why she sought counseling in August of 2019. Lastly, I want to say this.
I think the records do kind of imply like she's there because of FMLA, but I hear what you're saying.
You mean because of the disability for which she qualifies under FMLA?
Well, there's some language in the record that seems to give an indication she's there because of that, but it's not definitive. But go ahead. I don't mean to get you off base.
Please. And I don't disagree that to qualify for FMLA, you need to have a diagnosis of some sort. Your Honor, I also would just say to the court, I think the records, the treatment history and the counseling records themselves is separate and apart from the single line of diagnosis that is in the records. The diagnosis, which is in the records, which the state has argued about this morning, if the court should think that the records come in but the diagnosis doesn't, absent any additional testimony, I have no issue with that. We can redact the diagnosis, which is the 1 or 2 lines, I think at the bottom of the page, and then at the end of the counseling records, I know that the therapist changes the diagnosis. We have no issue with the diagnosis being removed to address the issues of that the state has raised. Otherwise, Your Honor, we would rest on our motion.
Do you, what particularly, are you looking for statements that she made in here or statements made by the counselor or both?
Statements made by the counselor, Your Honor, no. And I think that falls under the diagnosis. Statements made by Emily as to present sense impression, what she was undergoing, what she was feeling and thinking at the time immediately following Joey's death. The counseling records do begin in August of 2019. And so I believe present sense impression as to what she was thinking and feeling on the heels of that suicide. Particularly, Your Honor, I also think it's relevant because in their opening argument, and I understand it's just argument, the state argued how she was brave and how she had rebounded.
I've already ruled that's not coming in.
Okay.
If we do talk about the records, we're redacting that aspect of any conversation about what occurred when she was 7 years old.
No, separate issue, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'm saying thematically they were saying that Emily wouldn't have killed herself after Joey because she had rebounded from so much suicide before. But the records also rebut that rebounding issue because she's clearly struggling after Joey's suicide, and the records speak to themselves on that. So I'm not seeking to get into therapist statements. Again, I've already said my thoughts on the diagnosis. Also, Your Honor, I respect the court's order with respect to the allegation about prior sexual abuse. The court wants to redact that from the record. No issue there. And for the hearsay exceptions that I stated, I think the records come in. I want to say one last thing as to how I would use them with Detective Grubbs. When I say use them, I think the records speak for themselves. I would obviously work with opposing counsel to redact the areas that I've just mentioned, but my anticipation of Detective Grubbs would be something along the lines of this. During the course of your investigation, did you or other members of your office subpoena mental health records for Emily Noble? Yes, we did. From where did you get those records? When could you tell the jurors the time frame when she sought mental health treatment from Serenity? Boom, boom. Show him the exhibit. Done. The records speak for themselves. I don't need his interpretation of them. That's not what I would seek, and I wouldn't seek. I think they speak for themselves, and they would go back as an exhibit, and if the jurors were interested in them, they could read them.
Your Honor, may I respond briefly, please?
Sure.
Thank you, Your Honor. First,
Counsel is saying that Emily Noble's statements regarding in therapy are present sense impression. However, the state has been prohibited every step of the way from eliciting testimony regarding Emily's present state of mind after she suffered a tragedy, and I'm using defense counsel's word, specifically with witness Amy Thomas. That's a lot of tragedy. When counsel went through absolutely everything that's happened in Emily's life, the state was prohibited from following up as to Emily's present sense impression. It's quite disingenuous to now argue that these records containing her statements should be admissible when the state has been hamstrung by the objections to allowing that testimony to come in. Your Honor, with respect to these records, now counsel says, yes, last night it was, we want it in whole cloth. Now it's, oh no, we can pick and choose what we send back to the jury. Your Honor, these records and the rules of evidence exist to protect the truth and veracity contained in the records. To redact and parse them out without having the therapist or an expert to lay the foundational testimony for the jury to understand what is contained in those records. There's just no legal basis to do that, Your Honor. And I point again to State v. Holmes that says a custodian of records, which is the only thing counsel has provided by way of affidavit.
So she wants all of them in or none of them in? She kind of lost me with her argument there. Because the defense is like, okay, fine, we'll take this part out. And now she's like, no, right? Did I miss something? Man, she's angry. And I remember the defense kind of listing all the things that had happened. I don't remember, did the state object to any of that? I don't remember. Man, I just don't remember what happened right there. Because that's when the sister, Amy Thomas, I believe is the sister. That was the one witness they didn't show, the first witness. I'm not sure, but man, she's angry about these records.
Affidavit is wholly not able to opine on whether or not statements contained in medical records are made for the purpose of medical diagnosis. We have no one here that will come in and say that right now, Your Honor. And until that happens, those records and the statements contained therein should not be put before the jury.
Thanks. All right.
We're going to take a quick break and then we'll bring jury in.
He's like, you go calm down and then we'll bring the jury in. How about that? My goodness. Well, I wonder when he will give us that ruling. I think they need to be there. I think her state of mind is, like the defense attorney said, and I have to phrase it differently. It's either a self-delete or unalive. It's one or the other. The one thing I'm having a little bit of problem with though is that they keep saying that she was tied the same, like had tied whatever, the USB cord or whatever it was, in the same fashion that his son did. Okay, but if he's not suspected of doing anything to his son, why would he be suspected of doing anything to her? Just because they keep bringing that up, that the cords, it was both, I used I think a USB cord or something like along that line, and tied them in the same fashion. But the prosecutors never thought he'd offed his son, right? But that's always been kind of in the back of my mind. That's weird. Why did if she did it herself, why? Why did she do it that way? So I think we need to know her state of mind before she went missing. I think it's super important. We'll see how again, I'm not a lawyer, so my opinion is just that. Nobody, it matters nothing at all. I'm going to speed this up because since they're done arguing, they argued much faster in front of the judge than they talked to the witnesses. So if it's too fast, let me know.
Thank you. Have a seat.
Oh, and you probably hear my dog snoring. She's
Good morning,
very loud.
members of the jury. Everybody follow the court's admonition last night? We good? Ready to go? Thank you very much. State ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense ready to proceed?
Hello, defense?
Ready to go?
There we go.
No, I didn't mean to interrupt. I was waiting to finish your conversation. That's all right. That's no problem. Call your next witness.
I'm here to call Detective Howe to the stand.
I even have a banner.
I do. Sir, can you state your name, spell your last name for the record, please? James Howe, Howe.
And, sir, where are you currently employed?
City of Columbus, Division of Police.
What do you do for the City of Columbus Division of Police?
I currently work in our digital forensics unit.
And this is always a loaded question, but I'm going to ask it anyways. Can you explain to the jury what digital forensics, what is that?
In our unit, we handle all digital evidence, whether it's from a mobile device like a digital video recorder, computer. If it's digital, we normally extract data from it and then present that to detectives, prosecutors, defense attorneys.
And when you say digital data, is that consists of cell phones, computers, USB drives, hard drives, basically anything that can store electronic data?
Yes.
And how long have you been working in that capacity?
I've been doing digital forensics since 2012.
Okay. And in order to handle digital forensics and to deal with that on a regular basis, do you have any specialized training that you've undergone in order to do that?
Yes.
Give us an idea of some of the trainings that you've undergone in order to complete those activities.
I hold certifications in the area of digital forensics and digital evidence. I've trained with the Secret Service pretty extensively at the National Computer Forensic Institute in Hoover, Alabama. I've also trained in digital forensics with the Federal Bureau of Investigation and several private companies.
Give us a ballpark. How many various trainings have you undergone over the course of your career involving digital forensics?
I'd say probably 100 or more. I don't have an exact count.
And a lot of those, would they entail cell phones?
Yes.
Okay. And prior to working in digital forensics, did you have other law enforcement experience?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury your previous law enforcement experience?
I've been with the City of Columbus since 2001. From 2001 to 2008, I worked patrol in the South Linden area of Columbus. In 2008, I went to our homicide bureau to work in the assault unit, and then in 2013, I was in our homicide unit until I took a role in the digital forensics unit once it was created in 2018.
And did you have training that you underwent prior to becoming a general law enforcement officer?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what that training entailed?
I completed our basic training academy, which is almost 7 months. I went through our detective bureau training, which was 2 weeks, and then I've been to several post trainings for like interview and interrogation and things like that.
And
2
other than the
weeks for
initial
detective
trainings,
bureau
is training
training?
pretty much regular and ongoing?
Yes.
So you talked a little bit about forensics, and I'm going to focus you more today on cell phones. Fair enough?
Yes.
Okay. So let's talk generally. How would someone reach out to you in order to do a cell phone analysis?
There's a couple different ways that we do it. We'll take emails. People will bring us the evidence directly. Sometimes we'll go to scenes. Typically, a detective will reach out to us, give us an overview of what they're looking for and what type of evidence they have, and then we'll make a determination on how we're going to handle it.
Okay, so if someone comes into the office, hands you a cell phone, and asks you to do an analysis of that, what is the first step of your procedure?
The first thing we're going to do is secure the device. We're going to make sure that we take it off the network. We're going to talk to the detective. We're going to figure out if what type of legal authority we're dealing with, whether it be a search warrant, consent, because that's going to determine how we handle it and what we do. The first thing we're going to do is take it off the network, so that way no data is changed on the phone.
And when you say you take it off the network so no data is changed, can you explain that a little bit more, please?
Again, it'll depend on the state of the device and what type of authority we have to use it. What we'll typically do is put the device into airplane mode and likely eject the SIM card from the device. Those two things will help ensure that it's off the network. It's not going to send or receive any data.
Okay. Once you take that initial step, what happens next?
Again, it's going to determine the state of the device, whether it's on, whether it's off. If it's off, we're going to leave it off until we figure out, what we're going to do with it. We'll do some research on the device because different makes, models of phones have to be handled differently. Once we figure out what we're going to do and we have that authority, that's when we'll start our process. If the device is on, we'll leave it powered on. We'll supply power to the device so that way the device doesn't turn off because that presents a whole different set of circumstances.
Okay, so let's assume for purposes of your testimony today, the device is on and accessible to you, okay? Assuming the device is on and accessible to you, and assuming you have legal authority to then either search or do what you want with that cell phone, what do you do next?
In that case, we would determine if we had a password or not. If we had a password, we'd manually put it into airplane mode and then eject that SIM card from the device. If we didn't have a passcode and the device was turned on, we would use what's called a Faraday box, Ramsey box in our office. What that is it's a box that prevents any network connectivity.
I was waiting for somebody
and fair to
to
assume then the next step is
mention
for
that
you to start
Faraday
accessing
box.
the phone?
Yes.
Okay, and Walk me through those steps and procedures when it comes to actually accessing the phone, and then what happens at that point.
Again, depending on make and model, in this case it was an Apple device, we have several different tools that we can use to access that data. We're always going to go for the richest data set, so in this case we're going to attempt to get what's called a full file system extraction off of the phone, and that'll give us the most amount of data for evidence purposes.
You mentioned a full file system extraction. Are there different types of extractions?
Yes, on Apple devices, iPhone specifically, you're going to be able to get what's called a logical extraction, which is an iTunes backup, essentially. That's going to be the lowest level, and then you're going to be able to get a full file system if you have the correct tools.
Okay. And the differing file extractions are attempts to gather or to get as much information off the phone as possible?
Yes.
What types of physical tools or software tools are used during this process?
We use Celebrate's UFED, which is a universal forensic extraction device, to extract data from most phones. We have other tools in our office that are a little higher level, and then we use what's called physical analyzer to parse that data out once we get the extraction.
Now, you've used the word extraction a few times, and when I think of extraction, I think of taking from one thing and kind of putting it over here to the side. What do you mean by extraction?
With an extraction, what we'll do is we'll create an image of the device contents. It's a copy of what's on the device, and that's what we will work off of rather than work on the actual device itself.
Now, why would you want to use the digital copy to work on or to search or look through things as opposed to the physical device itself?
With the physical device itself, if you manually go through the device, phones they can't be write blocked, so you're going to change things. It's just the nature of a cell phone. So working off of a copy with our software allows us to make sure we minimize any changes that will occur on the phone itself. For example, if we were to manually scroll through, like say, text messages, and there was an unread text message on the phone, and we happened to click on that, it would then flip what's called a flag, and that message would go from unread to read.
So by looking at the image, let me ask you this, the digital image, that extraction, does that create a perfect extraction, a perfect copy of what's on the phone?
I'm sorry?
Phone? Yeah, let me ask you a better way. So when we're talking about the extraction, you talked about taking an image of what is on the physical phone. Does that make a copy of what's on the phone and allows it to be searchable, or does that in and of itself change some of the data?
Yes, so we'll have an image of the phone that we then put into our analysis software, and then that will display the contents that we were able to extract.
And then
Not
when
sure
you're
about that
looking
prosecutor's
through
tie.
that extraction
me
or
for
that
some reason.
image, and you're reviewing items, does that change those flags or those items that you discussed on the physical phone?
No.
So would that leave that evidence or what's on the phone untouched and in the state it was when airplane mode was turned on?
Yes.
I think it's his white shirt with it.
Are there some items when doing extractions of phones that just aren't recovered, and what do you have to do in those cases if they exist to look at those additional items?
There can be. Obviously, there's a lot of different applications, probably hundreds of thousands at this point, with the various like Android store, the Apple store. So not all the software parses that type of data. So there might be a new application on the market that the tools just don't support. That information is stored in databases on the phone, and we can manually go in and look at some of that if we have to.
And if you have to manually go through, say, an application or something of that nature, how's that done?
We will, again, in that physical analyzer software, which we use, we would go straight to that. We would locate the application. We would go to the database, and then it's just manually looking through like the raw data and kind of piecing stuff together.
Now, you mentioned a few times something called physical analyzer. Can you give us a bigger picture idea of what physical analyzer is?
That's, again, the analysis software that we use. That's what we load that extraction image into. The software then looks at the whole image and kind of categorizes all the data for us. It puts it in a displayable manner where we're able to read it.
Is it fair to say it puts it in a more readable format other than a bunch of zeros and ones and computer jargon?
Yes.
And by putting it in physical analyzer, does that make it more searchable or able to find whatever may have been on the phone?
Yes, it categorizes most of the data, and then we're also able to manually go through that and search through it if we're looking for something specific.
Once you're able to do an extraction on a phone and determine that extraction was done properly and readable through physical analyzer, in your unit, how does that typically work? Do you review the data, or do you then pass it on to someone else to review the data at that point?
Both ways. It depends on the experience level of the detective. We have some detectives who are very good at going through the data, and they want to manually go through it themselves. So they'll ask for what they typically refer to as a full dump. And then we'll have other detectives who aren't as comfortable doing it. We'll sit down with them. They'll specifically tell us what they're looking for, and then we'll search through the data and tag everything that related to whatever it is they may be looking for.
Okay. And is that in part because sometimes you don't know what the case may be about or what might be relevant evidence?
Yes, a lot of times we aren't involved in the case initially.
deputy
It could
behind
be,
him
you know,
today,
several
he-
days, weeks, or months
he's
after,
funny to
sometimes
watch.
years before we actually get the data and look at it.
He just has a lot of
Now,
expressions.
something I want to talk about here. Well, you mentioned Cellbrite Reader. Are you familiar with Cellbrite Reader?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what Cellbrite Reader is?
Celebrate Reader, the UFED Reader, is Celebrate's version. It's a pared down version of Physical Analyzer, basically. It allows the detectives or prosecutors or defense attorneys to go
Didn't we
through
already
that
have
report.
somebody
What we'll
testify
do
about
is,
all of
once
this
we've done
stuff
our analysis, the extraction's
other day?
finished, it's been placed in the Physical Analyzer software. We've done everything that we're going to do with it. At that point, we'll create what's called a UFED Reader report from that Physical Analyzer software, and then we'll provide that to whoever needs it.
This seems like
Again,
it's
then that would
repetitive.
allow whoever that gets passed on to the ability to search the information that was extracted in a more user-friendly way.
Yes.
Again, that process, does that change any of the nature of the data that was extracted from the phone?
No.
And again, does that change any of the data that would have originally been on the phone up until the point that it was put on airplane mode?
No.
Are you able to create something then called extraction reports?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what an extraction report generally is?
So the UFED gives you several different options. You can do PDF reports, Excel reports, Microsoft Word reports. It just depends what that end person is looking for, what format they want it in. The reader and PDFs are usually the most popular because they can't be changed and they're the easiest to search through. So once the detectives can generate their own report from the UFED reader report that we give them, or they can just stay with that UFED reader report.
And obviously, we're here in the case involving Emily Noble and Mathew Moore. Were you involved in some capacity in this case?
Yes.
And did Detective Lechte from Westerville Police Department reach out to you and speak with you about this case?
Yes.
And did you assist him with working through the extractions in this case and going through those digital items?
Yes.
Oh yeah, that was the other Detective Lechte that we heard from that said basically the same thing he's saying. Must be cold in there.
Sir, Detective, I'm going to ask you to look at what's been labeled States Exhibit 13, 14, and 15. If you can just look at those briefly, please.
That's how I felt the other day. I was so cold. It's not that cold in here today, but if I can keep the door open, if the dogs don't get crazy, I won't be freezing.
Generally speaking, what are those items, States Exhibit 13, 14, and 15?
These are extraction reports from the Apple iPhone.
Just to clarify something, sir, States Exhibit 14, I'm going to point to an area in the middle there. I believe you mentioned that that was, these are iPhones. Was States Exhibit 14 a different type of phone?
Yes, I'm sorry. That's a Samsung Galaxy.
So I think that's the phone that Matthew got after they took his
Identify States
iPhone.
Exhibit 15.
So he had a phone.
I just want to walk through this. So, sir, there's a screen there next to you. Feel free to draw in there if you think it helps the explanation. But I first want to focus you on this area here that I've sort of boxed off. I believe it's entitled Summary. Can you describe just the general nature of the content that is put in the report under Summary?
Yes. So this is going to be input. Some of this is going to be input by the person who generates the report. The very top line is going to give you the Cellbrite Physical Analyzer version number. The second line is going to be your report creation date and time. So that's the time that the detective actually
Definitely
generated
going
the
over
report.
stuff we've already heard
The
and
third
seen.
line here
I
is going
don't
to be
get
your
it.
time zone settings, and that's going to be based off of the phone itself. The next one is going to be the examiner who was using the physical analyzer software, and again, that's user input. So Detective David Lechte, sorry. In user input, again, that's going to be the location of where the extraction occurred. The next line is going to be the case number that the user input. Next is going to be the department. So in this case, it was Westerville Division of Police. Your investigator, again, user input, Detective Lechte would have put Detective S. Grubbs. And then here is your crime type, which was homicide in this case.
If it makes you feel better, I already apologized to Detective Lechte yesterday in case I butchered his name, so I think he's pretty used to that by now.
Yeah, but that guy works. Well, you guys,
Looking
they
next,
both work
just
with
generally
him,
here
so they
for
should know
source
his name.
extraction. I'm going to make a notation here, a little arrow in the middle of that. Can you just identify what we're looking at, what I've identified?
Yes, that is the identification of the device once it was connected up to the physical analyzer software, the UFED. So it was an iPhone 8 Plus.
Also, these top two portions of source extraction, can you identify that as well, please?
That's going to be the date and time that the extraction started and when it was completed.
I'm going to flip now to page 3 of 9. And actually, I'm going to start first on page 2 of 9, just to show, this is a section labeled device information, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now going to page 3 of 9. I'm going to notate here towards the top of the page, MSISDN. Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that area of information?
Yeah, that's the mobile subscriber identification number, so it's essentially going to be the phone number to the device.
I'm also going to notate two areas towards the top of that page labeled Apple ID. It appears to be on there 2 different places. Can you identify that area as well?
Yes, that's going to be the user accounts that the software identified as being in the device as an Apple ID.
Do you know why there would be maybe more than one Apple ID on a device?
It had been signed into from both of the accounts, and our software, or the physical analyzer software, is able to identify multiple user accounts.
So I want to flip now to, I start here on the bottom of page 7 of 9, this area labeled contents. Before we start walking through contents, can you describe to the jury this area of the report and what information generally that entails?
That's going to be the data that we extracted from the device, so it's going to kind of break it out and categorize it for you.
Yes. So fair to say that prior to contents, there's a lot of background information on the phone, the device, the types of extractions done, and then content then brings in what was actually located on the phone once that extraction was completed?
Yes.
Okay, and I want to walk through these because there's a lot of information, but the first one there, activity sensor data. What type of information would be entailed in activity sensor data under contents?
In that one, you're going to see health data, so you're going to see steps taken. If they have a watch with, like an Apple Watch or something with the device, you could see heartbeat, things of that nature. It's going to give you, with the steps taken, it's going to give you the number of steps. It's going to give you the area of the steps in meters.
Remember, we all know if
And
your phone's
before we
moving,
continue, there are
you're committing
two
a crime.
columns. One
If your
says
phone's
included in
not
report, and
moving,
one that says total.
you're also
Can
probably
you
still
identify
committing a
those
crime.
for me, please?
Yes, so
Or
we do
you're
have the
not
ability
alive.
to go in and make what we refer to as like a condensed report. So it'll tell you the number of artifacts. So in like this case, it's 7,993. The examiner could go in and determine that, say, 300 of those were relevant and the other were not, and you were able to just tag those items, include those in the report. So it would make a much smaller artifact report to go through.
And the extraction report, an example that we're looking at here in State's Exhibit 15, can that report be created multiple times?
Yes.
Okay, so perhaps there's maybe a smaller, more condensed report. There could also be a bigger report depending on who's using the software and what they're looking for.
Yes, like for example, at our office, we might give you a full report after the extraction's done. Our analysts and detectives would start to go through it, and then we might work on a much smaller report based on the information that they give us, and we pare that down and give that to them later, just because of the amount of time it takes.
Now, we use this first one as an example because we were just talking about it, activity sensor data. It appears there are 7,993 items included in this report. Is that searchable in any way? And if I have this pulled up on my computer, this report, how am I able to do that?
Yes, so for example, in a UFED reader report, you could double click on that activity sensory data and you can look at just that data rather than searching through. So you can search you can do it a couple of different ways. You can search the whole image that we've taken to see if that, whatever it is you're looking for, shows up, or you can look in just this particular artifact. So if you were to, for example, to double click on that activity sensory data, you could search just through that database.
Okay, and would that then bring up a sort of sub-report of just activity sensor data?
Yes.
Okay, so is it the easiest way to think of that is almost like a website link where you click it and then it takes you to that website?
Yes.
What about the next item, aggregated application usage? What types of information would be included in there?
So if you were to launch if you have a smartphone, you were to launch an application on the phone, say Facebook or Snapchat, anything like that, it's going to track that, what usage you were, what apps you were using at a particular time.
I'm going to skip ahead to some of the more known ones, but calendar and call logs. Can you identify what types of items we find in calendar and call logs?
Calendar can have stock items like holidays. You'll see that a lot, Christmas, Halloween, things like that. And then it can also be user data. So if you put in birthdays.
Look in my
or you have an
calendar,
event or
you're going
something
to see that I
attending,
had
so
to
we can
remind
also,
myself
go through
about a
that.
lot of stuff.
And
I
what
have a
about call
ton of
logs?
reminders.
Call
set.
logs is essentially who
Or-
you're calling, who's calling you.
Probably silly things.
Again,
Just so I don't
especially
forget.
calendar and call logs, these are things that I can pull my phone out and search on my physical phone, correct?
Yes.
But by doing the extraction of this type, you're able to view those items without changing any of the underlying data on the phone. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes, once we have extracted the data from the phone, we typically don't do anything else with the device itself.
What about chats? This area here, and then it looks like there are some sub-items working our way down from there.
Yeah, so chats is exactly chats, but broken down, you'll see it's between like Facebook Messenger. It'll give you the Facebook Messenger ID. On an iPhone, they have what's called iMessages, so that's an Apple device to an Apple device. Native messages, those are going to be your just typical text messages. Say you text someone who has an Android device, you're not going to see that iMessage. You're not going to see that blue bubble. You're going to see the green bubble.
Now, you had mentioned earlier that I believe this like chats area, you could click it and it was like a website link. Does that also work for these sort of sub folders?
Yes, you could search through each one of those individually. So if you knew the two people were communicating with Apple devices, the first place you would likely go is through those iMessages.
And just for purposes of the record, I'm identifying on the screen the chat section and some of the subsections on the screen for the jury.
Yes.
There's an item a little bit further down, about a third of the way down, device connectivity, and there appear to be
I don't have a Facebook account.
1,173
I wonder if it'd throw them off that they didn't
items.
find that on my
What types of
phone.
information do we find under device connectivity?
If your
Just
device
like
is
deleted
connecting
it.
to, like, say, Wi-Fi routers, or it's seeing cell tower IDs, things like that, in the connectivity, you could see that type of information.
And I skipped up here cell towers, but are you able to use cell tower and device connectivity to gather some location data?
Yes.
And also there's a section down here labeled locations as well.
Yes.
What types of information could those items provide?
So if you're looking at the cell towers up there, what that is logging is when the device sees what it thinks is a cell tower, just based on some information that the device receives. So it would be the physical tower itself where it thinks that is. The locations is the more accurate place that we would go to look. So if you're taking photographs and you have like location services enabled, if you're using GPS on like an application, at that point, we'd be able to pull some information from there.
Why would your
And
phone try to
the
connect
next item I want to
something
look
that
at
it
is
just thinks is a cell phone
device
tower?
events, the next one down from under connectivity. Can you describe what types of information would be entailed in device events?
Yes, so your Apple device really tracks like everything that you do. So as far as it's for other connectivity, like if you want to say start a text on your iPhone and you finish it on your iPad and then you read it on like your Mac device, it tracks all of that activity. So in this case, you could potentially see
Keep that in
if a
mind,
device was
Apple
plugged in,
users.
if an application was in the
Who's watching
foreground, the
you?
background, just any type of device activity. There's just a lot of information. If you're using a particular app at a time, at a specific time, if you move an app from looking at it to go to another app, it tracks that.
You mentioned, so plugging a phone in or unplugging a phone, is that something that would be under device events or something else?
That would be other device events.
Okay. What about turning a phone on, turning a phone off? Is that something that's logged and would be in the report here?
Yes, you could see a device turned on, a device unlocked, a device powered off, if the screen just lights up and then goes back off.
And where is that information contained in?
That's going to be in the Knowledge C database, so you would see that under the device events.
Okay. What about if I'm looking at an image or looking at something on my phone, sort of an up and down on my phone, and I turn it sideways to more of that like landscape format? Is
Yes.
that logged in any way?
Yes, you would see if you were in the portrait or the landscape. If a device rotates, it logs all of that.
Fortunately, this guy's not a super long witness according to the timestamps I wrote down yesterday.
Just a little bit in the middle there, instant messages. Can you explain, is that
almost
different than the
done.
messages section that you described earlier?
Yes, that can break down like if you're using, they used to do them all together. The instant messages, they break them out like if you're using WhatsApp and things like that to go back and forth with messages.
There's a section down here labeled notes. Can you identify to the jury what types of information would be in the notes section?
Yes, in the notes section, the Apple device has it's just labeled notes. You can go in and write things. You can store photographs there, things of that nature.
A little bit further down now, searched items appears to be in the report. What types of information would we expect to be contained under searched items?
That can be information that was searched on the device. So if you're looking through an application, if you're looking through like a web browser, things of that nature.
Just under that, social media.
That'll break down the different social media accounts,
She has a lot
things
of
that were going
instant
on
messages.
with those accounts.
And then I think the last one on this page at the very bottom, web history.
Yes.
What types of information is typically contained in web history?
You'd be able to go through the browser history. So the stock application on an Apple device is the Safari browser, but you can use other browsers as well. So it would break those down.
Now, I believe, well, let me just ask you this. So in these columns, the columns on the right-hand side, those two columns that we identified earlier, there appear to be some red items under there that I marked that say deleted. Can you explain what the difference would be between this first number and then maybe some of the deleted items that are notated there?
The first number is the total number of artifacts that were recovered. So in this particular case, it was 841. The ones marked in red that say 180, those were 180 items that were recovered that were marked for deletion.
And when you say marked for deletion, what is that?
It had been what you would typically think of as deleted, where the user's not going to see it any longer. The way deletion actually works is we're able to recover it as long as it hasn't been overwritten with new data.
So if there's an item in this one that I marked 180 deleted, does that notate items that were marked for deletion but were recovered from the extraction?
Yes.
And if I were to click then or double click search items and it pulls up that separate report, would that separate report contain both the items that weren't marked for deletion and the items that were marked for deletion?
In this case, yes.
Okay, and would that be notated on those reports whether that item was deleted or not?
Yes, you would be able to go through and see which item was marked for deletion.
I know we're not going through every single line item, but your testimony based on
Kinda
these
feels
items
like
in a
we
general
are.
sense, those columns and so forth, does that testimony fit for all the items that we're walking through or not walking through on your report?
Yes.
I think the last one here I want to focus on is this one here called timeline. It appears to be a pretty large number over here on the right-hand side. Can you explain to the jury what the timeline means?
The timeline is all the artifacts grouped together by date and time. And it'll show you the application usage, the device events, text messages sent, received in a ascending or descending order.
So instead of double clicking one of these and just getting a single item, does timeline sort of congregate a lot of those items together and put them in a linear order?
Yes.
What types of items are generally located in the timeline section?
Pretty much anything you see in the artifacts, it's going to be device usage. So what we'll do, what we typically use timeline for, is if we know at a specific date and time that we're looking for, the first thing we'll do is jump into that timeline, start to go through it, filter that time down, and then look at what was going on at the device at that time. So you may see an application come up in the background. You may see a text message sent, a photograph taken, just things like that in the order that it was done.
So does the timeline function in these reports give you or the investigating detective a chance to look at a period of time and see what the phone may have been doing or not doing during that period of time?
Yes.
Or what the user is doing on that phone or a user is doing on that phone during that period of time?
Yes, what was occurring during that specific time frame.
And just since we're here as well, there's an area marked data files and then again, a bunch of sub-reports. What are we looking at there?
That's a lot of just data. The two most important ones that we typically get into, I'm sorry, the three most important ones are the databases, the images, and the
completely caught me
videos.
off guard.
And again, all these items under content that we've described are
that's
searchable
hilarious.
either by those specific functions or in the timeline situation, kind of putting all those together?
Yes.
Or most of those together?
Yes.
If I may have just one more here.
Oh, good. For those of you that did not watch the Murdaugh trial, you missed a crap show, for sure. But one of the investigators,
Cross, please.
he did an experiment by throwing a phone.
No questions?
No questions.
All right. You folks have any questions? Feel free to write them down. All right, you have some?
So the investigator in the Murdaugh trial, he threw the phone around the room, didn't take any recording, and that was supposed to be like the scientific experiment that he did that was accepted by the court. It was so ridiculous. And I forgot all about that, Kim, and that was hilarious. If you haven't watched this trial, or if you haven't been watching this trial with us, the jury gets to ask questions in this, and it's been pretty interesting. So the judge is waiting to see if they have any questions. The defense didn't have any cross. I don't blame him. We can ask him. He's already been answered. So we'll see what the jury does. We'll see if they have any questions. If they do, I'll fast forward through the little sidebar that they're gonna do. But yes. Kim says, or the ME. This is Murdaugh again, who estimated the time of death by sticking his hand in the victim's armpit. It was so ridiculous. Everything in that trial was so ridiculous. I don't care what you think about the man. He has to get a fair trial, because if he can't, none of us can. And it was so bad and so ridiculous, the stuff that judge allowed. It's one of the craziest trials, one of the most boring, crazy trials I've seen. And we may get to see it again, because old Becky Hill and her son, it's gonna be interesting. I mean, he's going to prison for the rest of his life. Nobody needs to worry about him getting out. But like I said, you got to give him a fair trial, because if you don't give him one, we don't give anybody. I mean, how are you going to expect to say, well, that person deserves one, but he didn't, because he's a bad person. And he is, don't get me wrong. Let me see if I can. I'm scared to click back over here. Last time I did that, it took it all the way back to the beginning. Yeah, the Murdaugh trial turned into a financial crimes trial more than it was an unaliving trial. And he pretty much admitted to all the financial crimes. So, and he just got sentenced for those. I didn't even watch it, because I cannot stand Creighton Waters. I don't like Judge Newman. They were showboating, in my opinion, especially Creighton Waters. He's obviously got his sights set on a higher position, like, attorney general or whatever. Well, at least the woman prosecutor doesn't look quite as mad as she was at the beginning of this today. I can't imagine what the jury would have to ask. Guess we're going to find out.
Morning, Jacob. A few questions the jury has for you, and I'll just read these questions, and if you can answer them, please do. Ready? Thank you. Are the records extracted or collected on the iPhone saved anywhere else? In other words, if the phone is destroyed, say burned, would there be any way to retrieve information?
So two different ways, if I'm understanding the question correctly, is we can pull data from third parties, so cell phone carriers, we can go to Apple itself, individual specific applications, say if we have a Snapchat account, or we're able to identify any of those accounts. If a phone is damaged, it depends on the actual amount of damage. We have people who can repair those. For example, I have a phone that we were currently extracting data from that has a bullet hole through it. So it is possible, but it depends on the level of damage to get it from the device itself.
Thank you. If someone takes out a SIM card and puts in another, does the info on the phone go with the SIM card? Is it then lost if another SIM card is in its place?
Should that end asking for a
with
friend?
that information, we would be able to track through the phone itself and through the cell phone carrier that SIM card exchange. There's identification numbers on the card, what's called an ICC ID and an MZ number, an IMSI number. We would see that change, and the device does track that.
Okay. Will the web history include incognito mode?
Yes.
And will the search items include incognito mode?
Yes.
Again, asking for a friend.
Will the items numbered for deletion, mainly deleted by the user. I'm not sure I can read the question. I'm sorry. Were the items numbered for deletion mainly deleted by user or automatic?
Both. It would depend. We would have to go in and then look at that deletion and see what occurred. There are things that, like for applications, for example, where they will just automatically delete something, where you could have your text messages set up to delete, like with an iPhone, after a certain amount of time. So while that may not be user activity going in and manually deleting something, it would be the device, the system doing it.
And will the timeline list the items in the time zone of the phone at the time of the extraction?
Yes, we have ways that we can go in and look at that and ensure that it's the correct time zone, or at least the time zone that was on the device at the time.
All right, thank you. Does that raise any questions for the state?
Well, I hate to say one question, it always ends up more than that.
That's
but,
fine, as many as you want.
So you talked about the SIM
Grizzly
card
State.
and a couple of the numbers that would log whether SIM cards were moved.
Yes.
Is the easiest way to think of that like a VIN number on a car?
Yes, the ICC ID number is essentially the serial number of that card. It's the one, if you've ever seen a SIM card, that's typically printed on the outside. The IMSI number is internal. It's on the SIM memory that we're able to extract. We can get that from the carrier also.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Any questions from the defense?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Good morning.
Just one. You used just now the term user activity, and I've heard you use usage before. I just want to, for the jury, make sure that that I'm understanding. User activity, would you agree with me, excludes data that may not be the exclusive result of human interaction with the device?
Yes.
So let me give you, for instance. So if user activity excludes activities such as answered calls, read chats, that kind of thing. Does that make sense? User activity is when I'm really interfacing with my phone.
Yes.
And then there's usage, which is a different terminology. Is that correct?
Yes.
And how is usage defined?
They can be both. It would show usage if you're using like the application at the time, but there can be things that applications can update. They can send you notifications, stuff like that, and you could see that would be listed as usage. That that application is being used at that time. I guess at that time, it's active.
And so kind of the larger umbrella is usage, but user activity is when I'm interfacing with the phone.
Yes, and that's where the timeline would be really important, because you would want to look at the before and after of what's going on to determine if it's user activity or if it's just the application or whatever, doing something it's supposed to do.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Can we sit down? Go ahead, next witness.
State calls Detective Grubbs.
All right. Here's the main man. Old lead detective. I guess now we will hopefully learn why we are here.
I do.
Wonder who's questioning him. Hope it's not Angry Lady.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Nope,
Can you
fuzzy
please
man.
state your name for the record?
It's Detective Stephen Grubbs, Grubbs.
And what is your current occupation, sir?
I am a detective for the Westerville Police Department.
And how long have you been a detective, sir?
Been a detective almost 5 years.
And did you have prior law enforcement experience before becoming a detective?
I did.
And can you walk us through that a little bit, please?
So I received my Bachelor's of Criminal Justice from Tiffin University. Later went on to receive my Master's of Criminal Justice from Michigan State University. I was hired by the Westerville Police Department October of 2000. After becoming certified as a peace officer, I worked essentially patrol and as a training officer for other newer officers from essentially February 2001 until I was injured on duty in 2006. While I was injured and rehabbing and everything else, as my light duty status, they essentially, if you remember when the To Catch a Predator stuff and all that was going on, all the online chatting and activity and stuff, while I was on light duty, they had me start chatting with guys online, ultimately trying to find, posing as a underage female and trying to find guys online looking to meet.
Was there a
That's
specific
still
organization that
going
you
on.
worked with for that?
At that time, no, as just out of a light duty status. Ultimately came back full duty as a police officer. And then in 2009, I was one of the initial members of the Franklin County Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force. And since then, I had served essentially a dual purpose. I would spend part of my week working as a uniformed patrol officer and part of my week with the ICAC task force.
And how long did you do that, sir?
I basically had that joint role from 2009 until I became a full-time detective in late 2017.
I want to turn your attention back to May 26th of 2020. Were you working as a detective that day?
Yes, sir.
What do you remember about how your day began?
Typically, how the day begins is we receive a briefing sheet. It's kind of a rundown of reports that the department has taken from the previous day. It's broken down by each shift and the type of report. It gives the report number and just usually like a 1 or 2 sentence synopsis as to what the report was about. Like if your, say, Officer Jones had gone out and taken a theft report from a car that had been broken into, it'd say, car broken into overnight, iPad stolen. Just as a thumbnail version as to what the reports were. So my day generally starts out by reviewing the reports taken from the previous day.
And did you see a report relating to a missing 52-year-old woman?
I did.
And what did you do when you saw that?
As that part of that thumbnail provides the report number itself, so I can then go into the system and actually pull up the report and read all taken, the exact location, what the narrative was, the dates and times, anything relevant to the report itself, I'm able to read it.
After you read the
I don't think it's
initial
petty at all,
information,
because
what'd you do
I think
next?
it just looks fuzzy. I just
I actually tracked
run
down
my
my Detective
hand
Sergeant
over it, not
Alloway
like in
and
a good way.
requested if I could
Just
be assigned this missing person
wanna
report for
rub his
investigation.
head like a
And
dog.
did
maybe.
then Sergeant Alloway assign that case to you?
Yes, sir, he did.
Can you describe for the jury what it means to be to have an investigation assigned to you?
To have it assigned to you, essentially, that case is your baby. You're responsible for it. You can reach out and ask others for help if you need it. Generally, most cases, you can usually work either by yourself or with 1 or 2 other people. Of course, the good thing about our detective bureau is if we need something, we're there for each other. So if I need 5 other guys to help with things, I can do it. So essentially, at that point, you almost become a quarterback at that point, where you can't do everything on your own. You need some of your teammates to help you investigate a case.
And were you the lead investigator then in this investigation here?
Yes, sir.
With respect to my colleague, I want to skip forward a little bit towards the end of this investigation.
Yes, sir.
Did you receive a call on September 16th of 2020?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what was that call that you received?
It was a call from Detective Sergeant Alloway notifying me that a body had been located in the woods.
And did you respond to that location?
Yes, sir, I did.
Generally speaking, where was that?
It was essentially northeast of County Line and Crossings in Westerville.
You've been here and seen the map a lot of times.
Yes, sir.
What's the nearest road along those woods?
County Line Road.
How did you go into the woods when you got there?
I had parked my vehicle actually on County Line. There were numerous emergency vehicles lined up at that point, and parked and tracked down Lieutenant Dickinson, who was one of the on-scene supervisors at that point, and had made my way in from County Line Road and the sidewalk north through into the wooded area.
Did you take photographs of the scene when you responded?
Yes, sir, I did.
And were you aware of anybody else that was going to be dispatched to that location?
Yes, I was notified that Ohio BCI was en route, but they were not on scene at that point.
And what was BCI's role going to be?
They would be the primary ones to take more photographs, gather any evidence, and then ultimately provide that evidence to us.
So ultimately, you were not going to be the one to personally process the scene,
That is correct.
but you did take some photos to show what it looked like when you were there.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, if I may approach.
Thanks. And I don't think it's petty to say you don't like his hair. Have kept a comment to myself because I don't want to open the door to any political stuff, but I think the prosecutor looks like she could be Jen Psaki's mom. But that's it. I'm not bringing any political stuff. That's just what I look at every time I see her. Like, she could be her mother. Same hairstyle and everything. Hers just isn't as orange. Did you guys not figure this out earlier?
Now, Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Detective, I'm handing you what's been marked states of it's 63 through 70. Take a moment to approve.
Now you're not going to be able to unsee it either. So-
Okay.
Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, sir, I do.
And generally speaking, what are they?
These are photographs essentially starting out from the sidewalk closest to County Line Road and then entering into the woods as you approach the body in the woodline.
And are those some of the photographs that you took on the evening of September 16th?
Yes, they are.
Are they true and accurate depictions of the scene as you saw it that evening?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, this time I'd ask to publish the civic 63 through 70.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Please go.
Detective, for the record, I'm now showing you State Exhibit 63 up on the projector. Can you tell us what it is that we're looking at here?
This is the sidewalk and crime scene tape as you are facing north, generally into the woods north of County Line Road.
Detective, I'm now showing you State Exhibit 64. Can you tell the jury what it is we're looking at here?
This is, again, continuing facing north as you approach what appears to be a body in the woods north of County Line.
And can you circle that for the jury, what it is you're looking at there? And Detective, can you describe where you're standing to take this photograph?
Standing south of the body, I'd say approximately 25 feet of it.
Elevation-wise, compared to where the sidewalk is, can you describe for us?
Yes, it's actually from the sidewalk as you start to enter the woods. The hill will actually go down decline, and it's not an easy terrain to make it through, but then it will level out. But this area is lower than the County Line Road part itself.
Detective, I'm not showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 65. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
This is another photograph from the south facing north of a body in the woods north of County Line.
State Exhibit 66.
Again, this is another photograph of the body as it was found in the woods north of County Line.
In the middle of the body, there's something hanging down there. Can you describe for the jury what that was?
It's a part of a black plastic USB.
Generally speaking, can you describe the positioning of the body?
Generally speaking, it is upright. She is essentially on her knees. You can see her right foot sticking out, and the left foot is later determined to be underneath the body itself.
Detective, I'm not showing you what's marked as State Exhibit 67. Can you tell the jury what we're looking at here?
So this is after the Delaware County coroner's investigator and BCI had been on scene. I didn't want to approach before they were there. And this is a photograph northwest, basically aiming down towards the body itself. This is more of the front of the remains of the body.
Detective, I'm not showing you what's marked as State Exhibit 68. Can you tell the jury what it is we're looking at here?
This is a close-up of the rest of the USB. As I mentioned earlier, the black plastic USB that you could see on the back, this is more the USB that was above the body.
So I want to talk about the ends of the cord.
It's like that's
Yes.
really stretched
Or
out.
cable, I guess, maybe a better word. Showing again State Exhibit 66. Can you circle where one end of the cable was?
Yes, sir.
So right in the middle of the back?
Yes, sir.
Hanging down? And then on State Exhibit 68, are you able to see the other end of the cord?
Yes, sir, you can.
And can you tell us where that is? Detective, I want to turn your attention right up. If you go up from the end of the cord, up a little ways.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, absolutely. Detective, again, could you circle where the end of the cord is there? For the record, it's in the bottom middle of the photograph. Going from the end of the cord, tracing upwards a little bit, what is the next piece that you see there?
The next piece, and I can't recall what it's got an official term, but I can't recall it, but it's this piece right here from the end of it.
And can you describe, without obviously what the name of it is, but can you tell us what that looks like or what that piece is?
It's still a part of the USB itself. It's a thicker part of it.
And is it cable or harder plastic or something else? What's that thing like?
It's hard plastic, like the rest of the USB itself.
And Detective, can you describe what that harder piece of plastic is stuck through there?
It's stuck through the end of the other half of the USB that's been folded over, and it's essentially threaded through that loop.
And is what was holding that entire cord together then to maintain that position?
Just that little black circular part was the only thing completing the loop at that point.
Was there any knot that was tied with that end of the cord?
At that point of the cord right there? No, sir.
Right above that, at the top of the photograph that we're looking at, do you see a knot anywhere?
Yes, sir, I do.
And can you circle that for us? Was that the only knot you observed on this cord when you were on scene on September 16th?
That is correct.
Not showing you what's marked as
Odd thing to
State's
pick
Exhibit 69.
to go
Can you tell the jury what it is that we're looking at here?
do that to yourself. And I'm
On
talking
the
about
foreground
the
is
sun.
a tree branch, but behind that is the rest of the USB cord as it loops over a tree branch, which is above the body at the scene.
And can you circle that just so the jury's aware of what we're talking about? And that shows the USB cable where it goes over the branch and then back down.
Yes, sir.
And then finally, State's Exhibit 70. Tell us what we're looking at there.
This is two indentations that were on that same branch itself after the ligature in the body had been removed from the scene.
And when you say ligature, what do you mean?
The USB cord itself.
That branch, can you tell us what type of plant or thing that was the cord was wrapped over?
Well, not being much of a tree guy myself, I actually reached out to the forestry division from Ohio State University, and they had asked me, and this was essentially a couple weeks later, a week or two later, to take some more photographs of the tree itself, get some close-ups of the bark, if there were any berries on it, what the leaves look like, so that way I could email it to Ohio State, and then they could offer a better opinion as to what sort of plant or tree that it was.
Okay. And again, when who responded from BCI to the scene, do you recall?
I can recall, but I'm drawing a blank right now.
All right. And was that individual from BCI the one that was going to be tasked with taking more photographs and collecting the
I
evidence?
can
Yes, sir.
recall, but I can't right now.
I want to go back
So,
now
Just say you can't recall.
to the beginning of your investigation.
Okay.
After the case was assigned to you, what was the first thing that you ended up doing?
First thing I did is I went and pulled up the driver's license information for Matt Moore, Emily Noble, and Celeste Groen, since she was named in the initial report itself from Officer Hollis. Just so I had an idea later on, one, what these people look like, try to get more of a background of these individuals involved in this report.
Did you leave the police department and go somewhere else then?
I did.
And where'd you go?
Detective Peachy and I actually traveled up to Abbey Cross Lane.
And what was the purpose of going to Abbey Cross Lane?
We were going to attempt to knock and talk with Mr. Moore's residence.
Can you describe for the jury what a knock and talk means to you?
Knock and talk is essentially what the name involves. It just involves knocking on someone's door and trying to either provide them with information or ask some questions. It's a non-custodial thing. It's more of just an investigative tool that we use.
And did you go to 46 Abbey Cross?
Yes, sir.
And when you knocked on the door, did somebody answer?
So those present at the scene was Mr. Moore, his cousin, and his father.
Did you have a recording device with you during that time?
Yes, sir, I did.
And can you describe for the jury what that was?
It's just a little handheld audio recording device. It doesn't record any sort of video or anything like that. I like to do it as a backup to if I have a formal interview with someone where I can't have any audio. There are times I'll also have it essentially in my notepad itself, and there's a pocket on the front. And a lot of times I'll just stick it on there, so that way I'm not tying up one of my hands, just trying to hold a recorder the whole time. That way I have it playing.
And did you activate that audio recorder when you made contact at 46 Abbey Cross?
Yes, sir.
And did you save those recordings of your interactions with people that were there?
Yes, sir, I did.
Are we going to get to hear some?
And Detective, if you had an opportunity to review those recordings, a true and accurate copy of your interactions at 46 Abbey Cross
Yes, sir.
on that morning. This time, well, I'm going to mark this as States of 71. I asked this time to play States of 71, which is the first part of the knock and talk interview.
Lead way, we'll get this last tag. Yeah. Matthew.
Okay. Can you take it from me real quick? May I ask you more? Okay.
Well, this is real clear.
We're not supposed to do this.
I was actually waiting to check.
Hi, good to meet you. We shook hands, I'm over all that. Is everyone gonna sit down or stand or?
You guys, it was.
Oh, okay. Westbrook Police. Good morning, Grubbs. Good morning. How are you?
Oh, yeah, I guess we can do that.
We sanitize 20 times a day.
All right, I'm just here to be here. I live
So no updates whatsoever, haven't heard anything, seen anything like that? Okay, from friends?
Yes, they're contacting me Facebook messaging, but she's actually met her a whole life.
Yes,
She's
she
got
knows
300
everybody.
friends on Facebook.
Okay.
What's it, that's it.
Detective, who's speaking at this point in the recording?
At that point, it's Mathew Moore.
Here,
Who does she work for?
Department of Medicaid, she's an auditor. Okay. She was working at home, because they shut the office down.
Right. Do you know a contact person with them? No. Okay.
He asked for one.
I got mine, said it, but I can get hold of it.
Do you know anybody that she works with there, by name or phone number or anything like that?
I live in here. She did go out socializing with people that she lived with.
Okay. Would there be a chance you could come down to the station?
Absolutely.
Chat one-on-one a little later on? Okay. And would it be okay if we take her cell phone?
Sure.
Okay. We'd just like to see if there's anything there to explain.
I mean, I've been going through it, and we probably will be better rather than meet with
Detective, did you ask to collect Emily's cell phone?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Did you ask to collect Emily's cell phone?
Yes, sir, I did.
And why did you do that?
To gain more information as to what exactly we had at this point. All we know is that she is gone.
And what was the plan for what you would do with Emily's phone once obtained?
The plan once obtaining it is to take it back to Westerville Police Department, where I provide it to Detective Leckie for a forensic extraction.
Did Matt Moore indicate whether or not he had been on Emily's phone at that time?
He said that he had been on her phone.
He said that.
Yeah, we have forensic programs that can recover text messages and stuff like that. So if she's left voluntarily, she's in communication with somebody, anything like that, we'll be able to try and find out, you know.
She was a roamer. She was, you know, she got off and kind of walk around for the forager, so she.
Did she bite her like that?
Not a lot, she was very small, she had very thin bones, she was bite her on the knee when I would want to.
She's had.
Bite here?
Yes.
So nothing is missing that you can see, can tell her.
I mean, enough, her wallet, her purse, her phone, her car.
Did she have a work computer?
She did.
Do you know what that is? Did that belong to?
She doesn't have school? No, I don't think that, it was a laptop, it would work out here during the day.
Did she ever leave without her phone or that?
Yeah, she would go for walks, good walk.
I see her son right here, so.
Yeah, at times she would, I mean, I wouldn't know this, but yes, she
Is your laptop anymore?
In response to the question about whether Emily would leave with her phone, what was the defense answer?
Yes, at times.
That recording came to an end there. Can you tell us how that happened?
Operator error. Essentially, my foolproof plan of storing my recorder in my notebook at the time, my notebook had actually hit the stop button at that point. So for a couple minutes, I was no longer recording until I'd look down at the device itself.
And did you reactivate that recording?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did that make a separate file then? What I'm going to mark here is States Exhibit 72?
Yes, it did.
Gee, I hope nothing important was said in your operator error.
Is it fair to say
time.
that some of the communications were from the other two people that were at the condo?
That is correct.
As to place Exhibit 72, and for the record, starting 3 minutes and 30 seconds into the recording.
Any objection?
The defense attorney, she's either asleep or in thought today because
And then
she's not responded twice now to the judge.
And then you
I don't know if I made phone calls or if she did.
I just want to make sure. What day is this when you are at the condo originally?
This is Tuesday morning, May 26th.
So the day after
That was my
law
thought too,
enforcement's
Kev.
response
Stopped
with
recording by
Officer Howe.
accident.
Yes, sir.
Good job. User error.
So it's just a routine. I got off out of this bed, I think, and I would have known she wasn't around. She sleeps out here sometimes. She likes to sleep on the floor. Nothing was unusual.
on the floor?
She sleeps like she likes being outside. She opens the wall windows. She's the squares and he is the kind of person who she has no enemy. She likes to be outside. So she'll sleep out here while the windows open. Wind blowing. And
So she's very earthy.
yes, with the necklaces and she eats. We eat for it. She eats because these are microgreens. She makes them. Throw. Oh, this is all her here. She goes plants. That
You
type of thing.
said most nights you got up to go to the bathroom? You thought the bathroom, she was there.
We spent some time there together. At some point, we fell asleep, and I woke up. And I'm not completely positive, but when I get up, I pass and I look at the time. Because in my head, how much time I got to go for it. It was early. It was like 12:31. like 11:50. I said, hey, we're still going to that party. And she didn't reply. So then I looked at my find the phone. Just to see if she was still here after maybe she left. She just didn't want to wait for me. But the phone was still here, so I'm like, oh, she's here. You have to wait, kind of rolling around a little bit more. Eventually I got up and I came over here and she wasn't here. And I saw her phone. And I was, well, that means she went for a walk. She's like 3 hours, 2 hours, around 4 hours go by. Texted her again, like, hey, there's no why. Get the phone, and then texted again. Because I still didn't see the phone from me. So I have to think about it. And eventually got to the point where I called her best friend. So
Why would you text her again if you had her phone?
I told her the story. Like, her wallet's here, her phone's here, car. She's at all. I called her.
The question I had for you, my machine thought. She doesn't have any history of any kind of mental illness, depression, anything like that?
She's just like any other girl. She's moody. But she's not chronically. She doesn't do things on purpose like this.
She never had, she never went to a doctor when she diagnosed with
She's on plan.
She's just like any other girl. Is he calling us emotional? Come on. That's not nice. She's just like any other girl. Oh, Mr. Moore, that was not nice. Funny, and maybe true at times, but it wasn't nice. No. Whether we think he should or not be speaking to the police as much as he is at this point, he is talking to them. He is being pretty like, here's this, here's that. Like, anything they've asked for, he's given them. He's given them complete access to his house. I don't know. I mean, it's kind of like one of those things where, well, he was too cooperative. Well, okay. Then if he wasn't doing that, well, he just wasn't cooperating. I mean, there's no winning. None. And that's just coming from a girl. Just like all girls. Oh, that's really loud.
Was Mr. Moore asked whether his wife had a history of any kind of depression or other mental illness?
That's correct.
And what was his response to that?
I believe it was, she's just like any other girl.
It's received. Okay. Let me call you back. The police are here. Alright. No, we're looking for it right now. I'll make it back. Alright. Now, she wasn't an user of drugs. She kind of looked. Those pills would be like, every once in a while she'd take one. She'd be like, I have one just to get help her sleep. She's moody, but she's not any more moody than any other girl. She wouldn't do this to make you mad. This is just not her. She
never disappeared for
no, absolutely not. She has her phone. She'll tell you where she's always online. She's very good. She's very worried. She's always, because she's so small, she's always very careful when she goes out.
Do you mind if I look at the phone? Is it unlocking now?
The key is on a station, and it should be open.
Look for that computer. If we find it, if it's not here, that's very powerful.
That means that she took it with her.
And why should they take that in mind?
So this is hers? Is it my phone? Do you know what kind of which model? 11, 8?
Yeah, okay.
That's right. Yes, please. 3? 3? Easy enough. And can you unlock? I've got a serial number for me. Settings, yeah. I think about. Let's try general first. About. And then, can you read off the serial number?
Do you want the model number?
I'll take off.
So the model number is NQ962LL/A. Serial number is F17 VW, it's a 0, W7 JCLY.
As you were collecting Emily Noble's phone, did you have Mr. Moore read off the serial number?
Yes.
And showing stays at 15.
All right, you know that they stopped on that, what did he say? Well, she's just like all girls. You know they stopped on that part on purpose just to piss somebody in the jury off.
Is that serial number?
I just think it's funny.
Mr. Moore read off?
It does.
Somebody else might get offended. Although he did double down and just keep saying all
For the record,
girls.
we're talking about the second row there, that string of letters and numbers that started with the letter F.
Yes, sir.
And what is her phone number?
That detective back, or that deputy back there plays with his lips and his face and everything so much. I keep thinking he's gonna pick his nose.
And your phone number?
It's 702.
Like he's gonna sneak a finger in there.
702-884-1010?
That's it.
Is that on purpose, or did you fill it out there? Okay. That's cool, you got that number. It's very, very unique.
Please.
And you guys, are you on the same service plan?
Yes.
Okay, who's that with? Okay.
Just looking for the computer.
Yesterday, where did you woke up around 11, 10, 11, something like that? Did you know, when did you leave the house?
The reason I say that is because I made a text to her about 11, like almost 12, and I think I lied in bed for a little bit. So I'm thinking that's really weird. It's like, don't sleep that late. It's just like, went so far into the night to get back to sleep.
And you didn't go for a couple hours? By 12:30, and you said got up to Cap and Andy, and you said you laid there and texted some people?
I figured out that I mean that like when I woke up to take a peek to try to fall back to sleep, it took a couple hours. Back in midnight, the guys around like 2, and then like at around 4, I'm still on the phone. So I didn't really kind of work. And eventually around, I would say around maybe 6, I did fall asleep, and then I slept until 11.
And then did you go anywhere?
I don't want to be totally concrete on that.
No, I understand time yet. And did you go anywhere yesterday, or were you just here waiting for her?
I call the police, and you guys come over.
Dick, I want to make sure that we understand the timeline here. Can you walk us through roughly what the defense said was the timeline of events there?
Roughly got up to go pee about 12:30, 1 o'clock in the morning, took half an Ambien, went into the other bedroom, laid back down, was up till approximately 4 a.m. I said that he fell asleep probably around 6 and then slept until about 11 a.m.
Counsel, before we go, could we take a mid-morning break here? I know we're going to be on for a while.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take 10. Remember the court's admonition. Thank you.
Gonna take a break because this dude's on the stand this entire part 1 and 2. I don't know why they split it, but I think we're gonna get both in. But we're gonna be looking at old Detective Grubbs all day long. And a little bit tomorrow. I hope the deputy behind him's back tomorrow because I'm probably the only one. My husband gets so mad at me because we'll be watching a baseball game on TV or something and I'm looking at the crowd. I'm looking at everybody behind home like plate because they do this dumbest stuff. And I can't help but watch them. Although the people that are on their phones and are like waving at the TV, you can tell and then they're like, "Did you see me?" Just stop it. Just stop it. I agree, Kim. Freaking girls. We are just we are emotional, unstable, just so hard to deal with. We're just so hard to deal with. Can't please us. I don't know. I left a lot of stuff out because, I mean, if I kept listening, I might cry or something, right? Yeah. I mean, I thought if he only said it once that they stopped on purpose to make sure that they got it out. But then when he kept saying, "Oh, like, yeah, I can't help you, dude." I mean, you kind of had the shovel and you dug that hole there for yourself. If you're found guilty, you probably will be the girl. And if you're not found guilty, or if you're found not guilty, you might want to change what you say about girls. Just some advice for you, life advice for you there. I'm also wondering, this prosecutor that is doing the direct on this detective, because this has to be one of their biggest witnesses, right? I wonder if this is his first time being lead, or if he is lead, because the woman, the girl,
Yes, sir.
I'm going to resume Plaintiff's Exhibit 7.
she's the one that like when they were making arguments, she was definitely the one doing the arguments and was very angry about it because she's emotional and stuff. But I haven't quite decided. Like, I keep pausing him in bad spots. If this is that, if the attorney that's questioning now, if this is his kind of like first big trial for him, because he seems so nervous.
72.
Over what she wants.
Yes, today, there's a trial today. It's very short, and my dad is there. I just want to make sure it's almost good. You can see into it. I will.
I know that you must have a couple.
You go up. Get to a watch on the street right here and take a left. It goes up into this neighborhood in here, and then you take a right, and you take another left, and it winds around outside. You get that bike path. You take a right. It goes over that bridge, that beautiful bridge, the Westfield Bridge. That's what we got. We go down in there, and right along the side of the bridge, which is all the edibles that we collect, and that's where she goes. And then you take a right, you walk down county line, and it's super wooded there, so you can't see in it. I did that right, and I'm like, dude, if she is in there, you would have to go in there to find out if she's there. And I'm not even thinking that right now. I just want to say,
So the bike path on the bridge over county line and then along county line, like on the south side?
north side.
North side of county
North
line?
side of county line. You walk along until you get to the bridge. You go this way too. And then when you get just before you get to the bridge, don't go on the bridge. You stay on the lawn prior to it and walk along the side of it.
Gotcha.
There's a path. There's woods on your left, and then there's that wall, and there's all where she walks there. And we get back on the path, walk down the path, and then we take a left into this neighborhood right here. I can take you guys for that walk that we do. It's pretty much the walk she'll do to do her edible thing. She was to leave here to take a walk to get edibles, which she does all the time. That's where she goes.
Would she ever walk off the path looking for edibles?
Yes.
Okay, so it's possible that
She could walk away, absolutely. She's all over the place. She sees something she wants, she'll go.
how far of a walk is it down here to show us how to get on the path?
5 minutes.
Walk over to that part?
Yeah, and look for the laptop then. And
I'm good with this with you real quick. So, the consent for cell phone. Matheau Moore, do you hereby volunteer? You go by Matthew or Matt?
Matt.
Okay. You hereby voluntarily give consent, Westfield Division of Police or its agents to search following electronic devices, media, related outlets. Apple iPhone 8 Plus, black. Ball number you read off, that's the serial number. Specifically, I give consent to Westfield Division of Police and other agencies and individuals acting on behalf of the police department to search all contents of the following. Basically, it's just calling for the iPhone itself. So if you're good with that, I'll need an initial there and a signature right at the top. Yep.
And again, whether we think he should or not, he just handed it over.
I got one other thing.
It's on the recording at 15 minutes, 31 seconds into it. Detective, after this portion, did you leave Abby Cross with the defendant?
Yes, I did.
And I'm going to put up on the overhead Defense Exhibit D.
So I assume if he's going to take him to the station, maybe we should see some video of him questioning him there.
Are you familiar with Defense Exhibit D?
Yes, sir.
And could you mark on the map where you went with the defendant after you left the residence of Abby Cross?
So we had left the residence and come out to County Line Road. And I drove east on County Line and then performed a U-turn, don't tell anybody, and then parked right here.
Ha ha
I
ha.
parked off the side of the road, actually onto where the sidewalk was. And from there, we got out on foot.
It's like I performed a U-turn because I
For the record, indicate that you parked somewhere near where County Line Road and the bike path are?
Yes, sir.
How does the bike path and County Line Road interact in that area?
The bike path is actually raised and it goes above County Line, so there's not a issue with traffic and bicycles at the same time. So the bike path itself is well above the roadway.
After you got out of the car on foot, where did you go next?
So then it was myself, Detective Peachy, and Mathew Moore, and we walked along the south tree line right here, and then he showed us how they would walk along the western side of the tree line, just west of the bike path itself.
Did you enter the woods at any point over on that side?
At that point, no, we essentially stayed right on the tree line itself.
Where did you go after you checked the tree line along the bike path?
We got back into the car, myself, Detective Peachy, and Mathew Moore, and we got back on the roadway, and then he showed us the other half of the route, so up to Ashbrook and then Maplebrook, and he showed us where they would enter the northern part of the bike path.
Did you exit your vehicle again up on the northern entrance to the bike path?
I don't think so, no.
So after you drove up at the northern entrance, what did you do next?
We then returned back to Mr. Moore's residence on Abbey Cross Lane.
Other than the cell phone, did you collect anything else from Abbey Cross at that time?
Mr. Moore identified a pair of socks that belonged to Emily and a white shirt, as well as a hairbrush of hers,
And what was the purpose of collecting those items?
in case we needed to submit them later on for DNA testing purposes.
After your interaction with
and
the defendant,
again,
what did you do
given
next?
willingly, right?
So after we returned to the residence and advised them that, if anything popped up, if she returned home, anything like that, obviously to notify our department, Detective Peachy and I went up and attempted to knock and talk at Celeste Grove's residence.
And did you make contact with Celeste that time?
No, sir.
What did you do after attempting to speak to Celeste?
We then returned back down to the wooded area, and at this point, Detective Sergeant Alloway had arrived, and the three of us attempted to walk the bike path on foot.
Can you show the jury again, marking where you went, the three of you?
So we had started on the south side down along County Line Road, and we checked this entire area up to where Maplebrook Drive is, essentially having between the three of us, we had one on the path itself, just in case there was any blood or anything like that, we want to be able to obviously retain it at that point, and then a detective along each side of the bike path, and we all moved north at the same time.
During that time when you were walking along the bike path, did you go into the woods?
Barely. The primary area that we were looking for was on that knock and talk with Mr. Moore. He said that she would primarily go no farther than 15, 20 feet in. So we basically just focused our area on that. At this point, we're assuming that there's a good chance that there's a medical emergency. She could have been laying in there and no one had seen her. So we're at this point focusing on the area that Mr. Moore said that she would like to forage.
Can you describe generally what the woods are like there just off to the west of the bike path?
It's fairly level and fairly open. You have obviously a lot of trees, as you can tell by the photograph, but they're generally much higher than eye level or anything else like that. So it's a lot more wide open at that point.
Are you able to see some distance into the woods on that side from the tree line?
Yes, sir.
After the three of you searched that bike path, what did you do next?
We then returned back to the Detective Bureau and continue our investigation.
Detective, during that time,
Just another
on
group
the
of detectives
26th, were
that
you aware of
didn't
other
go in the woods.
investigation going on?
Like another separate investigation?
Other investigation related to the disappearance of Emily Noble?
So other aspects of this case itself?
Yeah,
Yes,
right.
sir.
Had you enlisted the help of other detectives to help do some of those things?
Yes, sir. I did.
And can you give us an idea generally of the types of things that were being done at that?
We had a detective looking online for any social media activity, anything that could potentially be out of the ordinary. Had another detective go to the 3 restaurants in Uptown and try to talk with them, see if there was any video, anything out of the ordinary with any of the servers. At this point, anything that we could have to potentially go on.
Except go walking
Did you
in
participate
further
in any of
in the
the
woods.
canine searches that we heard testimony about yesterday?
So yes, at approximately 11:30, so this is still on the 26th, myself, Detective Peachy, Detective Sergeant Alloway, and later on we had a uniformed officer, Peachy, husband and wife duo, so I'm going to have to differentiate detective to officer, to have a uniform presence. We did return to Mathew Moore's residence.
And what did you do at that time?
Made contact with him. He did grant permission for the attic and the garage to be checked. And ultimately, Detective Sergeant Alloway had requested a bloodhound to respond to the scene.
And were you present when the bloodhound was deployed?
I was present when it was deployed, but I did not walk along with it.
I want to turn your attention then to the next day, May 27th.
Yes, sir.
I'm so curious. I wish they would have just walked into the woods, because obviously the bloodhounds, if you remember, went to that house, that driveway that splits the homes, and stopped there. Both of them did on 2 separate days. She was found basically diagonal in that other group of woods across from there. I just am wondering if she was in there the entire time, or if she was somewhere else and then in there. But we will never know because they couldn't bother to walk into the woods. Like, why would you not do that? It's not like they're huge. Well, we just walked around the outside. Okay, what'd that get you? Nothing. Almost looks like I got him paused where he's going to roll his eyes at me or something. I don't care. I'd roll mine right back.
Did you have contact from the defendant that morning?
Yes, sir, I did.
And can you tell us what that was related to?
He had notified me that he had received some threatening messages, essentially claiming that they had kidnapped Emily and they were holding her for ransom at this point.
I mean, obviously, I agree.
When he called you and told you about a threatening message, what was your response?
I asked him to email me the screenshots just so that I could see it for
Wait.
myself. Since
This is the very first time we are hearing that he got some messages like that somebody had Emily. Is it a possibility now? We don't know. Because you guys couldn't walk into the woods. And you immediately dismissed the people at the house. I mean, we don't know why, so it's, who knows? Maybe it was good. Maybe they really didn't. But a weird place for dogs to stop, and she's found completely opposite side. So this will be interesting, because this is the first time we're hearing of this, unless he didn't produce them, which is not going to look great.
he had told me over the phone what was happening. I was not present with him at the time.
And did he send you the
Yeah, this is the
screenshots?
first
Yes, he
time
did.
we're hearing about this, Kim.
Approach the witness. Hey, it was marked as State 73. Can you take one look that over?
Okay.
Detective, you recognize that document?
I do.
And generally speaking, what is it?
The screenshot that Mathew Moore was notifying me about.
This time, that's the published exhibit 73 of the jury.
Are they going to try to say he wrote them himself? This is interesting.
Detective, I'm showing you State Exhibit 73. Can you tell us, now the jury can see it, tell us what it is we're looking at here?
These are some of the messages that Mathew Moore had received in regards to Emily being sick, and they were holding her for ransom unless they received $7,000.
Your daughter is sick.
After this screenshot was sent to you, what did you do?
I asked him if he could come in and provide his cell phone so that we could provide essentially a forensic analysis to see what exactly we were looking at this point.
And what was his response to your request for him to bring you his cell phone?
He advised that he was going to take a shower and he'd be in the police station probably about 45 minutes.
Did he come in 45 minutes later?
No, but he did call.
And what happened in that phone
He advised me that it was probably just a prank and he wouldn't be coming in to provide a cell phone to me because he was going to need it that day.
Okay, so, okay. They're gonna make something of that. She's missing. He gets these dumb pranks. He should have taken his, I get it. He probably should have taken his phone down, like, whatever. But had he taken his phone down, he probably wouldn't get his phone back, right? They would have kept it. And then he had nothing for Emily to contact him on. So I kind of don't blame him. He could see what was happening then. They've already have her phone. If he takes his phone down there with these messages on there, they're gonna probably take his phone and then he has nothing. If she calls, he can't get anything from her. So I'm sure they're gonna try to make something of this. I don't think it's anything. I think he just wanted to make sure that if she called, he could answer. Also, have him write $7,000 and see how he writes it. See if he puts the dollar
Was
sign in
there
the
other
back
investigative
at the end.
steps being prepared for May 27th?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell us generally what those were?
Detective Lechty was working on obtaining a search warrant. There was a search warrant for the residence at 46 Abbey Cross, as well as a search warrant for any electronic devices in Mr. Moore's possession.
And what was the purpose of a search warrant for 46 Abbey Cross?
Because at that point, we had nothing else to go on other than the fact that, according to Matheau Moore, the last place that Emily was seen was sleeping in the house. So that was the last place we had to go on. So we asked for a search warrant in case there was any sort of evidence in the residence itself.
You mentioned that part of the search warrant was also to collect any cell phones.
That is correct.
What was the purpose of that portion of the search warrant?
To see if there was any forensic evidence on Matheau Moore's cell phone that could provide us with this, furthering this investigation.
Did you proceed to the condo with the search warrant?
Yes, sir.
And what was your role going to be in that?
My role primarily, since I'd had the most contact with Matheau Moore at that point, was to make contact with him, obtain the cell phone, and then ask him to come back to the station voluntarily for an interview.
Did you speak to Mr. Moore at that time?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did he agree to come down to the police department to speak to you?
Yes, he did.
Where at the police department did you speak to Mr. Moore?
We spoke to him in one of the interview rooms.
And are the interview room equipped with a video camera?
Yes, it is.
And does it record both video and audio?
Yes, it does.
And we're going to see, if you haven't seen, you're going to see how much different he looked at the time that this happened than he does today. And when his neighbor Celeste came in to testify, she could not identify him for a minute. I swear the state was over there like, he's over there, because she was looking everywhere. The jury, at the state, at the defense, all around. She didn't know where he was. It was really kind of funny. I've never seen it before. But he looks just so different now. And, I mean, I've not made my bias against prosecutors a secret, but why do they always look so grumpy? Like, kind of like they just took like they had a bad meal or something. They just look mean and mad.
Detective, who was present for the interview with Mr. Moore?
Initially, it was just myself and Mr. Moore.
And did anyone else join you during that time?
Later on, I was joined by Detective PG.
Before we put up on the overhead, let me pull some up here. Detective, I'm going to 74. Detective, are you able to see on the screen in front of you, State Exhibit 74?
No.
Oh, hold on. That was a test. You
I thought
passed.
it was a trick question, sir.
Now, can you see State Exhibit 74?
Much better, yes, sir.
All right. Before we play that, can you tell us what it is you're looking at there in State Exhibit 74?
So this is from one of our overhead cameras in the interview room, and that's Mr. Moore sitting in one of the chairs.
And does it indicate a date of when this is being recorded?
It does.
And what is that date, sir?
May 27th, 2020 at 4:47:02 p.m.
And is the State Exhibit 74 a true and accurate copy of the video recording of your interview with the defendant on May 27th?
Yes, it is.
All right. At this time, I would now ask to publish the first portion of State Exhibit 74 to the jury.
No objection, Your Honor.
See how different he looks? Crazy. He looks a lot older there than he does now in the courtroom.
Thank you. Sorry for being here.
Now, like I told you, when we were out there, said you were not under arrest. You were handcuffed coming in, is that correct?
Correct.
And that door has a lock. This is a voluntary interview. Okay. Obviously, we need to do the best we can to get the full story.
You're okay until he says, I need to read you something. And when he says that, shut up. Get your attorney. When he says you have a right to an attorney, go get one.
You can find your wife and you can get back to normal. Obviously, part of that involves talking with you. So, again, this is a voluntary thing. Like I told you out there, I haven't lied to you, I'm not going to start now.
We could have done this at my house?
No, this part we can't do.
Because it's not voluntary.
No, it's completely voluntary.
And I could leave, but
Yeah.
I don't want to. I'm just.
Yeah, you try that door right now.
At some point, could we, I want to help you. I want to get this going because I didn't do it, and I want you to find whatever the hell happened to it.
Me too.
I want it to happen. But just.
Detective, as you began that discussion with Mr. Moore, did anything stand out to you about your initial interaction with him?
He said I didn't do it.
Yes, he stated he didn't do it.
Yes, I caught that too.
Accused him of doing anything in particular at that time?
No, sir. All I was doing was going over the fact that it was a voluntary interview when he made that statement.
No, it's a little hard for me to get some time to.
I respect that. But we take
on hallway or something.
Okay. So
what do you think?
And
I'm an open book.
I don't mean to insult you.
No.
But you can read English, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I have to ask that because I've had people before that
I can read.
when I go over rights waivers, later on they magically can't read English.
I can read.
So again, I don't mean to insult you. So it says before we ask any questions, you must understand your rights. You understand that part?
Yes.
You have the right to remain silent. Is it locked? That's weird.
These are my Miranda warnings.
Yeah.
So I'm being arrested.
You're not being arrested.
So why am I being read on Miranda warnings?
Because it's the standard protocol that I do, just to make sure that we are on the same page with everything. You know, I told you honesty. You told me whatever.
You know, I told you honesty, and you know all those other times that we've watched trials where they say the cops are allowed to lie to you, right? Yep. Honesty, right there. Dude should have got an attorney right then and there. My opinion only, not legal advice. But as soon as those come out, go get your attorney.
I told you not being arrested. Anything you say can be used against you in court. You understand that part? You have the right to talk to a lawyer before we ask you any questions, and to have a lawyer with you during the question. Do you understand that?
Yes.
If you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed for you before any questioning, if you wish. Do you understand that?
Yes.
If you decide to answer questions now without a lawyer present, you still have the right to stop answering at any time. Do you understand that part?
Yes.
You also have the right to stop answering at any time until we talk to a lawyer.
Seems fair.
Understand that part?
It seems like a right that's in the Constitution or something, so I'm totally on board with it.
Good. And I, Matthew
Matheau
E.A.U.
Moore,
M.O.R.E. I've read the statement of my rights, and I understand what my rights are.
I
No
think the
promises or
closed
threats are made.
captioning
Is that fair?
phrased it how they would. Just don't threaten to stop answering questions at any time.
And so we can both write at the same time.
Today is
The 27th.
5/27/20. Time is
The time is 4:51. Put my info down.
And I'm not anti-police. I'm not anti any of that. But protect yourself.
Detective, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 75.
Okay.
And Chairman speaking, can you tell the jury what that is?
That is a copy of the Miranda rights waiver that I just went over with Mr. Moore with his signature on it.
Is it a true and accurate copy of the document that Mr. Moore signed for your interview on May 22nd?
Yes, it is.
That's the post to the jury?
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
Detective, I'm not showing you what's Exhibit 75. Did you read that language at the top of the form directly to Mr. Moore?
Yes, sir.
And whose signature appears under the waiver of rights next to the word sign?
That's Mathew Moore's signature.
I wonder if he would have been under arrest if he would have
For the record, resuming,
chosen to
Exhibit
not
74.
sit there and talk to him. If all of a sudden he would have been under arrest. Just curious. I don't know.
So, now, when you called to report Emily on Monday evening, Officer Hollis is the one that came out, correct?
like I have said, you
Yes. Very friendly.
That's great.
Did he treat you well?
Absolutely.
Okay. Did he have you provide any sort of, I can't even talk. It's been that kind of day, right?
I'm gonna have a hard time talking.
Well, if you get tongue-tied, I'm totally good. Did he have you fill out any sort of written statement as to what had happened?
No.
Okay. What I would like from you, and I've got paper here for you, and I will leave and give you a piece. If you want to stay in here, I can stay in here. It's up to you.
Staying here with you.
Okay? Is, and I'll be completely quiet, but I just need a statement from you. You have to, starting from, when you went to bed on Sunday evening until you called the police on Monday at whatever time it was.
Okay. I mean,
And I understand that you've talked about it and everything else like that. However, it's just a procedural thing that needs to happen. And honestly, I told you, I like honesty. I'm not happy that Officer Hollis didn't get that on Monday.
it's probably fresher in my mind then.
I get it.
I've gone through this in my head with the timeline, and some of my times don't line up. I made a phone call when I thought I was sleeping.
Okay.
So, I try my best, but I don't want to make
But
faults.
you're human, right?
Yeah, I'm human.
And all I want is your best.
It might be, specific times I couldn't really be like, this is when I did this, this is when I did that. I could if I had my phone sort of.
Just the best that you can.
Yeah, man.
I mean,
Just know that the times are going to be, might be wrong, and I would hate to give you a wrong time, and then you suspect me of something.
I just don't want to blatant lie like the sky's purple.
Absolutely.
Something like that.
If
If you say this happened at 4:51, and I'm like, oh no, that's bullshit. It was 4:55.
No,
You
it
lied.
could be an hour off.
Okay.
It was night. It was just like any other night. It wasn't.
Right.
So I'm not checking my time.
Right, and you're human.
It was a normal night. We drank. We came home. We hung out. I left because I wake up in the middle of the night to go pee. I don't go back into the bedroom because I don't want to wake her up. I sleep in my son's room, who doesn't live there anymore, on the couch, and I slept. I made texts, and I talked to people during that period.
Okay.
And it's on the phone.
Just the best in your own words.
But I can't tell you, hey, I made texts at 5, at 3, you know what I mean? I can't. I won't write down times, but I'll just kind of give you a brief, a story without times, because I think that's...
But just any instance that you can recall. Yeah. I'm not so time focused right now. It's just the fact that I want to be able to make sure I have everything sequentially.
I feel comfortable...
From how I understand it, I want to make sure that, I can pick it up and go, oh, yeah, that's right. When he woke up, he then moved the refrigerator on the roof. Whatever it may be, I want to make sure that sequentially I understand.
Could you help me write it? Because I can't spell for one, I'm pretty horrible. Or, just kind of help me.
But if you need help with the word, I can help you spell it, absolutely. And I'm not here to judge
You
spelling.
want to go day?
Just from when you went to bed, that Sunday night?
So you don't want to know about where we were prior to...
No, not so. Because that's always stuff that we can follow up on.
Because I'm not really sure when we got home. from,
So, just name, address, date of birth, and then you don't have to worry about anything on this side. Your handwriting is actually much more pleasant than some other ones that I've seen.
you want the Westerville?
Yes, please.
What's this? Rick?
We're seriously gonna sit here and watch him write this?
And I really want you to just take your time, make sure that we're all
Yeah, I mean,
on
this
the
is-
same page.
We got home from being in Uptown. We talked. It was her birthday. We talked. We went to bed. Together. Do I say we had sex or
Any details like that, I mean, we're all adults.
made love? I guess it was her birthday.
It's like, I'll make it sound better.
Fell asleep. I fell asleep. I'm not sure if she did. She might stay up. I'm not sure, but I passed out. Woke up. Went up to pee or urinate. I did look at the clock. I don't want to say that I knew what time it was, but whenever I wake up to go to the bathroom, I look at the clock to see how close it is to the morning, and that determines whether I take a sleeping pill or not.
Okay.
Which is, I don't know the name of it. I think I have one, and it was earlier, so I'm going to say, I don't want to tell safe, but I mean like 1 maybe, which is early. And I woke up, urinate, went to my son's room to sleep on couch. Couch is C-O-U-C-H. Spent time looking through TROUGH phone. Made a few text messages at MESSAGES. Made a few text messages I might have posted on Facebook. I don't know. I'm gonna say I did. I didn't look. Might have posted on Facebook. I texted my stepfather. I know he did. He texted back. I think I don't know what time it was 3. I think he got back to me at 8. From what I saw today, I actually texted back to him at 8, so I might have been awake later than I thought. But at some point, late morning, late morning, late night, early morning, or you know, like 8, 7, 6, I don't know, whenever that's late night, late early morning. It's at some point.
Was it sun up?
I couldn't tell you. At some point, I'm going to say it was starting to be dawn because there's a reason for that. Because usually I do fall back asleep before it gets light out, and then I usually wake up at like 8 o'clock, 7 o'clock. You know what I mean? I didn't wake up till like past 11, I think, which is really late. I could have woke up a few times in between that and at some point fell back asleep. Because I think I did at some point at mid-morning make a text to somebody.
The whole not being able to
Might.
spell some of these words feels kind of off to me.
Made. Mid.
I'm not saying he can or he can't. It just feels kind of off.
I remember awaking. The text says the time was like almost 12. I could have woke up at 11, just lied in bed for a little bit. Waking towards how T-W-O-R-D?
T-O-W-A-R-D-S.
T-W-O-W-A-R-D-S. Towards noon. I text Emily to see if we were going to a Memorial Day. I spell that M-A-M.
O-R-I-A-L.
M-A-O.
M-E-M.
M-E-M.
O-R-I-A-L.
I-A-L. Day picnic. I don't know the guy's name. I got it written down. I think it's in my phone. I'm sure you guys already know. Picnic. She didn't respond. I'm not 100% sure, but I checked my Find phone app, and it said that she was there.
How long after you sent the text when you, if you had a ballpark?
I don't know.
More than an hour?
No, it was probably within like
5-10 minutes?
I'm guessing. I'm gonna guess. I don't know, but I do know that I looked just to see if she was still in the house, because you know what I mean. It was later. I thought maybe she could have left, early, because she didn't come in and wake me up, which is not like she does that. I mean, we had someplace to go. She didn't respond. At some point, I checked my Find a phone, and it was still there. I don't know how much longer I lied in bed, but I know I made another text to her at around 3, and said, well, I guess we're not going. And I'd already been up in the house, so I didn't know her phone was on. I hadn't seen her phone by then, I don't think. Or I wouldn't have texted. It would have been a text. I don't know how to word that. She didn't respond. I re-texted. I got up, looked through the house. I checked for her car, which was there. Which was there.
I don't think that's what he said.
I'm back
I think he said which was there.
in my son's room. Lie on the couch. Flipping through the phone. I don't know if I made any text messages or not. I'll have to look. Some point in the afternoon.
Oh, we got to get back to those
Her wallet.
other messages, right?
Her phone's next to her bed. Her wallet. This,
Obviously, they didn't think they were real.
her car. So I came before. All of a sudden, just at some point in the afternoon, I realized that there was some different things. Her other stuff was there, and she was gone, and she said, "Come back." I realized R-E-A-L-I-Z-E-D. I called her friend Celeste said, call police. You guys should. Got home from being in uptown, we talked, we went to bed together, made love, fell asleep, woke up to urinate, went to my son's room to sleep on the couch. Spent time looking at the phone, made a few text messages, might have passed me. Facebook at some point. At some point, I fell back to sleep, I never made a mid-morning text. I remember waking towards noon, text Emily to see if we were going to the Memorial Day picnic. She didn't respond. I got up to the house, I checked for her car, which was there. I went back to my son's room, only because I didn't think that anything was at that point wrong. She walks around, she doesn't think she's not there at that point. To the house, I checked for a car, which was there. I went back to my son's phone. At some point in the afternoon, I realized there was something wrong. I called her friend Celeste, we talked. She said, call the police. When I saw her phone, at some point, when I saw her phone, it was probably the last thing I really was like, all right, because the phone is pretty much I mean,
Can I read over it now?
yes,
Sure. You have very nice handwriting. I'll show you.
I didn't do anything in school.
No, you don't. Your handwriting's awful.
You know what stinks is when you make really bad spelling mistakes. I mean,
Detective, I'm going to approach the Angels and Mark Sleeper at 76. So, take one look that over. Do you recognize the document, sir?
I do.
And generally speaking, can you tell the jury what it is?
It's a copy of the witness statement that Mr. Moore just completed.
And it's a true and accurate copy of the statement that Mr. Moore filled out on May 27th.
Yes, it is.
This time that's published to the jury.
No objection, Your Honor.
Detective, starting in the top left corner there, can you tell us whose handwriting that is and the location, date, time, and incident number?
That is my handwriting.
And then just to the right of that, can you tell us whose handwriting is in name, address, phone, date of birth, and occupation?
That is Mathew Moore's handwriting.
And what did Mr. Moore list as his occupation?
He's an unemployed casino dealer.
Underneath that, is that continue to be Mr. Moore's handwriting?
Yes, it does.
And is that the statement that he wrote out as we just watched in the video of him talking it through with you?
Yes, it is.
What is the purpose of the line that comes after the text ends?
Just to show that that was the end of his statement. Nothing else was added on later on after the fact. That was the true ending of what he had written.
And then finally, all the way down here at the bottom of 76, what are we looking at there?
That is Mathew Moore's signature.
Now resuming plaintiff stays at 74.
Well,
so I guess.
we're not spelling police.
Good.
I could introduce some of my coworkers and your head was that. What were you up to? You talked? So you don't remember what time you came back from uptown?
We came directly from, I think our last bar was the, not the Hook Line, I think it was that other old school, Baggin' Hills. And I think I have the receipt. It was only for like 20, we got fish fry, maybe a couple drinks. I don't think we were there for that long. You can check with them. Yeah, I think they probably will know.
So then from Old Bank you went
So we walked across the street, we were parked across the street behind Old Bates, and we went back.
Okay. And was the sun still out when you got home?
I'm guessing that it probably was, but I don't know.
Were you intoxicated when you
Yeah,
drove back?
I mean, yeah.
I appreciate that. We've all done.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
So
We weren't stumbling drunk, but we were.
if you had to approximate that time?
8, 9. We went to my father's, we gardened. You'd have to check with him, but I think we left there around 4 or 5. We got there at noon. We usually garden for about 4 hours. It was hot. He had friends over. We went home, we washed up, and we went right. We didn't take showers. We just kind of washed up because we were ready to go. We went to the bar. So I mean, we were there early.
Okay.
So and we wouldn't make it. It's not gonna be like getting home at 12 or 1 o'clock at night. It's really. It's like 9, 10. No later, and it could have been even earlier than that.
So you think an 8, 9-ish?
Yeah, probably, yeah. 8, 9, 10.
Okay, all right. So you get home, you hang out, you drink in the morning, huh? You guys were...
She had beers in the fridge, and I don't reason there's beer at my house right now, but that's all it was in there. I don't have beers. I do, but I wouldn't get home at vodka.
Okay.
So I sip vodka on the house, and I didn't have any home. Usually when I get home after drinking, I don't, that's it for me. She'll continue to drink sometimes. But
Did she keep drinking? But you did not?
No.
Okay. And you guys hung out and talked?
We hung out in the kitchen, and we got really along really super well. It was her birthday. We started making out, and we went to the bedroom, and we had sex.
Okay. And that's in... So there's the master bedroom, just to make sure that I'm
The master bedroom.
And then there's what you call your man cave.
That would be my son.
That Joey's room? Okay. Just to make sure that I'm separating right. So you went into your bedroom and had sex?
I went into the master bedroom with my wife, and that's where she likes. Sometimes she sleeps on the porch, on the ground. She likes to be outside. I don't know if she went in there at some point. As far as I know, I fell asleep. I woke up because I had to pee. She was there. I wouldn't know if she wasn't. I would just not even know if it was there. I didn't have anything that she wasn't there. I remember looking at the clock because I like to time when I have how much time I have left to sleep. So whether I take a pill, fall asleep or not, I don't know if I did or not. I might have been drunk enough to I'm like, I'm not even going. And I went into Joe's room. But in my house, it's something that happens every night. I don't think there's a night that goes by that I sleep all the way through and make sure that I always have to get up hoping because of my press up. And I do remember it, usually it's pretty much I fall asleep an hour. This when I was lying in bed for quite a bit. And I made a couple texts and I have it on my phone. Actually, I looked at my phone today and I think, I don't know how it works, but it was an 8 o'clock phone call. I could have fell asleep and woke up at 8 and then fell back asleep. Next thing you know, I slept into the day, which is very unusual, at like 11, because the first thing I did was text her and be like, are we still going to that party? And that was, I think, towards 12.
So you got up to go pee, and the routine is after you pee, then you don't climb back into bed with her.
Yeah.
And the routine is that you look at the clock to see if you should take a sleeping pill or not.
How much time I have left before, if it's like real late into the night, I won't take one and stuff. But if it's early, I do. But I don't know. It was early, but I don't know if I took one or not. So.
Do you know what type of medicine?
It's like a Ambien, but it's some other derivative of Ambien, and I take half of it.
Okay. All right.
And they definitely
But you don't remember that night you took one?
I don't remember. And I probably not because I was up making phone calls, or not phone calls, but texting.
Who's up at that time?
You'd have to check. I have a friend in Vegas, so he would be, and he's up at, so it's 3 to 12 out there. I'm not sure, you'll have to check.
You don't remember who you texted?
I remember texting my stepfather, and that was the one that was at 8, and he's 8 our time, he's East Coast, so.
8 a.m. you texted?
After midnight, that's right.
So was it after midnight, or is it 8 a.m. that you texted?
8, no, it was that night, that early morning, 8 o'clock a.m.
Our time?
Yes, he's
Okay, but what about like at 1 or 2 or whatever time it was?
I made a post at like 3 in the morning, and I think it was my brother, Paul. And
like Facebook post?
on iMessenger. You'll have to check. I don't want to lie. I don't want to say, you know what I mean? But I think it was something funny about the MMA fighter guy, the guy that runs the UFC that's having some sort of stuff that's off the shore. He's doing just distancing.
So was this a social media post or like a text message?
It was iMessenger is like a messenger that other people can see. It's just for messaging.
So that you sent it iPhone to iPhone?
Yeah.
And this was at like 3 in the morning?
I think it was at 3.
This was stepmother?
Half brother. Paul lives in Florida.
Half brother.
And I'm fairly, I've been kind of doing my thing, trying to figure out the timeline and stuff, and I'm pretty sure, I think there's one more in there too that I sent out, that I don't know if anybody responded to, but I definitely sent it out, I'm not sure. You have to look a friend.
And you haven't gone back to look to see?
I did, I'm nervous right now, I'm not really sure. I don't think they responded to it, so I'm not sure. I have 5 friends that we kind of like just goof around and text each other.
So did you text the one friend or 5 friends?
I didn't text 5 friends. I remember texting I believe it was my brother about the Dana White issue, and I remember texting my stepfather about the water bottles. He collects spring water. He drinks spring water, and we just started doing that. We go that day. We went down and got spring water, and I was talking about how the shelf life of water.
You texted him that night too?
That early morning.
Yeah. The 3-ish or whatever.
Monday early morning.
Yes.
No, it wasn't 3. It was, I said, it was more like,
Anytime from midnight to 3.
when you see the times, he might have responded at 8 o'clock. And I texted him at 3. You know, I would have to see my phone to text. But there was definitely correspondence going on while I'm trying to fall asleep at night.
Any social media posts?
You'd have to check. I don't think so. I don't think so. But at some point in the morning, I fell back asleep. I did get back to sleep, and I didn't wake up until late into the morning. And the first thing I did was, because I knew we had to go to this, we'd been invited to a party, was I said, hey, we should go to the party, and she didn't respond.
And where was that party?
I don't know him. She just barely knows him down there. I talked to him, actually, because I gave him, they were like, who's this guy? And I found out who he was, and they called him. And I texted him, and I asked him if maybe she went over there.
You texted him on your phone?
I'm not sure. No, it was hers, because it was through her. It was her. So I wouldn't have it. I don't even know that. And I asked him, hey, I'm going to go there. Maybe she went over there without me. Maybe I slept too late. She said, yeah, whatever, I'm not going to get him up. I'm just going to go without him. And he said he hadn't heard from her all day.
About what time was that?
11, 12, 11, maybe close to 12.
You texted him?
I don't know, one night, maybe a couple hours after that, or I would hate to not say, I don't know.
So then, you know, in your words, you got up like around 11ish?
Was it closer to 12, if I remember correctly? And I got up and I walked around and she wasn't there, and I'm like, okay, she's out doing her thing, and I went back to my couch, she's kind of whatever, found the order for the night before, and then the next thing I did was text her again at, I think 3, it was like 3 hours later, and I'm like, I guess we're not going to the party, where I didn't know that, I guess we're not going to the party, and that's the last thing I texted her. Got up again, and then I looked, there's her car, there's her purse, there's her phone, things started, this is not right.
Where was her phone when you found it?
On her end table.
Is that normally where it
Yes,
is?
well, no, I mean, yes, sometimes. If she's lying there, that's where it is.
Does she generally sleep in the bed?
Like I said, sometimes she sleeps on the floor. She's just been recently doing that.
Well, what I'm saying is when she sleeps in bed, is her phone on the end table next to the bed?
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean,
And then when she sleeps on the floor, where does she put it?
yeah, the phone's with her.
Okay.
As far as I mean,
Does she always have her phone with her?
she always has her phone with her. And the only time she doesn't, and I said this when the first guy came over, she goes out with these foraged things, and she does this route, and he was like, does she ever go out at night, you know, by herself? And I'm like, no, she does at night. That's something, but she does. At times, now that I think of it, especially if she's got a buzz and she's drinking, she'll get that, and she'll grab a flashlight, and she'll go on us, and she comes back with the forage, and she shows them.
Real quick, I got a question. So between 11 and 3, what were you doing? Were you just laying there on the couch?
11 in the morning till 3 in the afternoon, it was lying in my son's room. Kind of just chilling, recovering, waiting for her.
Did you ever go to the bathroom at any point? Did you drink?
I don't. Yeah, there was periods where, I mean, I definitely got up.
Okay. You didn't know she was gone? Or?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. The first time when I texted her and said, are we going to this party? And she didn't get back to me, I checked the Find My phone, and the phone said that she was there. So I'm like, okay, you know what I mean? At some point that happened. So it just didn't, okay, she's doing her thing, she's going to come in and get me when we're ready to go, or whatever. At some point, she didn't come in and get me. I got up, went out there, between 11 and 3 at some point. It still wasn't a big concern. I wasn't like, freaked out. I kind of went around a little bit. And the first thing I did was look to see if her car was there, because she got the call. That would have made sense that she left. Her car was there, so okay, she's doing something. She's just out and about. I texted her again at 3. I'm pretty sure that's the time you guys can check the.
And in between those 2 times, you texted the gentleman in.
No, I didn't get concerned until the second time I texted her and said, hey, I guess we're not going.
You texted him after
3, 3:40, could have been 2:50.
Okay.
Then after that text, that's when I got. So I didn't even know her phone was still there until, because I texted it. So her sister made a group text that I didn't notice, and her sister says it was at 3:45.
Mm-hmm.
She says she responded to it.
At 3:45 p.m. on Monday?
Yes. Let me think. I'm getting screwed up. I'm not getting this screwed up. Maybe it was 8:45 in the morning. That's what it was. It was 8, so while I'm sleeping.
So her sister, what was her sister's name?
Her sister named Amy.
Okay. She said group text 8:45 that night?
To her and I, and from that you can tell whether someone views it. And she said that we both viewed it at some point. I don't know when I did. She said that, I don't know if you can tell when they get viewed, but it was viewed. And I wasn't me that viewed to me, she was there at 8:45 or 8, Emily was there. That's my. And the guy across the street, John, said that he saw her at 10 or 10:30 or
No,
something.
that's incorrect. Jonathan's back there.
Okay.
Yeah, that's kind of what we, and he originally said like 8 to 9, and then he's now saying I can't, he's saying I can't.
You can't swear to it.
And then he means no, I couldn't Sunday.
So that makes it look bad for me.
Well, it just makes it great. I mean, not just, we're not gonna put.
You guys want to look at anything in my body, you want to look at anything at all, I'm here.
Well, let's just talk. And,
I hope you guys know that I love my wife, and I would never hurt her.
Oh, that's kind of where I was going to go next, is, so, because we've kind of beat this timeline down pretty good. So, you guys got married 2 years ago?
We got married August 28. August 28, 2018. Easy one to remember, right?
8/28. Okay.
And I had a son.
any tissues or anything? Drink water? Okay, we know about it. We don't need to. We don't want to bring up bad memories, so let's try and focus on. Okay, because
Oh, schizophrenia is the worst thing they got tonight. I don't know where to go now. What do you want to know?
So, what years did you live out in Vegas?
I did 25 years out there. 93, 94. And I left to come out here to get my son. He was having trouble in school. And not trouble, just couldn't learn very well. He didn't have special education. My dad said, come on out here and live with me. And we'll enroll him in Worthington. They have a special course for kids that aren't doing well. And so I moved out here. And that's when I was out here. I don't know what year that was. I'm guessing it was just 2 years ago. He was a freshman in high school, so he would have graduated this year, so it would have been 4 years ago. He was in ninth grade. And Emily and I met via the internet, and we started dating. And it lasted like a year. My son didn't make it in the school he was going to, and I ended up having to move out of the house in my dad's, and I was living with my dad. And I ended up in a place I could afford because I was working at the casino here in town, which is a real crappy casino. I can only afford it.
Big difference.
Yeah, I was making really good money out there, and so I moved to the continent, and I just wasn't making enough money. So and Emily and I weren't like living together type relationship. So I took off. I said I got to go back to Vegas and try to get my job back. And I went back there, and my son got sick, and I'd still been in contact with Emily. And I'm like, Joey's sick, like sick. He's got, and I don't have any insurance because I quit my job and when I moved back to Vegas, they didn't give me insurance. It was a long process because that Obamacare, so I didn't have any insurance to take care of my kid that had caught schizophrenia. We didn't know what schizophrenia then, but he was sick. And she said, come on back here and marry me. Come on back here and marry me. We'll get him in Westville. So I moved back probably in July. We got married in August. We pulled in school.
Okay.
And that's how things went. And things were really, really super great.
And things were great with you and him?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Saved my life.
Now, we don't have some issues with our wives. We and I have both been married once before, divorced, okay? We all know how marriages are, so there's ups and downs. What were the downs?
I lost my sex drive after my kid died, sort of, and there was an issue with that.
Okay.
There was never any, she really was really great with the house. She was really meticulous, and I liked it. She reminded me of my mother when I came to take care of home, and so she would tell me to wash this and do that, and I really dug it. And it was, we would bicker about.
For the record, I'm starting to stop recording at 42 minutes, 58 seconds. Yeah, I see it's now noon. This witness is going to continue for many hours. I think probably a good place to break for lunch if that works for everyone.
If that works for you, that's fine. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take our midday break at this point. Let's come back at 1 p.m. The court's admonition, have a good break. Thank you.
Gonna continue for many hours. Stream isn't gonna continue at all. So we are going to go to part 2 of day 3. These interrogations are kind of hard to listen to. The audio's not great. Come on. But I would think they'd get back to the ransom questions at some point.
May continue your examination.
Thank you. Detective, to kind of reset here. So we've been looking at a portion of your interview with the defendant.
Yes, sir.
And what day did that occur?
Wednesday, May 27th of 2020.
And in the room, there are 3 people. Can you tell the jury again who those 3 people are?
It is myself, Mathew Moore, and Detective Brett Peachy.
Okay, we're going to resume with a portion of the interview where Detective Peachy asks for a ranking of a scale of 1 to 10 of his relationship with his wife. Do you recall that?
No, sir, I don't think we got to that part.
Right. We haven't covered that yet.
Okay.
We're going to start there now.
Okay.
I got this time, I've labeled this portion of the interview, stays with 74B. And that's to double check to the jury this time.
Ten being bliss, everyday honeymoon like a honeymoon, and 1 being can't stand each other. Understand? What was your rate?
It would fluctuate like a sine wave, but we were on since 6 months. It was an 8.
Last 6 months?
Absolutely. Did you read our text?
Well, we haven't gone through everything. There's a
There might be some old text from earlier, like whatever, but it was after my son died. There was tension, stress. She dealt with it differently than I did, and so there was things that were said back and forth. But this whole Corona thing really, we became really super shit, and we kind of we need each other. Let's do this thing, guys. I did not hurt my wife. I did not hurt my wife. I loved her. I don't know. I would speculate.
Detective. After the defendant was talking about Corona, what did he say about Emily?
He told us that he loved his wife and said it in a past tense.
So not love, but loved. I
Loved.
loved my wife.
Well, that's it. He's guilty.
She might have hurt herself. But if she did, you would have found her. She would have went down somewhere close. Was there times when she would kind of say, you know, I'm not afraid to die, this thing? I mean, don't they all kind of be like that, you know, sort of? Nothing that I would ever call anybody, go, my wife's going to hurt herself. Nothing.
So why would you think she would hurt herself? I mean, possibility.
Because she was, not that she ever would, I'm just saying, she was emotional. She would get emotional. She was a very emotional person. And she
Is he talking about girls again? Aren't we all kind of like that? That we're all not afraid to die? I don't just walk around saying things like, I'm not afraid to die. So just there, it's out there. So if anything happens to me, you can know that I didn't say that because I just said I don't say that. I mean, I don't know about him doing the whole loved instead of love. It doesn't look good. It doesn't convict you either. Or it shouldn't. Maybe because he had just dealt with his son's self-deleting and she had a ton of people self-delete out of her life. Maybe it's not that far-fetched to say that's where he went. That's where he's going now, and I'm sure they're just going to totally try to pick this apart. I cannot wait till the defense attorney cross-examines this dude.
She would say things like, and then when Joseph died, it was like this thing where she would be like, well, if I would do it if I needed to do it, you know, or she would be like, oh, you know.
So, I mean, like I said, we're not.
Second, the interview continue after that?
Yes, it does.
And I'm not going to ask to publish Westman March's State Exhibit 74C to the jury.
Anytime their computers go black, it freaks me out. I think it's something wrong with
Seem
mine.
to be as happy as as you were led to believe?
Of course.
Would surprise you?
It wouldn't surprise
It
me.
wouldn't surprise
She was sadder than I thought she was.
As far as your relationship?
No, she loved me. I would be very surprised if there was like a. No.
Detective,
Oh, she
was
said
the defendant there talking
love.
about
He said love.
Emily's feelings towards him,
Yes, he was.
and what did he say?
He said, no, she loved me. Again, past tense.
Loved, not love.
Correct.
No, well, I'm not saying that, but, literally 2 weeks ago, there was one person that she kind of confided in through text messages and so forth.
Said something that.
And she said that Matt picked another fight with me last night. This was 2 weeks ago. And then they kind of want to talk about it a little bit. Early May, we're talking this month. Matt and I are talking and friendly, but it's not the kind of relationship I want. In April, a month ago, please don't talk about Matt and I in love. She said, same day, he has been the same since Joy, which I understand. That's not a criticism. I completely get that. Certainly she wants.
No, I think he is.
And at the same time, she said, I think Matt is mentally ill. And then the same day, we aren't talking. Reference your relationship, we're not talking. This was a month ago. She said, we're not talking. And she said, I don't want to talk about him. I'd rather focus on the future. By the way, Matt got really drunk last night. This was February. By the way, Matt got really drunk last night and said some things I don't think he can take back. I'm fine. I'm pretty sure we are not going to stay together.
I mean, we would argue about things, but I didn't think that it was that.
What was it that you said? She was mad.
And she focused on one thing, Matt picked the fight, again, this is April. This is barely a month
She
ago.
would accuse me of picking fights.
Okay, but this was a month ago, okay? This is heavy. Matt picked the fight with me yesterday and said some awful things. I'm not wearing my wedding ring. And that doesn't sound like somebody who's in a happy relationship. I thought my wife texted that to somebody a month ago.
I get it. I'm not going to say that those things, of course, there was a roller coaster relationship, but it wasn't like anything that you would think that someone would hurt someone. It just would.
I'm just addressing the fact that you just told me the last 6 months have been bliss and it ain't.
Yes.
Okay.
There have been levels of that.
Okay.
And you can check the other texts, and they are super, I love you, I'm going to say.
I saw it. It's very much up and down. I hold it relationship.
That would go away. That would really go.
Anybody have dramatic people in their lives that like if they got in a fight with their significant other, they would text somebody and totally just do what she did and say, don't talk about him, and I'm not wearing my wedding ring, and blah, 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 blah. But then you knew 5 minutes later or whatever, an hour, they were going to be just fine. And that person didn't mean any of that. They were just being dramatic and they wanted the attention from whoever they were talking to. It could be just that. I mean, he had just lost his son in a horrible way, and she essentially lost a stepson in that horrible way as well. I imagine things were not good in that house. I cannot even begin to fathom what that would do to somebody. It would, and that was his second child that he lost. That would destroy you. Most marriages don't survive that when it's not a stepchild situation. So none of this surprises me, but doesn't mean that it was all bad. It just means they were dealing with their own stuff, I think.
Go away.
Will you acknowledge that that's some pretty heavy shit when your wife said, I'm talking about my wedding ring, I don't think we're going to stay together.
It's not as heavy as you think it is.
You don't think that?
You might think it is, but it's not. She would be like that at times because of her anger issues. It always swung back. It just wasn't.
Well, why would you have said that whenever they asked how the relationship?
I didn't even remember that because it's not in my mindset. The good times have been so good.
Okay, but you
guys are really going to try to.
I'm not trying to do anything. I'm reading your wife's
If
words.
you think they're trying to do something to you, go get an attorney. Stop talking.
Just let me. I'm not saying anything. I'm saying when you come in and say we had a great relationship, told Officer Hollis, we had a great marriage, no problems whatsoever, and then I read this, it's going back 6 months, and you text her on New Year's Eve and say, if you want a divorce and we're going to move out, fine. I mean, these are all things I just printed off, which have they aren't the usual fight, like, I'm pissed at you, fuck off, I don't want to talk to you tonight, just leave me over. It's go bolting, because I don't want to see you right now, I want to be alone. That's, you know, you think that's pretty,
It's not as heavy as you think it is. From out looking at it from the outside, I can see why someone would think that. But
They were
it's not.
dealing
It's
with the
just
death
the
of their
level anger
child.
I'm not gonna say it's her fault. I had my issues with my son. I would get angry too. We would fall back in love the next day. It was just the things that we would do. And it wasn't. And when you say, "Hey, how was the last 6 months?" The last 6 months have been really nice, man. I mean, was there a time that we had a night where I said some bad things and she took a wedding ring off? How long ago was that? I mean,
a month.
it happened. But I mean, I'm not gonna. I don't know how to explain to you.
Do you remember that happening though?
I remember her. I think taking her wedding ring off, but it didn't last. But this thing has gone on forever.
When was the last argument you and her got into, the screaming match?
There was never really a screaming match. It was more of just.
When was the last argument / loud
I
conversation?
couldn't tell you. I was guessing.
Because your neighbors are out there saying it was in the last 2 weeks. Would that be correct?
I don't know. And there's screaming. We were screaming at each other. They were saying that we were screaming at each other. That they could hear. I don't know. We weren't. There might have been a loud whatever.
Loud disagreement?
We weren't violent. We weren't screaming like at each other. Oh, like throwing things around. It just wasn't happening. It's not the type of relationship we had. We would get mad at each other because we had issues, but they weren't even close to being like. She was saying that to her friend. I mean, that's surprising to me because I wasn't like, I mean, at times you say, I don't want to be married to anymore. But it doesn't go down the lines that I'm sitting in a police station right now, being like you're going after me.
We just have to make sure we know that you were.
Trust me, as a man to man, that what was going on there was nothing there was nothing to be worried about. There wasn't anything.
So, can I change course now? So, it was Officer Hollis, I keep wanting to think it's Sereno. It was Officer Hollis came out on Monday to take a report, correct? Now, and, her phone wasn't seized or anything else like that. Were you posting stuff on Facebook from her account using her phone?
I don't know, maybe. I knew her passcode and it was my son's old phone. I could have went on there and posted something. I think I didn't have any of her friends' phone numbers, so I think I was maybe making contact. I'm guessing that I was making some sort of contacts with friends of hers accusing when I was looking for her.
Like after she was reported missing? And
I'm sure I did use her phone to contact friends of hers.
Did you post something to her Facebook account, to her friend on Facebook, like, hey, she's missing?
I didn't until later on when it was told to me that it was as serious as it was. It wasn't like, it was after the meeting I showed up.
I just need to know if you did. And there's nothing wrong with it.
I don't know. I don't know.
Man, this was 2 days ago.
I know.
You can't remember if you
Which
were
phone
on
I
her
used
phone. Did you get on her? Did you think to yourself, and this would make perfect sense, to say, look, I don't know her friends, which we know. So I'm going to go on, you made the comment, I would like to post into her account, that's why you wanted her phone back. So it's been through your mind, it would make perfect sense. I'm going to go on her Facebook account and post, hey, has anyone seen Emily? This is her husband. I can't find her. She's been missing.
I can't recall, but I must have.
You don't remember that? It was 2 days ago.
I don't know if it was me that I put down. I must have.
Was someone else using her phone? No. So the phone stayed at the house the whole time? You didn't like hand it out to a cousin or walking down the street, some Joe Stranger or anything else like that? Okay, so.
He's also going through a stressful time with his wife is missing. I can understand why he doesn't exactly remember everything that he did. I mean, I would think he would remember that. That's kind of a big thing, but I mean, they are just picking everything apart. This guy just needed to walk out and say, I'll be back. I'm going to go get my attorney. Go do that. Especially the one that he ends up with. Bring her on in and let's get this going. He probably wouldn't be sitting where he is right now. There's a lot of stuff so that kind of doesn't make him look great, but they're going to pick it and twist it and turn it and make it look worse. When you think about when you're going through something stressful, you don't remember exactly everything you did or everything that was said. Or I would think you would remember posting on somebody else's Facebook though, but who knows? Sometimes I think people just go into like auto drive and they're just autopilot, think that's what I wanted. And they're just going through everything. They're just doing whatever. And they don't even know what they're doing.
If anything was posted on her account, have you ever accessed her Facebook from your phone?
I can't. So I've never done it. I can't access. I've tried to post stuff onto her page from my phone, but it doesn't like.
But you can't get in as her on her Facebook.
I can do it from her phone. I can do it. Yeah.
Yes.
Just get on her phone, go to Facebook. And
Okay.
I'm sure I did. I'm sure I did. I can't say I definitively did, but I'm sure I got on. Okay, I did, didn't I? I did. You guys know. I went on and say, this is Emily's husband. She's missing. I must have. I had to. I just don't recall right now if I did. But I'm pretty. I mean, that would be the move to make her. And
Just because we ask you a question, it doesn't mean that we're going at it.
It's not a fair question.
You're right, and I'm just trying to tell you that if I don't like in my head picture it, I don't want to say I did. But I mean, it would be the move to make. I mean, yeah, I must have.
Okay.
I've been using my phone, her phone for the last this is Wednesday now. I don't even know what day it is anymore. I mean, I've been using two phones, so it's looking at her friends.
But you know you can't post from yours, so if you post into her Facebook account, it has to be through her phone.
It has to be her phone. There's no doubt about it.
Did you use her phone for any other purpose?
Like what?
You text a few friends, you text some friends of hers, or any contacts?
I'm sure I did. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I had to because I don't have a lot of her friends' phone numbers and stuff. So yeah, that's why when I gave the phone to you guys, I was like, I need that phone back to contact people.
Do you think, did you make, I know you said you don't remember, but did you make a couple posts on a Facebook account? Did you make one, did you make five?
I mean, I don't know.
Do you remember what you wrote?
At some point I started, oh, that's right, when you guys took the phone, that's when I started posting from my phone. I'm going to say everything prior to that was probably from my phone. I don't know why I would post. I can't.
Was anything deleted in it?
Detective, one more portion of the interview to play here is from Mark Tiz, that's Exhibit 74D. That's the published after the jury this time.
I'll be guessing, but I think she heard something.
How do you think her?
She would say that she's going to do it to herself.
So, and of course, no one knows anything. I'm just asking for your opinion. So, do you think that she hung herself?
I don't know.
Just what does your gut say?
She heard herself.
That's your gut belief. Has she ever
I'm going to say, you know, I'm on the line.
We were just talking.
She has talked about killing herself before, but not where I would call the authorities and say, you need to save her.
If she were to hang herself, where would she do it?
She would do it where she could easily found. She wouldn't want to cause her.
So she hadn't been easily found. Is it possible that she didn't kill herself?
You tell me, you're the police. I'm not.
I just want you to just look at it, the entire thing. Just pull yourself out of it.
Is there a chance that she went out at some point and some of the abductors from Westerville, Ohio, were put in the car and drove off with her? What are the odds of that happening?
In Westerville, Ohio, almost 0%.
Zero.
Especially on Memorial Day when everyone's at home. You know? It's a perfect day out.
So I'm going to say, was she abducted? No. I know I did not hurt her. I didn't do that. So the other thing that I think of is that she did something.
Detective, is part of your investigation, did you have an opportunity to review Officer Hollis's body cam in detail?
Yes, sir.
Were the details that the defendant provided Officer Hollis the same as the details that he provided to you?
No, sir.
I'm going to put up for you what is previously the March States Exhibit 7. You see that, Detective?
Yes, sir, I can.
Can you tell us, first of all, what we're looking at here?
This is a still shot from Officer Hollis's body cam from when he was out on the scene taking the original report from Matheau Moore.
And what do you notice about the location of some items there in the center?
Well, if you look towards the shelf in the middle, the picture right there, there's a red igloo cooler and a orangish red extension cord sitting on top of it. And if you notice, there are two sets of herbs drying in the wall behind them. And directly next to that red igloo is some sort of orange tackle box or toolbox or something else like that.
At the top right there, does it indicate what time that screenshot was taken?
So that is taken at 22, 37, and 24 seconds in Zulu time.
And
It's spent 4 hours from that to get Eastern Daylight Time?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 8.
what was he pointing out there?
Tell us what we're looking at there.
This is another still shot from Officer Hollis's body cam from when he was taking the missing person report from Matheau Moore.
And what do you notice about the location of those items now?
The items have now been moved. If you notice, the red cooler with the orange extension cord on top has now been shifted over to the right. Those two sets of drying herbs are no longer directly behind the cooler itself. It is further away from that orangish tackle box, toolbox, whatever it is. And now there's a red flashlight that's been placed out.
And do you recall how the defendant and Officer Hollis got back to that location before the screenshot was taken?
Yes, so just before this screenshot, Officer Hollis was talking to Matheau Moore in the driveway, and Mr. Moore wanted to notify Officer Hollis that he had noticed something in the garage.
Detective, we heard testimony yesterday about a tip line being put out. Can you tell the jury about that?
So there are two ways that if the police department is ever looking for the public's assistance, we have a phone number where people can call in, and it's a general phone number that goes into the supervisor in the detective bureau, and then he can dole it out to whoever the investigator is. We also have an email address where if someone wants to just send an email to us with a tip, they can do so that way as well.
As the lead officer in the investigation, were you the one that collected all those tips? They all end up with you?
I wouldn't say all of them, but if I had to put a number on it, I'd say easily 90% of them. There was just such a huge volume of phone calls and emails and stuff coming in that it's truly, honestly hard for one person to look at every single tip that comes in, but primarily, yes, sir.
And was that a rare occurrence, an everyday occurrence, something else?
Receiving tips from the tip line, it was just about every day. There were tips coming in, sometimes several tips a day, sometimes just one or two. There was no set number to it, but it was nonstop.
And did you attempt to follow up on all those tips that continue to come in?
Yes, sir, we did.
Detective, as part of your investigation, did you have contact with Amy Thomas?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did you have any conversations with Ms. Thomas about her conversations with Matt?
Yes, I did.
And specifically in the middle of June, do you remember any conversation that you had with Ms. Thomas?
Objection is the hearsay what Ms. Thomas told the detective.
Overruled, he can answer whether he had a conversation.
Yes, I did have a conversation.
As part of your investigation, did you conduct a neighborhood canvass?
Yes, I did.
And did you speak to an individual by the name of John Kramer?
Yes, sir, I did.
And without saying what he said, did you talk to John Kramer about the timeline of events and when he had last seen Emily?
Yes, sir.
As part of the investigation, were some bank records obtained?
Yes, sir, they were.
And can you tell us generally what was in the bank records?
They would provide, at the beginning, just an overview.
Hang on just a second. I gotta go back. Back to the pictures. I've been sitting here thinking about it's bugging me. Okay, so you had one picture where things were here, and you had another picture where there was a flashlight added. When? When did he do it? When did he leave the officer and go do it? You guys just kind of slid over it. Okay. I hope the defense attorney caught it. I mean, they're just kind of jumping now, it seems like. Maybe he's going to just laying foundation. He's going to come back and fill it all in. But when would he have left Officer Hollis to go put something else out there? That guy was following him all over the house, wasn't he? I don't remember him having time by himself. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I hate how they twist and turn things sometimes.
What sort of accounts they had, the names that were on those accounts, and then from there, if there were any sort of transactions, either from swiping a debit card or writing a check itself.
Did you see any activity on the accounts belonging to Emily Noble after the day she went missing?
Strictly Emily Noble?
Yeah, so an account that only belonged to Emily Noble.
I can't recall that, no, sir.
Were there accounts that did not strictly belong to Emily?
Yes, there was an account in both Mathew Moore's name as well as Emily Noble's.
And did you find any transactions in that joint account after the date that Emily went missing?
Yes, sir, I did.
Well, duh.
And, generally speaking, what were those?
The two that really drew my attention were there was two separate $5,000 checks signed by Mr. Moore.
977. Detective, I'm gonna just show you. Once I get this up here. Detective, I'm marking, this is Exhibit 77. Are you able to see that up in front of you?
Yes, sir, I can.
And as I scroll through it, can you say generally what it is?
It seems to be the records that we received back from J.P. Morgan Chase for any account information involving Mr. Moore and Emily Noble.
And I'm going to come up and show you specific information about two of those transactions that you mentioned, but do you see that information on page 23, 24, 25, and 26 of the exhibit there?
Yes, sir.
Detective, can you say exhibit 78 and 79? Take them all.
Okay. Okay.
Do you recognize the two documents?
Yes, I do.
And generally speaking, can you tell the jury what they are, please?
They are two copies of checks that we received back in that transaction from J.P. Morgan Chase that were signed by Mathew Moore.
Well, yeah, this time I'd ask to publish the exhibit 78 to the jury.
No,
Detective, can you tell us what we're looking at there?
This is a copy of a check that was written out and signed by Mathew Moore.
What does the date appear to be on the check?
It appears to be May 5th of 2020.
And who does that check appear to be made out to?
It's made out to a Paul Pulver.
And what was the amount on the check?
The amount is $5,000.
Turn to the second page of exhibit 78. Does that indicate a posting date of when that date was actually, that check was actually cashed?
Yes, sir, it does.
And what was that date?
June 8th of 2020.
Now it's in permission to publish exhibit 79. Your Honor, may I publish 79?
Yes, oh, sorry, no objection.
Detective, I'm now showing you what's marked as exhibit 79. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
This is another copy of a check that was filled out and signed by Mathew Moore.
And who was that check written to?
Arturo Ragaroli.
And what was the date that was listed on that check?
The date for that is June 6th of 2020.
And finally, on the second page of exhibit 79, can you tell us what the posting date was of that particular check?
June 9th of 2020.
Detective, did you receive additional bank records pursuant to another subpoena?
Detective Bagwell did, yes, sir.
I should say, Westfield Police Department received other records?
Yes, sir.
Again, I'm just going to show you up there just to identify them, but marking them as State Exhibit 80. Detective, these, as I spoke through that, look like the other records that you're familiar with in the case?
Yes, sir, it is.
And those are true and accurate copies of the records your department received pursuant to subpoenas that were issued to J.P. Morgan Chase Bank.
That is correct.
Detective, now I want to get into talking about cell phones.
So we're just gonna. He's got to come
When
back in and
was
fill in
a
these
phone
blanks.
belonging to Emily Noble collected?
Tuesday, May 26th of 2020.
I'll be
And what was
We're
going on at that
gonna-
time? When was that collected?
That was
Glide
during the
over
knock and
these
talk with myself
checks?
and Detective Peachy.
Hear these checks?
When was
Who are they
a
to?
phone
Why were they
collected
written?
from
We're
Matt
not
Moore?
going to talk about it.
Wednesday, May 27th of 2020.
And when was that phone collected?
Approximately 4:30 in the afternoon during the execution of the search warrant.
Were both of those phones that were collected in late May 2020 provided to Detective Leckie?
Yes, they were.
And after Detective Leckie performed his portion with the phones, did you receive back these reports, these extraction reports that we're talking about here?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with those types of cell phone extraction reports?
Yes, sir.
You have experience dealing with them?
Yes, sir.
And were you able to sort through the different tabs and the information that was on the phones as Detective Howe testified earlier this morning?
Yes, sir, I was.
And you were able to create additional reports or search for certain materials and distill that down rather than having a 200,000 line timeline?
Yes, sir.
Before we get into talking about some of these reports, what time are they in?
They're in the Zulu time, Greenwich Mean Time. Essentially, it's the standard of time for the rest of the globe it is based off of.
And so in order to convert to what would have been local time in May of 2020, what do you have to do?
From the time shown, you have to subtract 4 hours to get the current time as it is in Eastern Standard Time.
As part of your investigation, did you review texts between Matt and Emily?
Yes, sir, I did.
I'll mark this for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 81. Detective, are you able to see this document in front of you?
Yes, I am.
And looking up at the top, can you tell us what State's Exhibit 81 is?
This is a text message conversation between Emily Noble's phone and Mathew Moore's phone.
And does the first page of the report reflect that those are the two participants?
Yes, sir, it does.
And does it list next to conversation what type of conversation this is?
Instant message conversation.
And Detective, the State Exhibit 81, do you see there how many pages it is?
It looks to be about 503 pages altogether.
And is that an exhibit that lists all of the text messages or instant messages between Matt Moore and Emily Noble that you were able to recover from the phones?
Yes, sir.
I want to talk generally about this first. Can you the defendant told you that their relationship was a sine wave, I think he said, or a roller coaster.
Yeah, he kind of described it as very.
I wonder if you haven't deleted them and they pull your text messages. I know they can't in all instances because I've seen where they don't have anything. But my family and I are really good about just responding with GIFs or GIFs, whatever your preferred pronunciation of that word is. So we could, if those don't come through, I mean, they're on my phone. I know most of the people in my family don't ever delete some text message conversations. But if those don't come through, you're just going to have a ton of blank pages. Or if they do come through, you might not like us because we like to send those to each other and we can have conversations just with those. So I wonder if they'd be there. It'd be hilarious sometimes, but because I don't think like emojis in the last trial we watched with the um well, that was Travis Rudolph. I don't remember. I think they just had if it, like squares, or maybe that was Jesse, the eye drop woman. The emojis didn't come through. So I don't know if those would come through or not. They would be like, "Is your family messed up? Did you look at the pictures?" Yes, guilty. Yes, that is right. That is exactly what they would say. And it'd be hard not to laugh when you were looking back on him, too.
Very up and down. Yes, sir.
Did your review of their instant messages reflect that?
Yes, sir, it did.
Generally speaking, can you give us an idea of what kinds of things you saw?
There was very much an up and down text conversation between the two of them. One minute it's, "I love you," and "I've packed your lunch," and I can't wait to come home. And then the next minute there's just, "You better not be drunk when I get home," and just a lot more negativity with the downside of it as well.
We're mourning the death of his son.
Did that
This was months
up and down
afterwards.
relationship continue throughout the entire time of the text messages or instant messages that you were able to recover?
No, sir, it did not.
And when did that change?
It was very much up and down from the beginning of it at the end of October until approximately beginning of April. And at that point, it seemed to be the up and down. There were no more ups, and the conversation just seemed to be going down at that point.
As part of your investigation, were you able to load up that report and search for individual words?
Yes, sir.
And were you able to search to see how many times the word love appeared?
Yes, sir.
So let's talk about March of 2020.
Okay.
Did the word love appear in the instant messages between the two of them at that time?
Yes, it did.
And how would you characterize that?
Good morning, my love. I love you. Just in the typical sense when you hear the word love, as to how somebody would use it.
After that beginning of April, after that time in March, how many other times did you see the word love in their messages to you?
The last time that I saw it was April 7th of 2020.
Now, fair to say you don't know what they were saying to each other in person or in other potential ways of communicating.
Agreed.
But with regard to the instant messages, the word love doesn't appear any longer after the beginning of April.
That is correct.
I think I'm going to mark first portion of these messages as Exhibit 81A.
Better tell my husband's like, "Don't start writing anything weird in our text messages that we don't ever put in a text message, because you'll be guilty when it shows up suddenly and then disappears. It's out of the ordinary. Sorry, you wouldn't find it. My husband and I don't talk like that to each other in text messages. We have also been married for 30 plus years, so, we just kind of, go to the store, please, and get milk. It's like we're not really having in-depth conversations through text messaging or anything like that. They were still pretty young in their marriage, so they should probably still be doing things like that. And if you've been married as long as I have and you're still doing things, good for you. Not saying it's good, not saying it's bad. But I wouldn't base guilt or innocence on it. guys done? Looks like it.
Members of the jury, you are going to hear some evidence about text messages that were obtained through the extraction you've heard about from these devices. And these conversations, the texts involve two people, Emily and Matt. They are being offered to you as evidence as to what Mr. Moore said. The statements of Emily are simply being provided as context to his statements. And I will tell you that that is the only reason they're being offered. They're not being offered for the truth of what she said, which means they're not, her words are not to be considered as evidence by you. But you may consider his words and give whatever weight you believe appropriate to his testimony. So I wanted to give you a sense, or my own context, of what the meaning of the conversations are and how they are to be considered by you. So what he says is something you may consider. What she says simply will allow you to provide an understanding of what he says or what he says next. But what she says in and of itself is not evidence.
By saying what he says and what she says, you're referring to that coming from their devices, right?
Right. You're going to hear about chats they had, messages they sent back to each other. People do that these days. They don't talk to each other, they text each other. So that's what's going on.
I merely said that because there's no way to link the device to a person. It's just coming from the
I understand. Again, you just listen to what the evidence says and you'll give whatever
I
weight
have
you need.
never seen jurors just talk
Please
back
proceed.
to a judge. It's so
Hang on, I'm
weird.
approaching,
I mean, I get it, they get to ask questions, but just like right then.
Detective, can you take on and flip through that document?
And they may not give her words any weight, so to speak, but they're not going to forget them.
Detective, do you recognize that document?
I do.
And generally speaking, tell the jury what it is.
It is part of a text thread conversation between Emily Noble's phone and Matt Moore's phone.
This time that's the published exhibit A1A to the jury.
No.
Detective, first to help orient us here, can you tell us what is on the left-hand side?
Those are the messages from Matt Moore.
And can you tell us what's on the right-hand side?
The messages in green on the right-hand side are messages from Emily Noble.
Underneath the actual content of the message, do you see where it says status?
Yes.
And what does that indicate?
There's a status of sent as well as a status of read by the recipient.
I want to start with this conversation. When's the first message from?
First message is from Matt Moore.
And what date is this?
It is November 21st, 2019.
And what's the time for in Eastern time?
And Eastern time is going to be 11:57:02 a.m.
And what was the message from Matt Moore?
It says, "You're super strong. I love you for that."
And the responses?
The response from Emily says, "I'm trying. Thank you."
Your Honor, if I may, I object to the testimony of the response from Emily. No issue with the phone number. There's been no foundation that Emily was the one that sent that text message.
I think those are weight, not admissibility.
Well, what is being responded back is not evidence anyway. I've already instructed the jury to that. So we're simply going to deal with his statements. These other statements are context to what he says. So I've instructed the jury to consider his statements and not the other statements. So we'll understand that these are responses to statements made by the defendant. We can proceed accordingly.
All right. Detective, in your review of the cell phone, up until after Emily went missing, did you find anything that suggested somebody other than Emily Noble was using her phone?
No, sir.
Detective, I'm showing you page 2 of this exhibit. Do you see 2 messages there from Matt Moore's phone?
Yes, sir.
And what did those say?
The first one says, okay.
And what did the other one say?
Next text message says, why does it bother you so much? Am I mean?
Does that mean anything to you without considering what led to those statements being made?
That's not this vacation.
No, I'm not asking him to. I'm not asking him to opine. I'm just asking: is that statement by itself, does it make any sense without the context of the statement that comes before it? I'm just doing this from backwards to explain the court's evidentiary ruling.
Same objection with respect to speculation.
All right. Well, I'll just show him the message that came before.
Okay, go ahead.
Can you read the message that came right before those 2 things?
The message from Emily Noble's phone says, I want to know if you start on vodka before I get home. I can't watch that again.
And what was the response?
Okay. And then why does it bother you so much? Am I mean?
And what was the response?
The response from Emily's phone is not mean, unintelligible.
And what did Mr. Moore say then at that time?
He responded back, well, then try and get here as soon as you can, please.
Detective, I'm not showing you what's labeled as page 66. Can you tell us what that second message there is on this page?
It says, I started drinking at like 11 a.m. yesterday, and I drank way too much. I'm going to start cooking at 5. Do you mind if I have a drink when I start cooking? And I promise not to get hammered.
Another message from the defendant's phone, bottom of the page.
It says, thanks. I'm going to get it together soon. I just need to let this sadness thing run its course. It won't be much longer.
On now page 67, is there a message from Emily Noble's phone?
Yes, there is.
And what was that?
It says you have to stay positive.
And then what did the defendant say?
He responded with, you're afraid to talk.
And the response?
The response from Emily's phone is, it's difficult to impossible to talk with you when you have vodka brain.
And what was the defendant's response to that?
Mathew Moore says, that is an excuse. You are afraid to be confronted with things you don't agree with. Your intellect is shallow.
And did he continue texting on the next page, page 68?
Yes, he did.
And what did he say there?
He said, you are not interested in what other people think or say. It's not an insult. It's an observation. If you hear something you don't agree with, you get mad and give it no credence. Maybe you should leave me alone.
Detective, the bottom of page 69, can you tell us what that message is?
It says, my toenail is growing back. Looks good. Where did you go last night?
And what was the date and time on that?
It is November 22nd, 2019. Let me read. Oh, did you want the time? And the time is 12:08:14 p.m.
And what was the response to that question?
I'm scared to go home. And are you drinking vodka?
And what was his response?
I'm not drinking.
Detective, I'm going to hand you what I'm marking as Exhibit 81B. Becky, can you take a look at that?
Yes, sir.
For the record, Andy, what's marked as Exhibit 81B?
Okay.
You recognize that document, sir?
I do.
Do you understand in detail what it is?
It's more the text conversation between Matt Moore's phone and Emily Noble's phone.
Starting halfway down the page there on the left, can you tell us what we're looking at there?
It's a text message from Mathew Moore's phone.
And what's the date and time on that?
It is December 31st, 2019. Let me back up, adding the 4 hours in. December 30th, 2019 at, 10:19:11 p.m.
What's the message?
It says, "I don't want to argue. If you don't have anything positive to say, keep it to yourself, please.
And what was the response?
Thanks a lot."
Now showing you what's marked at the bottom right corner of page 215 of that. Can you tell us what we have there?
It's a response to the last message that I just read.
And what was that?
It says, "That's not positive."
And further message after that?
The next message is later on December 31st, 2019. It says, "I hope you're feeling better this morning. It's New Year Eve. Are we just staying home tonight? I think that would be fun."
And the responses?
"You used the wrong word last night several times. Don't know what to say." And then later on it says, "It sent me in the wrong direction."
And what was the statement in blue?
Try and be positive.
There are responses then from Emily Noble?
Yes, sir.
And what were those?
"I'm not doing well. You broke me. Promise to not use that word, and it's like you set the direction for my next 24 hours. Why did you use that word repeatedly?
And what was Mr. Moore's response?
You don't have to play games. If you want me to move out, just say, excuse me, if you want me to move out, just please say it. I want nothing but truth in my circle."
And messages continue on the next page.
The response is, "I want an answer." And Mathew Moore's response is, "I don't want to argue." "I'm not arguing. I want to know. I'm stuck in this shithole. Can't leave."
And what was the response from Mr. Moore?
"I know what doing. If you want me to leave, I would appreciate you just being honest and straightforward. I'm not get play games. I'm old and tired, so please show some empathy. If you want to get a divorce, just say it."
What's marked as Exhibit 81C, if you take a moment to look over that document.
We went from deputy that fidgeted with his face, I thought was going to pick his nose, to deputy
It
intense.
is another part of the phone, or excuse me, the text conversation between
Intense.
Matt Moore's telephone, Matt Moore's phone and Emily Noble's phone.
Your Honor, it's a published 81C to the jury. Detective, at the top of the page, is there a message from Matt Moore?
Yes, there is.
And can you tell the jury what it says?
Says, sorry about last night. I drank too much. I hope you can understand.
And what was the response?
Do you remember what you told me? Do you remember the phone conversation I overheard?
What did the defense say back?
I'm getting ready for my appointment right now. Let's talk when you get home.
In response to that?
Just please answer me when you get a chance.
And the top of that page.
I remember some of it.
That conversation continue?
Yes, it does.
The bottom of page 372. Tell us what we're looking at there.
It's a text message from Emily Noble's phone.
And what did it say?
It says, you might want to find out what I heard you talk about last night on the phone. It's very serious. I'm not wearing my wedding rings. We won't be able to talk tonight because you've been drinking.
And what was the response to that message?
Texting makes me anxious. Anxiety might be the reason I'm unhealthy.
Thank you. I'm going to show you next what's marked as State Exhibit 81D. Hey, what's marked as State Exhibit 81D? If you take a moment to look that over. Okay.
Okay.
You recognize that document, sir?
I do.
And tell us what it says? Or generally what it is?
It's more of the text conversation between Emily Noble's phone and Matt Moore's phone.
Showing you a message at the bottom of State Exhibit 81D. Can you tell us what that message?
I'm sorry, but I cannot imagine texting my husband and saying, we have to have a conversation and it's serious. I'm not wearing my wedding rings. Don't do that. It was kind of childish of her to do that. If you're that serious about things, then just have a conversation about it, not in text message. There are some conversations that should not take place by text message. And that would be one of them. I don't like that. Text messages are convenient, but too many people have too many conversations with them that are serious, because it allows them to not have to have a face-to-face conversation. So just be an adult. You're married, you're an adult. You can have a conversation with him. Maybe not that night. If you said what you said was true and he had been drinking, don't do it then. But when he's clear-headed, have a conversation.
The message from March 24th, 2020. It says, I'm not feeling very well today. I'm just going to stay in here today. I don't feel like talking.
And what was the response?
Are you sick? Symptoms?
And what was the response from Mr. Moore?
Sick in the head.
Detective, finally, from this portion of the phone forensics, going to hand you what's marked as State Exhibit 81E. Look over that document. Okay.
Okay.
Generally speaking, tell the jury what State Exhibit 81E is.
It is text messages from Mathew Moore's cell phone.
And I was muted, so that's perfect. I said, yes, arguments start because of text messages, because you cannot type tone. So somebody may say something and you think they are saying it in an angry tone, and they're not. And sometimes you might think they're not saying it in an angry tone, and they are. So just, if it is that important, and I would think that's a pretty important one, have a conversation. I don't care if you have it on the phone, if you don't want to sit down with somebody, but It's not through text messaging.
Showing you the message on the bottom of State Exhibit A1E. Can you tell us what date and time that message is from?
It's from May 25th, 2020 at 11:54:25 a.m.
And what was the text message?
It says, "Are we going to this party or what?"
What time? Does it also indicate a status of being read?
It does.
And does it indicate a status of what time
It was
that
read
was read?
May 25th, 2020 at 4:42:01 p.m.
And detective showing you the second page of State Exhibit A1E. Can you tell us what that message is?
It is another message from Matt Moore's cell phone.
And at what time was that message sent?
It was May 25th, 2020 at 2:58:30 p.m.
And does that also indicate a status of being read?
It does.
And does it show what time that was read?
It was read May 25th, 2020 at 4:42:01 p.m.
The same time as the previous message was read?
Yes, sir.
Were you able to examine the cell phone forensics for information related specifically to that time period of May 24th and 25th?
Yes, I was.
Let's start with all right. Let's start with, we're on 82. Detective, were you able to examine any location information that was found on Emily Noble's phone?
Yes, I was.
And I'm going to put up there for you to see first. You able to see that document, sir?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, I don't know what they.
What's exhibit on
State Exhibit 82. Detective, generally speaking, can you tell us what State Exhibit 82 is?
This is some of the location data from Emily Noble's cell phone.
And those are the location information that was recorded by your phone for May 24th, May 25th?
That is correct.
And is this a true and accurate sub-report of the location information for just for those 2 days that were on the phone?
Yes, it is.
This time I asked to publish State Exhibit 82 to the jury.
Any objection?
Detective, I'm showing you a portion of State Exhibit 82. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
The first row across is showing GPS coordinates and then a date and time. And of course, with the time, you'd have to subtract the 4 hours for the Eastern Standard Time.
Were you, what did you do to figure out what those locations were?
You can actually take those GPS coordinates and enter them in online, and it'll give you it's not down to the foot or anything like that by any means, but it'll give you an idea of the GPS coordinates of where that device was at that date and time.
And is that being able to use something like Google Maps in order to do that?
Yes, sir.
For the record, I'm taking the latitude and longitude that's in the first position there, line 1. Do you recognize that location that came up on the first line?
I do.
And generally speaking, what is in that area?
It is in the area of Buckville, Ohio, where the underground springs are located.
And what was the date and time that location was on her phone?
May 24th, 2020 at 9:39:42 a.m.
The other two entries of location data on Emily's phone,
Yes, sir.
can you tell us
What she said,
what those appear to be related to?
they went there
They're also GPS coordinates.
And then the second column under info, is there a something listed under name?
It is. It's IMG underscore 2788.
Lines 2 and 3, do they have, you said something under the name that was listed there?
It is. It is IMG underscore 2788.agic, as well as line 3 is IMG underscore 2789.agic.
Detective, unlike line 1 indicates a UTC +0 for the GPS entry,
Correct.
does that similarly show up on these two entries?
It gives a exact date and time for those.
And what were those?
What's the name of them?
What was the date and time that was on those two entries?
May 24th, 2020 at 4:18:33, as well as May 24th, 2020 at 4:18:42.
Were you able to find those two images, image 2788 and image 2789 on the phone?
Yes, sir.
Hand you what's the mark states of 83 and 84. Take a moment to look those over.
Okay.
And can you, generally speaking, what are they?
They are two selfie photographs.
And are they true and accurate copies of image 2788 and image 2789 that were recovered from Emily's phone?
Yes, they are.
You got this time to ask to publish exhibit 83 and 84 to the jury.
Go ahead.
Detective, can you tell the jury what we're looking at here?
We're looking at a selfie photograph of Emily Noble and Matt Moore.
And states of 84.
Again, another selfie photograph. This one appears to be from directly in front of them, of Emily Noble and Matt Moore.
Detective, when you look at such an image on the phone forensics, are you able to look at additional details or further data related to that photograph?
It'll also give you the approximate GPS of where that phone device was at the time of that image.
And you're also able to see things like metadata related to where that photograph came from or what device took that photograph?
Yes, sir.
Detective, I'm handing you what's marked as exhibit 85. Take a moment to look that over.
Okay. Okay.
And can you tell us generally what that document is?
It's got the name of the file itself, which is the IMG underscore 2789.agic that I previously mentioned, as well as the creation date and time, and that goes back to the universal time that you have to subtract the 4 hours for, as well as where the path is of that file on the device itself.
Your Honor, that's a published exhibit 85 to the jury. Detective, that additional information or details, does that indicate a date and time which this photograph was created?
It does.
And what was that date and time?
It is May 24th, 2020 at 4:18:42 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
And does it indicate information about what camera was used to create this photograph?
It was. It was created on an iPhone 8 Plus.
Detective, do you, showing you exhibit 83, do you recognize that location?
I do.
And can you tell us what that location is?
It's the Cobley restaurant in Westerville, Ohio.
And where generally is that located?
It's right on State Street in Uptown Westerville.
And cutting and pasting those GPS coordinates into Google Maps. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
It's the approximate GPS location. Again, it's not down to the foot. It's not an exact science by any means, but it does provide a general location of Cobley.
Detective, were you also, in addition to that location data, able to obtain health data from Emily's phone?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you, I'm marking Exhibit 86. Are you able to see that on your screen?
Yes, sir.
And as I scroll through that so you can see it, can you tell us generally what it is that we're looking at here?
So this is the health data. It'll show anytime that there is movement of a person essentially holding that device itself, and gives a date and time for when that is launched.
And does that appear to be a true and accurate copy of the health data recovered from Emily's phone for May 24th and May 25th?
Yes, it does.
Yeah, this time that's a published Exhibit 86 of the jury. Detective, I want, if you could tell us just, to orient us here, what's on the first page, what does this indicate?
This is some of the health data from the phone on May 24th of 2020.
I'm going to turn your attention specifically to row 22. And can you tell us what information is reflected on row 22?
It shows a movement of 32 steps on May 24th, 2020 at 6:47:04.
6:47 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
And right below that, line 23, what does that reflect?
It reflects a movement of 8 steps on May 24th, 2020 at 7:25:08 p.m.
And then the next line, row 24.
So the next movement recorded on that device shows a movement of 79 steps, and it is May 25th, 2020 at 5:13:29 p.m.
No health data recorded between lines 23 and 24?
No data was recorded.
And so how long of a time period are we talking where there was no movement recorded on Emily's phone?
Approximately 22 hours.
That means she's dead. Right? It's what other court cases have, or trials
Were
have
you able to
decided.
look at search terms and web history for the device?
Yes, sir.
For the record, I'm going to mark the search terms as State Exhibit 87, and the web history is State Exhibit 88. Detective, are you able to see the first page, State Exhibit 87?
Yes, sir.
And generally speaking, what is it?
These are search terms that were located on Emily Noble's device.
Oh no.
And the first entry in this report, what date does that indicate?
It is January 25th of 2020.
And going all the way to the bottom of the last entry, what date would that indicate?
May 24th of 2020.
Detective, did you examine the search items on Emily's cell phone?
Yes, I did.
Did you find any search terms at all related to suicide?
No, I did not.
What, generally speaking, types of search terms did you find?
Sorry.
A lot of search terms involving plants and foraging and nature.
Which everybody says she loves to do. She had so many people self-delete from her life. She probably didn't have to search for it, right? Her stepson had just did it apparently the same way she's going to, possibly, maybe. I mean, what did people do before the internet? How'd they know what to do? This is stupid. This is a stupid assumption to make. Just because she didn't look it up doesn't mean she didn't think about it and she didn't know about it. People self-deleted long before phones and internet and computers and everything else and Google. This is dumb. Okay. It proves nothing.
Similarly, Detective, are you able to see State Exhibit 88?
Yes, sir.
And generally speaking, can you tell us what that is?
This is the web history for Emily Noble's device.
And what was the date of the first entry on the web history?
January 9th of 2020.
I mean, exactly. Unfortunately, she had a
All
horrible
the way down here at the
past.
bottom, what's the last entry?
The very last entry looks like May 26th of 2020.
This web history reflects what was able to be recovered from the phone of websites that were visited?
That is correct.
Same question. Any web history at all related to suicide over that almost 6 month period?
No, sir.
Detective, were you also able to look at the data called timeline,
Yes, sir.
as well as the data called device events?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to mark for purpose of the record, states of 89 and 90. Detective, states of 89, can you tell us generally what we're looking at there?
This looks like the timeline of events on Emily Noble's device.
And what's the date of the first entry there?
May 22nd of 2020.
And what is the date of the last entry?
May 26th of 2020.
And so does this timeline reflect a sub-report of the data that was found on Emily's phone for those dates, from the 22nd to the 26th?
Yes, it does.
And going back up to the top, can you see how many entries there were in timeline?
Looks like 3,386.
Were you also able to examine evidence from the phone under the heading device events?
Yes, sir.
And I'm showing you now for the record, State Exhibit 90. Can you, generally speaking, what is that?
These are the device events that were recorded on Emily Noble's device.
And what's the date of the first entry?
May 24th of 2020.
And the date of the last entry?
May 25th, 2020.
Detective, do State Exhibit 89 and 90 appear to be true and accurate copies of sub-reports of the data that was found on the timeline and device events for those date ranges?
Yes, they do.
Detective, what did you do with that data, that information contained in those two reports?
Essentially, I opened up an Excel spreadsheet and merged the device events and timeline events of Emily Noble's device onto it.
Detective, I'm going to show you what's being marked as State Exhibit 91. Detective, I'm handing you a very lengthy document, but if you could just take a brief moment to look at it and let me know if you recognize it.
Yes, I do.
And generally speaking, what is it?
This is the Excel spreadsheet that was created involving the device events and timeline involving Emily Noble's device.
And is this the spreadsheet that you put together to distill down the voluminous amounts of information that were found on the phone?
Absolutely, it was.
Your Honor, at this time, it has to publish State Exhibit 91 to the jury.
No. Your Honor, no, thank you.
And Detective, we'll come back to this in more detail in a moment, but can you tell us, generally speaking, what is it that we're looking at here on State's Exhibit 91, the first page?
It involves the timeline and device events for both Matt Moore's device as well as Emily Noble's device.
And it's not coming through real well on the overhead, but are those, there we go, maybe.
We went through this whole orientation, change display on, display off. Did he throw it? Did he not throw it from a car while speeding away from a scene in the Murdaugh trial? Please don't torture us with this. Oh my gosh. It was awful.
Is that in different colors?
Yes, it is.
And can you tell us what the colors represent?
The Red is Emily Noble's device, and the blue is Matt Moore's device.
Yeah, I think this might be a good place to take the mid-afternoon break, if that works for everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's take our 10-minute afternoon break. Remember the court's admonition. Thank you.
I hope they don't spend that much time on this whole orientation. Oh, that was, as soon as I saw those words, orientation change, I was like, no, 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 please. We do get to a little bit of cross here today, but not for a little while still.
Thank you. Have a seat.
I do have it sped up. I was beginning to wonder.
Please proceed.
Detective, to wrap up, talking about Emily Noble's phone for now. In your review of the cell phone data, were you able to find text messages between Emily and Celeste about their get-together on May 22nd?
Yes, I was.
And were you also able to recover text messages from Emily Noble's phone between her and Westerville Dental?
Yes, I was.
Did you also examine the extraction report for the cell phone that was seized from the defendant?
Yes, I did.
And did you look at the same types of information that you did with regard to Emily Noble's phone?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you, for the record, what's the March 6th exhibit 89, or excuse me, 92. Do you recognize that document, sir?
Yes, I do.
This is 92.
92, yes, sir. And is that a true and accurate copy of the sub-report of the location information that was recovered from the defendant's phone for May 24th and May 25th?
Yes, it is.
Without going through all of it line by line, can you tell us generally where the device was shown to have gone on that day?
It was shown to go down to Bucknell, Ohio, or Buchtel. There's discussion on how to pronounce it. As well as on the way back, there was a stop off at I believe it's a rest area, and then also in Worthington, Ohio.
Which is everything he
And
said
this
they
was,
did.
this is the iPhone that was seized from the defendant at
Yes,
the time
sir.
of the search warrant.
That is from May 27th, 2020.
So I don't know. Okay.
Did you also locate a photograph from the morning of May 24th?
Yes, I did.
If I may approach. Hey, what's the March 6th exhibit 93? If you take a moment, look that over.
Okay.
Do you recognize that photograph, sir?
I do.
And generally speaking, what is it?
It's a photograph of Emily Noble down at the Bucknell water supply from May 24, 2020.
You want us to publish that to the jury?
Defense is like, sure, go ahead. You mean they were where they said
I'm
they
showing
were?
you exhibit 93 now in the overhead. Can you tell us what it is now? The jury can see it, what we're looking at here.
It's a picture of Emily Noble down at the Bucknell water spring on May 24th of 2020.
And that photograph was taken that morning?
Yes, sir.
Detective, did you also examine health data
Yes, I did.
from the defendant's iPhone?
That is correct.
And again, for you to see, I'm showing you what's from March 6th exhibit 94. Do you recognize that document, sir?
Yes, I do.
And generally speaking, what is it?
It's the activity data on Matt Moore's iPhone.
And specifically, the first entry is May 24th,
That is correct.
and last entry on May 25th.
That is correct.
So again, it's a sub-report of the health data for those two particular days.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And does it appear to be a true and accurate copy of the sub-report of the data that was recovered forensically from the defendant's iPhone?
Yes, it does.
I'm going to, at this time, ask to publish State Exhibit 94 to the jury.
No objection.
Detective, I'm gonna go down to lines 28 and 29.
Okay.
Can you tell us what we're looking at there?
It is two separate health events that were recorded on Mathew Moore's iPhone.
And
No, I
what were
hope
the
we
date
don't
and
spend too
time
much time talking about
approximately of that
steps.
movement of the cell
His
phone?
steps
The
versus
first
her
one
steps.
is movement of 18 steps on May 24th, 2020 at 7:29:18 p.m.
And row 29?
It is another movement of 6 steps on May 24th, 2020 at 7:33:31 p.m.
After that movement, around 7:30 p.m., when's the next movement that's recorded on the device?
The next movement that is recorded is May 25th, 2020 at 1:36:41 a.m.
And after that movement at 1:36 a.m. on May 25th, what's the next movement recorded by the phone?
The next movement of 44 steps is from May 25th, 2020 at 3:58:51 a.m.
So approximately 4 o'clock in the morning on May 25th.
That is correct, sir.
Row 32.
Well, Carmen, if you're
It is,
pacing,
Movement of 19
Around
steps
your house.
on May 25th,
they'll
2020
probably just say you were being
at
chased.
4:26:19 a.m.
And then when your steps stop, that means you got caught. And now
So
you're not here
roughly
anymore.
4:30 after that movement at 4 o'clock in the morning.
That's
Probably
correct.
what they'd say.
And then row 33. What are we looking at there?
It is a movement of 12 steps from May 25th, 2020 at 12:38:21 p.m.
So roughly 12:30 in the afternoon on May 25th.
That is correct.
Fair to say, Detective, then that it goes on to have lots of movement later on in the day on May 25th.
That is correct.
Did you also examine search terms and web history that were recovered from the defendant's iPhone?
I did.
And does showing you State Exhibit 95, are you able to see that document, sir?
Yes, I can.
Does that say what
And
does
generally
prima
speaking,
donna mean?
What is it?
It's the search terms that were recorded on Mathew Moore's iPhone.
And what's the date of the first entry?
January 26th, 2020.
And the date of the last entry?
May 26th, 2020.
And does State Exhibit 95 appear to be a true and accurate copy of search terms?
It does.
If I ask to publish State Exhibit 95 to the jury?
No objection, Your Honor, thank you.
Don't look up random things on your phone,
I'm
people.
going to start with row number 92. Can you tell us what the search term was there?
The search term was Eric Gordon Peterson, Las Vegas.
And what time, date was that?
It was May 20th, 2020 at 2:15:01 p.m.
And the next entry there, row 93.
It is from May 22nd, 2020 at 1:59:09 p.m. and the search term is Edward Gallagher trial.
Oh, great. I'm
Take,
sure
I'm
I've
gonna
looked
show
up a
you-
trial on my phone a time or two.
What's been marked as State Exhibit 96. Generally speaking, are you able to see that document, sir?
Yes, sir.
And generally speaking, what is it?
It's the recorded web history for Mathew Moore's iPhone.
And is it a true and accurate copy of the information that was recovered from the defendant's iPhone?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, this time has to publish State Exhibit 96.
No objection.
Guess that'll either make me a victim or a defendant. It's up to
Detective.
them.
I want to draw your attention, first of all, to row 642. Can you tell us what we're looking at there?
It is the website that comes up as part of the Eric Gordon Peterson Las Vegas Google search.
And was line 643 appear to be accessed just after that search?
Yes, it does.
And
I'd look up who
can you tell the
Eric
jury
Gordon
what
Peterson
the
was.
Eric
but I don't
Gordon
want to.
Peterson Las Vegas page was there that was clicked on?
On line 643,
Yes, sir.
it is the page from a website called docketalarm.com.
And are you actually able to click right into that same website by clicking on the report that's been generated?
That is correct.
And what is it?
And so clicking that brings up this webpage, this Docket Alarm webpage?
That is correct.
And can you tell us what the Eric Gordon Peterson case appears to be about?
It looks like Mr. Peterson was charged with murder.
Okay.
Detective, continuing down, the other search term that we talked about was the Edward Gallagher trial. Detective, turning your attention to row 6.
This guy lived in Vegas. These trials he's looking up are in Vegas. He might just be interested in what happened out in Vegas. Who cares? This proves nothing. The only thing that has really so far, oh, that was a nice stop. 666. Yay. That there's really kind of even been a little bit of trouble is when he's talking to the police. But all this crap on their phone, it has meant nothing. So they disagreed. So he was drinking a little bit more. He had that list that the defense already showed. He wasn't going to drink until she got home. So that probably meant they were drinking together. So maybe they both had a little bit of a drinking problem. And maybe they were working on it. But this does nothing for this, in my opinion, this does nothing for the state. Nothing. Who cares? Like I said, I guess I'm in trouble because I looked up, I know I've looked up trials before. I wanted to know when they were starting. I wanted to know if they had started. Who cares?
66. Does that appear to reflect the web history that was associated with that search term?
It does.
And what was the date and time of
That's
that?
what the jury's feeling.
May
I hope they're not
22nd,
buying this
2020
crap.
at 1:59:09 p.m.
Were
It just
there
doesn't show
articles
anything.
accessed after that time with regard to Edward Gallagher?
That is correct.
And were you able to review those articles?
Yes, sir.
And generally speaking, can you tell us who Edward Gallagher is?
Edward Gallagher was a gentleman that was charged out of the murder of 4 individuals.
I was going to say, let me guess, charged with unaliving people? That was hard. That was a real hard connection.
Detective, just for the record, Trinity State Exhibit 97. Were you able to create a sub-report of the timeline entries for Mr. Moore's iPhone?
That is correct.
And showing you what's been marked as State Exhibit 97. Does that appear to be a true and accurate copy of the timeline report for Mr. Moore's phone?
Yes, it does.
And then showing you State Exhibit 98. Were you also able to access the device events from Mr. Moore's phone?
Yes, I was.
And
So
did
they're
you
just
create
doing this whole, let's go through all these pages
this
and
appear to
pull
be a true and
two
accurate
things out, crap
sub-report
again.
of the information that was
hate
found
this.
regarding the device events on Mr. Moore's phone from May 24th to May 25th?
Yes,
Tie
it
it
is.
into something if you're going to
Similar
do
to
that.
as we talked about Emily's phone, did you take this timeline information and this event information and put it together into your spreadsheet that's been marked as State Exhibit 91?
Yes, I did.
And did you make the defendant look as bad as you possibly could? Yes, sir, I did.
I'd like to
Have you
publish
tried
State
to put
Exhibit
in there,
91 to the
Carmen?
jury.
Came
I'm going to try
through.
the digital version of it, see if the color shows up any better on here than the document can. There we go. All right, Detective, I want to
got
start
some more orientation
with
changes.
the top of Exhibit 91. At what time did you start entering in this information?
I started on May 24th of 2020.
And are these times already converted to Eastern Time?
That is correct.
So this time I will show activities recovered from the two devices already converted to Eastern Time. Don't subtract 4 hours.
Correct.
All right. I want to talk about generally what's the first entry that you have there from Mr. Moore's phone?
The first entry is that Mr. Moore's phone is the display turning on off.
And do we see that reflected a few other times over the next few rows?
Yes, sir.
Give a preview. Are you also able to, in this, did you place through this timeline information about apps that were accessed and used?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you what's a marked as Exhibit 99.
Like 5 years ago, did he look up another unaliving trial? And can you imagine if YouTube streamers ever have to go testify in court? Well, he unalived her, I think, or she self-deleted. They'd be like, what are you talking about? It's scared to say it. I might get suspended. Might get a strike.
Document.
Okay.
Detective, this appears to be a true and accurate copy of a portion of messages between Emily Noble and someone saved in her phone as Celeste the Best.
That is correct.
Date and time of these messages are right before you begin your spreadsheet, but I asked this time to publish these at 99 to the jury. Detective, there's a message there that was sent on May 24th, 2020, at 6:26 p.m. Eastern Time.
Yes, sir. 6:26:07 p.m.
And does that indicate if that message was read?
It does.
And what time was that message read?
At 6:26:27 p.m.
On the top of page, the second page of the exhibit, does there appear to be a message in response?
That's correct.
And I want to turn your attention to the last two entries. Is there a message that was sent May 24th at 6:27:14 p.m.?
That is correct.
And what time did it indicate that was read?
That was read at 6:27:15 p.m.
And then was there a message sent at 6:33:46 p.m.?
That is correct.
And what was the date and time at which that message was read?
It was not read until May 25th of 2020 at 4:42:17 p.m.
Going back to Exhibit 91. See if I can zoom this in a little bit. Detective, I want you to talk about the first entry on this exhibit
He
from
looks like he's about to fall
Emily
asleep.
Noble's.
Okay.
And can you tell us what time that
Like, I
was?
can't believe I'm
That
sitting
was
here
at
for this.
6:52 and 0 seconds p.m.
And you indicate under the heading event type, what is that?
It was a message received on Facebook Messenger.
And then under the column labeled value, what was that?
It was a message received from Heather Z.
Oh,
Right underneath
no.
that, the next entry, can you tell us what that is?
That's for the entries at the same time of 6:52 and 0 seconds p.m.
And what was the event type that was listed there?
It's the trigger for the display on-off.
Indicating that the display turned on?
That is correct.
Did you hear the testimony of Detective Howe this morning?
Yes, I did.
About trying to look around the time to figure out whether that was a user-initiated activity or just usage of the device?
It's just the usage of the device itself.
And so what the records reflected that at the time that this message was received, the screen lit up on the phone.
That's correct.
After this time, more entries from the defendant's phone?
That's correct.
And I specifically want to draw your attention to the entry at 7:37 p.m., which is line 25.
7:37:57 p.m.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And can you tell us what that entry was?
That was a outgoing call that was placed to somebody named Brian.
And that was an outgoing call placed by, on the defendant's phone?
It was placed. It was an outgoing call from Mr. Moore's phone. Yes.
And approximately what was the duration of that phone call?
Oh, 33 minutes and some change.
You were able to review Sergeant Hollis's body cam?
That's correct.
You had a knock and talk interview with the defendant?
That's correct.
You had a formal interview with the defendant at the police station?
Yes, sir.
At any point in the defendant's recitation of facts did he ever mention that he had a 30-minute phone call in the early evening hours after they returned home from Uptown?
No, not one time.
Continue down underneath that. There are more entries here in red from Emily's phone?
That's correct.
And can you tell us what we're looking at there?
At 8:07 and 28 seconds p.m.,
It wasn't
there was a text
important.
received from Jen.
Who cares?
And the next couple of
You guys
entries?
can't all see it.
And the entry just beneath it was the display on-off where her phone had received the message and the phone screen lights up to show the display went on. The one after that was approximately 21 seconds later. It was a second text received from Jen. And then there are 2 activations of the display screen going on for receiving those messages.
Tech, I'm going to approach and hand you what's marked as State Exhibit 100. Take a moment to look that over.
I wonder what my phone would look like because I have my always on display on. Always.
Okay.
I just get banner notifications.
Tech, do you recognize that exhibit?
I do.
Does it appear to be a true negative copy of 2 pages of communication between someone saved in the phone as Crazy Jen and Emily?
That is correct.
I asked to publish Exhibit 100 this time.
Objection?
No.
Detective, I want to turn your attention to this message at the bottom of first page, State Exhibit 100. Can you tell us what we're looking at there?
It's a message that was sent from Crazy Jen.
And what does it indicate the time that the message was sent?
It was sent May 25th, let's back it up. I apologize. That's 4 hours. May 24th of 2020 at 8:07:28 p.m.
And to flip back over real quick to State Exhibit 91, you said 8:07:28 p.m. Is that first text that's labeled on your timeline here?
That's correct, on line 27.
Detective, does that message indicate a date and time in which it was read?
Yes, it does.
And what was that, sir?
It was not read until May 25th, 2020 at 4:42:11 p.m.
So, message received 8:07 p.m. on the 24th, not read until 4:42 p.m. on the 25th.
That's correct.
And Detective, similarly, the top message on the second page, the State Exhibit 100, does that indicate a similar time of when it was sent and ultimately read?
Yes, sir, it does.
Detective, going back to the State Exhibit 91. Between the hours of 8:09 and 9:11, are all those entries from the defendant's phone?
That is correct.
And can you give the jury an idea of the types of things that were going on the phone at that time?
The display was activated. There was a opening up the text messaging app on the phone. The phone was unlocked at one point. Facebook was activated. The orientation landscape was changed, and the phone was also unlocked.
Next entry from Emily Noble's phone.
It's from 9:11:12 p.m. It's a Facebook Messenger message received from Heather Z.
And then additional messages received on Emily Noble's phone?
A text message was received at 9:44:02 p.m. from Jen, as well as a text message received at 9:44:10 p.m. also from Jen.
Going back to the second page of State 0100. Are those two messages you just talked about at 9:44 p.m. reflected on State 0100?
That is correct.
And do they both indicate times in which they were read?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Do they both indicate times in which those messages were read?
Yes, they do.
And what was that?
They were not read until May 25th, 2020 at 4:42:11 p.m.
Detective, following those two messages that were received, what's the next activity on either one of these phones?
The next activity is on Matt Moore's iPhone, and that is at 1:11:24 a.m.
And you've noted something over there in the margin. Can you tell us what that is that you noted?
It's a gap in time from line 55 to the start of line 56, the gap of 3 hours, 25 minutes.
And so for 3 hours and 25 minutes, there's no activity on either one of these two iPhones.
That is correct.
Oh, we all know what that means.
Starting at 1:11, what kind of activities are we?
We all know what that means. He wasn't sleeping during that time, was he? He hadn't been sleeping because there's no activity on either phone. So guilty. My dog won't stop barking. That's why she got kicked out. That's ridiculous. That's just stupid. I hate this. I hate how they try to tie this inactivity or activity to the thing. Sometimes it shows it, but most times just kind of like this stupid crap.
We see now on the defendant's phone.
The display on-off is activated several times. The device is unlocked. There's also accessing Facebook, some more of the display being on-off and the device being plugged in, as well as orientation changes.
Scrolling down to continue. Can you tell us?
More accessing of Facebook, Instagram, Facebook Messenger, and at 2:22:42 a.m., a text message is sent out from Matt Moore's phone.
And who was that message sent to?
To Arturo Ragaroli.
And who else?
As well as a text message sent at 2:22:53 to Paul Pulver.
And
He
do you recall
said he
the
did this stuff
content of that message?
in his police interview.
Off the top of my head, no.
He just didn't know the times because he couldn't sleep.
If we were to look at the timeline of Mr. Moore's phone, would that refresh your recollection as to the content of those text messages?
It would.
I mean, you didn't allow Mr. Moore to look at his time on his phone to refresh his memory when he told you he didn't know the times. P.S. Carmen, he couldn't sleep. He got up to go to the bathroom, and then that's when he moved to his son's room, and he was up until like 4 or something, he said. And he said, I think I was on my phone. I think I made some
Detective,
couple calls.
are
and
you
looked
able to see
on
in front of
Facebook or
you
whatever.
C797?
Yes, sir.
And after looking at that, do you recall what the text message content was?
It's a YouTube video titled "Dana White, the media tried to shut down the UFC."
And that was sent.
He even said
from
Dana
Matt
White
Moore to Arturo
specifically
Ragaroli
in
at
his
2:22
police
in the morning?
interview.
That's correct.
Detective, after that, was there further communication back and forth between the defendant and Arturo?
Yes, there was.
And you've got something written in the margin on a message at 2:23. Can you tell us what that is?
That is a Facebook message from Matt Moore's iPhone sent to Arturo Ragaroli.
And do you recall the content of that message?
He makes mention that he had taken a sleeping pill and he's probably going to be asleep soon.
And he sent that at 2:23 in the morning?
That is correct.
You notice how he just put pills, question mark,
Detective, is that
not his Ambien that he
communication
said he took.
back and forth between the defendant and Arturo continue on towards 3 o'clock in the morning?
Crap.
It does.
Now I'm going to look at the entries from 3 o'clock in the morning. Can you tell us what kind of things are reflected there on the defendant's phone?
There's accessing Facebook Messenger, Facebook itself, orientation landscape changes of the device, Facebook messages received from a Sean Talon, and some more of the orientation landscape changes, as well as accessing text messages and then sending out a text message at 3:33 and 3:34 a.m.
Let's talk about those two entries here for a minute. First of all, line 133 and 134, what do those entries indicate?
That he's just accessing the text messaging part of the device itself.
So that shows when the messaging app was activated?
That's correct.
And then lines 135 and 136?
Those are text messages sent from Matt Moore's iPhone to Joe.
Continuing on after 3:30 in the morning, what does the device reflect?
Some more activity on Facebook. There's a device plugin, palmygrate.com. Another Facebook message sent out to Sean Talon. And at 4:35, launching Google Chrome.
That message, the last one there, to someone named Sean, 4:14 in the morning?
That is correct.
Generally speaking, how would you characterize the activity of the phone between 1:10 a.m. until 4:10 a.m.?
Objection is not how we characterize it. It speaks for itself.
Rephrase the question, as sustained.
Did the device indicate constant usage between 1:10 a.m. and 4:10 a.m.?
Objection needed.
Rephrase your question.
What did the device indicate between the hours of 1:10 and 4:10?
Essentially constant usage of the device.
Judge just sighed like, can we just get through this, please?
Detective, I want to continue after 4:10 in the morning. Can you tell us what is recovered on the phone during the next hour and a half?
Facebook is launched again. Google Chrome is also launched again. Orientation landscape changes a couple times. Facebook is launched, as well as the YouTube app.
And at what time was the YouTube app launched?
5:52:18 a.m.
And again, for what does the orientation change indicate?
I don't
When the
know.
device can go from landscape to portrait or vice versa.
So the device has to be turned in
My
order to
phone
show
just
that.
changed
That's
orientation,
correct.
just so y'all know. I moved it.
What did the cell phone information show between 4:10 and 5:52 in the morning?
A lot of user-initiated activities such as opening Messenger, Google Chrome, and Facebook and YouTube.
As well as those orientation changes?
Yes, sir.
Detective, we now finally get to some activity in red on Emily's phone. Can you tell us what it is we're looking at there?
At 6 a.m., it's the alarm on Emily Noble's phone, as well as the display being activated for the alarm. There's also at 8:41:24, there's a message received from Amy Thomas on Facebook Messenger, and the display screen lights up again.
And do you recall specifically what message that was received from Amy Thomas?
It was a response to a picture that was posted on social media, and it said, to the extent, love this, love you guys, love the country.
The one that we've seen a photograph that picture in the exhibit before was talked about by Ms. Thomas.
That's correct.
Again, does the display on-off on Emily's phone occur at the same time down to the second when the message was received on Facebook?
That is correct.
Detective, continuing from 8:40, does the only activity again belong to the defendant?
That is correct.
And can you tell us what is reflected during this time?
There's accessing Facebook Messenger, the orientation change of the device itself. The device was plugged in. The YouTube app and Facebook were launched. There was a text message received from Joe, as well as a text message sent out to Joe.
Can a phone plug itself in?
No, sir.
And at 9 o'clock in the morning,
Kind
was there
of.
activity,
If you laid on a wireless
a
charger.
message sent from the phone?
Yes, there was.
Detective, continuing on at the 9 o'clock hour, can you tell us generally what's reflected on the defendant's phone at that time?
More accessing Safari, a text message received from Joe. The orientation landscape on the phone was changed. The display on-off was activated. The device itself was unlocked. Some more accessing Facebook, Safari, accessing the text messaging, display on-off. The device was plugged in again. Facebook access, accessing the YouTube app, orientation landscape, and a Facebook Messenger message received from Paul Pulver.
Did it just say pills?
Based on your review of this information, what appeared to be going on with the defendant's phone during the 9 o'clock hour?
Essentially constant usage on Matt Moore's iPhone.
Okay, so now they're getting somewhere.
Detective,
Where he said he was
We
sleeping.
then have a red entry again at 10:13 in the morning.
Apparently
So that's
wasn't.
on Emily Noble's phone.
That's correct.
And can you tell us what it is we're looking at there?
It's a missed call and the notification of that call.
Detective, after 11 o'clock in the morning, can you tell us generally the types of things that we're looking at there?
We're accessing Facebook Messenger, orientation changes, accessing our text messaging, the display on-off activation. The device itself is unlocked at 11:32:57. We're accessing text messaging. The device was unlocked again. A New York Times app, orientation landscape, the display on-off being activated, the device being unlocked at 11:50:14. Facebook, Amazon, orientation landscape, display on-off. The device was unlocked at 11:53:59 a.m. and accessing Amazon and text messaging again.
Detective, we then come to an entry in line 268 at 11:54 a.m. And that's in green. Can you tell us why that's in green?
That is that's a text message from Matt Moore's iPhone sent to Emily Noble's iPhone.
I hand you what's marked as Exhibit 101. Take one, flip that over.
I think he also told the police that he just kind of laid around in bed too once he woke up. So,
Do
because
you
he was
recognize that
trying to
document, sir?
recover from the night before.
Does it appear to be a true and accurate copy of the details of that particular message that was sent at 11:54 a.m.?
Yes, it is.
That's a published Exhibit 101 to the jury. Detective, showing the first page of Exhibit 101, can you tell us initially what the timestamp is for when the message was sent?
The timestamp was May 25th, 2020 at 3:54:25. Oh, I just forgot the 4. At May 25th, 2020 at 11:54:25.
And when does it indicate that message was read?
It was read on May 25th, 2020 at 4:42:01 p.m.
Turning to page 2 of the State's Exhibit 101, can you tell us the heading body, what was the content of that message?
It's the text message that says, "Are we going to this party or what?"
Detective, based on your review of the cell phone material, is it possible that Mr. Moore was sleeping up until the time that he sent that message?
No, sir.
That's speculation.
I think you can talk about what the actual records show. He's talking about phone usage, so the person
Just have
can
me repeat what the records reflect that would draw a conclusion. What did the record say?
Do the records show usage of the phone up until the time that that's sent?
Yes, they do.
User-initiated usage of it.
That is correct.
Does it show who was using that phone? No. I mean, it was,
Say if we go down to line 278, we can have an entry
that could have been
in
her
green.
objection,
Can you
I
tell us
guess.
what we're looking at there?
I don't know.
That is where Matt Moore's iPhone is utilizing the app Find My iPhone.
And why is it in green rather than blue or red?
Essentially, it's in green because it's being shared on, it's being able to be read on both devices at that point. When you look at the timeline of events, it's the Find My iPhone is active at that point for both devices.
He's definitely the
Continue on after
lone
that.
state witness, Carmen.
Through the noon hour,
The
generally speaking, you tell us what we see there?
device was plugged in, logged in Facebook, device was unlocked, orientation landscape changes, accessing Facebook, Instagram, the camera on the device, Facebook, Instagram, photo image, a text message from Dad, as well as 3 texts sent to Dad.
Is that conversation continuing to the 1 o'clock hour?
Yes, it does.
Going down to the next entry, it was noted on Emily Noble's phone. Can you tell us when that was?
At 1:43:42 p.m.
And what did that indicate?
It was a text message received from Jared L. and following with the display being lit up at that point.
Any other activity on Emily Noble's phone at the time that text message came in?
No, sir.
Continuing down to 2:58 p.m., we have another entry that's in green. Tell us what it is we're looking at there.
That is a text message sent from Matt Moore's iPhone to Emily Noble's phone.
Now, it is weird that he sent her a text message when he knew her phone was in the house.
102. Take a moment to look at that.
I mean, after he knew her phone was in the house. Why are you sending her more?
Okay.
Did you recognize that document, sir?
I do.
And there's appear to be a true and accurate copy of the details of the message that we were just talking about on line 369 of your timeline.
That's correct.
This time it has to publish Exhibit 102 to the jury.
Any objection?
Detective, can you tell me what date and time was that message was received?
At May 25th, 2020 at 2:58 and 30 seconds p.m.
And at what date and time was it read?
Read at May 25th, 2020 at 4:42:01 p.m.
Turn to page 2 of the document. Under body, can you tell us what the content of that message was?
The content is from the text message. It says, "I guess we aren't going?" ?
I don't remember if she owned an Apple Watch or not, Carmen.
Detective, continuing on with your spreadsheet.
Facebook, slideshow, the display on off was activated, the device was unlocked, Facebook Messenger, Facebook, YouTube app, the camera, the speaker, and Facebook again, all from Matt Moore's iPhone.
And then we get to 441 with some entries from Emily Noble's phone.
That's correct.
And can you tell us what we see there?
The display on off was activated. The Emily's phone was unlocked at 4:42:01, and the text messaging app was activated as well.
Detective, by way of example, say Exhibit 102. What was the time that message was read?
May 25th, 2020 at 4:42:01 p.m.
Say Exhibit 101. What was the time that message was read?
May 25th, 2020, 4:42:01 p.m.
States Exhibit 100. What was the time that message was read?
May 25th, 2020, 4:42:11 p.m.
States Exhibit 99. What was the time that message was read?
May 25th, 2020, 4:42:17 p.m.
So all these messages that we talked about over the last few States Exhibits were all read at that time when the device you just indicated, the messaging app, was activated at 4:42 in the afternoon.
That is correct.
So if you're looking for your significant other, don't look at their text messages to see if there might be any clue.
Detective, after that time, was there continued usage on the defendant's phone?
There was. The device was unlocked, Facebook was accessed, orientation change, the device was plugged in, as well as a outgoing call was placed to Brian at 5:04:59 p.m., as well as the accessing a Signal app.
Detective, I'm going to talk about the next entries that are on Emily Noble's phone. Can you tell us what those are?
That guy's like, I'm out of here.
The display was activated, the phone was unlocked, the text messaging was accessed at 5:08:16 p.m., Facebook Messenger was accessed, and a Facebook Messenger message was sent to Jared L. at 5:17:12 p.m.
Second on Hay, what's more, states at 103. Take a moment to look that over.
Okay.
Do you recognize that document, sir?
I do.
And does it appear to be a true and accurate copy of the messaging detail for that Facebook Messenger post or Facebook message that we're talking about from 5:17 p.m.?
That is correct.
And this time that's published Exhibit 103 to the jury. Detective, what does that indicate as the time on that message?
The timestamp is May 25th, 2020 at 5:17:12 p.m.
Who does it indicate the Facebook message is from?
It's from Emily Noble's Facebook Messenger account.
Turn to page 2 of the exhibit under body. Does that indicate the message content?
Yes, it does.
And what was that, sir?
It says, "Hello, Jared. My name is Matt. I'm Emily's husband. We had plans to come over to your house today. I can't find her. Is she there? Question mark."
Wow, what a jerk.
So, Detective, on
Somebody
your
he didn't
spreadsheet
have
is
in his
indicated in
phone,
red
He was looking to see if he could
because
communicate
it's an activity
with.
that was on Emily Noble's phone,
That is correct.
but the activity was initiated by Emily's husband, Matt.
Oh,
That is
no. And he was looking for her.
Detective, prior to 5:13 in the afternoon on May 25th, had Emily's device ever accessed Facebook Messenger?
No, it had not.
Well, that's it. He's guilty. He got on Facebook Messenger.
So the first time that Facebook Messenger was accessed on the 25th on Emily's phone, it was the defendant who did it.
Objection as to who did it. I think the document speaks for itself.
I think you get that covered. Next question.
I think the defense attorney's going
Detective,
to
did you
eat
continue
this
noting
detective
activity
alive.
on either phone?
She's going to enjoy
On my
it.
phone?
On the two phones?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
There
detective.
is, Find My iPhone was accessed at 5:21:46. The device was unlocked. Find My iPhone again at 5:23:14. The Facebook app and text messaging app were all accessed from Mr. Moore's iPhone.
Were there additional communications back and forth that took place on Emily's phone as well?
Yes, there was a text message received from Jen. There was a Facebook Messenger from Jared L. The device was unlocked. The text messaging was accessed as well as the Facebook Messenger. Another message was sent out to Jared L. and another one received from Jared L.
Detective, then I want to turn your attention to the entry in row 475.
Okay?
Can you tell us what we're looking at there?
That's a outgoing call placed from Emily Noble's phone to Celeste.
Okay, is it
Detective,
possible
Haney, what's
he
marked
didn't
as
have her number?
Can you tell us what we're looking at there?
That's the woman that couldn't
This is the
identify him.
timestamp and the call log data for that phone call itself.
And that is a true and accurate copy of the data related to a phone call placed from Emily Noble's device to Celeste on May 25th?
That is correct.
That's the published Exhibit 104 to the jury.
He's looking at the jury like, would you wake up, please?
Detective, I'm showing you Exhibit 104. Can you tell us what it is we're looking at here?
We're looking at the call log data from May 25th, 2020 at 5:47:57 p.m. The call was a 5-minute, 54-second phone call that was outgoing from Emily Noble's phone to Celeste's device.
Detective, following that phone call from Emily Noble's device, was there other activity on the defendant's phone?
Yes, Safari was accessed, orientation, landscape was changed, the device was unlocked, Safari was accessed, and a outgoing call was placed at 5:54:43 p.m. to the Westerville Police Department.
You recognize that number?
Yes, sir.
And what is that number, sir?
That is the 614-882-7444 is one of the phone numbers for the Westerville Police.
Detective, does your spreadsheet then conclude at 6:16 p.m. on the 25th?
It concludes because that's where I stopped it at that point. Yes, sir.
That's not the end of the data on the phones, but then where you stop compiling it into your spreadsheet.
It's essentially a snapshot of the activity of the device from when they were getting ready to leave the last restaurant until about the time that he had called the Westerville Police Department.
I'm approaching March 6th at 105.
Oh, I was hoping that was going to conclude him.
Take a minute to look that over. Okay.
Do you recognize that document, sir?
I do.
Generally speaking, what is it?
It's the call log data from Matt Moore calling Amy Thomas.
Was it on Matt's device or Emily's device?
It was on Emily's device.
Is it a true and accurate copy of the data related to that phone call?
Yes, it was.
You know, this time that's published exhibit 105. Well, let's start down here in the bottom. Says exhibit 105. Can you tell us who it indicates the party was to the call?
It's to a contact named Sister Amy.
And up at the top of exhibit 105, can you tell us the date and time of that phone call?
It's from May 25th, 2020, 7:55 p.m.
And what was the duration of that phone call?
9 minutes and 8 seconds.
I have one moment, Your Honor.
Oh my gosh. Is he going to be done?
I want to talk about something other than cell phones here for a minute. Where did Emily Noble's remains go after they were recovered?
Delaware County has a contract with the Montgomery County Coroner's Office, so her remains were taken there for an autopsy.
And where did they go from Montgomery County?
They were later transferred to Ohio State for further examination by anthropologists.
And was there a period of time that passed while waiting for that report to be done?
Yes, there was.
Did you continue with other investigation while that was ongoing?
Yes, I did.
Was there any investigation conducted with regard to the branch that the court had been tied around?
Yes, there was.
And can you tell the jury about that, please?
So, unsure of what it was, I contacted the Ohio State's
Right?
Forestry Division to get what sort of
This is
tree we were
ridiculous.
looking at, based on the pictures and stuff that I'd explained earlier. They responded back that it looked like it was not actually a tree, but a giant shrub, is how they described it, that could grow to the size of a small tree, essentially. It's called a Muir honeysuckle. I'd never heard of it. I'm not a tree guy. And so I'd asked if there was any sort of...
And eventually, did you have someone come out to test the strength of the branch?
Yes, I did.
And who was that, sir?
It was Dr. John Bolte and Dr. Kang from Ohio State.
And did they come out and run tests on the tree branch?
Yes, they did.
And was the tree branch able to support the weight in their tests?
Yes, it was.
Did you also, during the investigation, receive a
Fun fact, I think the defense is planning on calling Dr. Bolte because she's already talked about him. So he must not have said stuff that the state wanted.
report from, I guess, what's colloquially known as the body farm?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell us about that, sir?
That the
We didn't have to talk about the
body
farm.
decomposition was what they had studied previously with the body out in the elements in a upright hanging position.
With regard to the test of the branch, was that designed to mimic exactly the way Emily's remains were found?
Not exactly, no.
If you recall, how did it differ from Emily?
It differed because they had taken the legs from the, it was essentially like a crash test dummy, is the best way to describe what they had used. And they had taken the legs off and put it up into the lap of the dummy itself.
Was there a cord that was used for the test?
There was.
And how was that cord fastened around the dummy's neck?
Honestly, I can't recall.
Detective, one last thing about cell phones. We talked towards the end of your spreadsheet about something called Signal app.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jury what Signal app is?
Signal app is a way for two users to communicate, similar to like text messaging, but it's more encrypted, so it can't be read from a third party. It's a lot more secure than a general text message would be considered.
Was there a question about whether content from the Signal app would have been recovered during the forensic extractions done of the phone?
That is correct.
And just so we're clear, we're talking about the defendant's iPhone.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
As a result of those concerns, was an additional search warrant obtained in order to manually search the phone?
Yes, there was.
How was that manual search of the phone conducted?
It was conducted with Detective, I believe he's a lieutenant at this point. If I call him Sergeant, I apologize. Detective Sergeant Alloway and myself, and I essentially was standing over him and recording the screen as he manually entered the Signal app on Mr. Moore's iPhone, and we examined it that way.
She's like, what do you mean? What do you think you're going to do, little boy? Would you sit down so I can ask some questions? Been waiting all day.
Detective, again, I'm going to just show you what's the margin states at 106. Are you able to see that, Detective?
No, sir.
Yeah, all right, let's go on my login. That was a test again, you still
Yeah,
passed. Are you able to see that now, sir?
Yes, sir, I am.
And State's Exhibit 106, does that appear to be the video that was taken of the manual search of the cell phone?
That is correct.
And were you able to locate the Signal app?
Yes, we did.
And inside the Signal app, what was,
Well, it looks like he was hiding
how many
it.
conversations were located?
There was just one conversation.
And were you able to determine any kind of user info for that communication?
Yes, I was.
And who was that communication with?
It was communication with somebody through the app named Ridge, R-I-D-G.
And were you able to obtain any other information about this Ridge?
We were able to obtain a phone number.
And did that phone number mean anything to you?
It did.
And who did that phone number belong to?
It belonged to Mathew Moore's friend, Mr. Ruggeroli.
Detective, in reviewing the conversation, were you able to determine what were messages that were received in Signal app and what were messages that were sent in Signal app?
Yes, we were.
Approach with what's the Marquis at 107?
I'm
Detective
sorry.
what's the Marquis at 107?
No, wait.
Look at that.
Okay.
Do you recognize that document, sir?
I do.
Generally speaking, can you tell us what it is?
It is a screenshot from the video itself of part of the conversation between Arturo Ruggeroli and Mathew Moore.
Closed
And-
captions.
Do the blue bubbles on the right-hand side indicate messages that were sent from the defendant's device?
Yes, they do.
This time published these at 107, Jay. Detective, it's hard to see here. Can you tell us what date and time we're looking at?
May 7th, 2020, at about 1:21 a.m.
And can you tell us what that message from the defendant's phone said.
So the message from Mathew Moore says, "My marriage is over. We don't fuck anymore. I'm an old dirty bastard who needs to ramble."
I don't know for the question this time, thank you.
Yes, Your Honor. Okay, one moment.
He strikes me as the type of person back in 2020 when everything was kind of going off the freaking rails. I mean, the world was going nuts. I'm not going to get into why, because there was lots of reasons why, and I will get my little teeny tiny channel yanked off of here so fast I will not even know it's gone. I'll just keep on talking. But he strikes me as the type of guy that kind of maybe, with that book that we saw the other day of, I don't remember all the things that they didn't tell you that you should know or something, whatever that was. It was a weird book. I went on and read a little bit further down in the description. It's kind of a weird book. If he was reading that or she was reading that and talking to him about it or vice versa, whatever, I can see he would be that type of person to be on that Signal app. He would be kind of looking at things a little differently than he maybe is now or anybody is now. People's views have changed about a lot of stuff. It means nothing to me that he was on that Signal app. They have linked nothing really significant out of any of this. All those hours of testimony don't link anything to him. In my opinion, I must add that. All right, let's get this defense attorney up and get rolling. I can't wait. I'm surprised he didn't take a break.
Just your exhibits if I can.
Okay, I want to use all your exhibits, State. Thank you. I think she's going to rubber rolly all over him, Carmen. At least I kind of hope she does. Oh, seriously? You don't like what she's gonna do? Come on. She said something you didn't like. I swear that guy is scared to death. And that woman, she's just hovering. Old Jen Psaki's mom. Seriously. The deputy's back there kind of smiling like, whatever. You guys are gonna lose. I hope. So far,
You ready?
they might change my mind. It's open.
This examination, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be longer than we have today, so we're going to end a little bit before 5. So she understands that during the course of her cross-examination, but we'll pick it up later.
He's just like, oh, I don't think this is gonna go well. It's like, I hope I wore my thick trousers.
Thank you, Your Honor, and I'm mindful of the 5 o'clock.
You just go on, I'll keep track. Don't you worry about it.
Thank you. You know how I can be now. Detective, how are you?
Okay, ma'am, how are you?
I'm okay, thank you. So, I'm gonna start with the cell phone, and it won't surprise you to know that I'm gonna bounce around a bunch. But you, in the extraction, the text messages between, or the messages between Emily and Matt, did you ever print those out and have an actual hard copy?
No.
Would it surprise, there was a volume of text messages, were there not?
Absolutely, there were.
And would it surprise you to know that the volume of text messages within the date and time of your search range was this much paper?
I believe that, yes.
And of this much paper, of messages between Matt and Emily Moore, the exhibits you were asked about, 81A, 81B, 81C, those text messages and those 3 exhibits that talked about those arguments with Matt and Emily consist of that much paper.
Okay.
Is that fair to say? Those are the exhibits you were asked about?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I want to go through them. Have you, let's go through them.
She's like, we're just going to read these.
And if you wouldn't mind, because I'm going to go through so many exhibits, if we just showing you what's been marked is 81, State's Exhibit 81A. Just so the jury is clear, 81A is from November 21st of 2019. Is that right?
That is correct.
And Detective, let me know if at any point in time you need me to approach. I'm happy to show you things if it's more clear.
Okay.
And I just want to go to the second page of that, when you were giving color and context as to what Matt and the phone of Matt and Emily are saying. Right here in the green bubble, that's the bubble that's associated with the phone for EM. Is that right?
That is correct.
Those 2 words right there say not mean, do they not?
That's correct. Sorry, that's correct.
It says unintelligible.
Correct.
Unintelligible means I can't understand you, doesn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
And then I want to go on to this last message, which you were asked about. I'm going to get it together soon. I just need to let this sadness thing run its course. It won't be much longer. Do you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you were questioning Matt Moore in that interview room on May 27th, and you were asking him a whole lot of questions about his marriage. You would agree with me that you kept using a time frame of 6 months. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
Like last 6 months, right?
That's correct.
And I remember in the interview that, of course, the jurors watched, and tell me if I'm wrong, but you were using that 6 months time frame, and Matt told you that things after Joey had killed himself had been tough, for lack of a better word.
That's correct.
They had both, they being he and Emily, were both dealing with that situation in different ways. Do you remember him telling you that?
That's correct.
So tell me, we know that Emily went missing in May, right, of 2020.
Yes, ma'am.
So April, March, February, January, December, November. How many months is November prior to May?
What, the exact date or just a ballpark?
Just a ballpark.
6 months.
6 months, right? And right here he says it won't be much longer. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Going to 82B. Just want to make sure you were asked about it. And again, the blue bubbles are, move it up. The blue bubbles are from the phone identified as Matt Moore. First 5 words, December 31st, 2019. So New Year's Eve, I don't want to argue. Do you see that?
I do.
And you've reviewed, I know, this stack of messages through the course of your investigation. You would agree, would you not, that the message of I don't want to argue, please be positive, is a constant message from Matt Moore to Emily Miller.
Okay.
It's a regular message, is it not? Please be positive. Stay positive. I need you to be positive.
I'd agree with that.
As evidenced by second page of Exhibit 81B, try and be positive. That's a blue bubble, is it not?
Yes, it is.
I also want to just go up because you were asked about this earlier. The green bubble is associated with the EM phone, right? And this is New Year's Eve. Do you see how she said, or the green bubble says, you used the wrong word? It's singular. Do you see that, Detective?
I do.
So one word is enough for the user of the green bubble to be this upset.
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
He can answer that question.
It's one word that causes this chain of text.
Yes.
Want to go to 81C. Do you agree with me that this text exchange is from February of 2020?
Yes, I agree.
So we have the text exchange with respect to disagreements with Matt. We have 81A, which is in November of 2019, right?
Yes.
81B, which is in New Year's Eve of 1920. Happy to show it to you.
1920? 2019?
2019.
Okay, sorry,
It's okay.
it's been a long day. I get it.
Me too.
I had to pause.
I mean December 13th of year 2019 going into 2020. That's what I mean.
Okay, yes.
Okay. That's 81B. Now I want to talk about 81C is now we're in February of 2020.
Yes.
February to March, March to April, April to May. This is more than 3 months before Emily goes missing, is it not?
That is correct.
And these text messages that were asked about what Matt Moore, blue bubble, and green bubble of Emily, right? He's talking about the medication I got today isn't working. I'm extremely anxious. Can I have one of your Valium? Where are you? Do you see that in 81C?
No, can you pull down just a little?
Of course I can. Thank you.
Oh, otherwise not.
Oops.
Keep going.
In the drawer on the right of my sink on my way home. You see that?
I still can't see the message above that you were referencing. Yes, there you go. Okay, yes, I see that.
And then let me scroll up where he ends it with a thank you. Do you see that?
I do.
What happened in or around March 11th of 2002 with respect to COVID? Do you remember that, Detective?
2020.
March 11th of 2020?
2020, yeah, right.
Essentially, the world seemed to shut down.
The governor, DeWine, issued a emergency stay-at-home order, did he not?
Correct.
I mentioned that because I was listening to your testimony and it hit me when on direct examination the prosecutor was asking you about the frequency of the word love in text messages between Emily and Matt. You are aware, of course, that Emily had a full-time job. She worked for the government or the state.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm going to focus on August 2019 to May of 2020. Joey kills himself. Emily takes leave from work, does she not?
That is correct.
For about 3 or 4 months.
Yes.
She then returns to work.
Yes, she does.
The governor's stay-at-home order in mid-March forces her to have to go home and work remotely. Would you agree with me on that?
Yes, I would.
So when you talk about how the number of comments for love appeared to be less in March and April, I mean, you would agree with me that she's working at home at that time, right?
I'd agree that she's working from home, yes.
So maybe we don't need to text as much if I'm actually at home with you.
Okay.
Right? Because we know that wasn't working.
That's correct.
And so Emily's working remotely from home as of the governor's stay-at-home order, correct?
Yes.
Mid-March goes into April, right? And goes into May.
Yes.
I want to go back through. Well, let's talk about this. This 81 series. These are kind of, we can call them the Matt and Emily argument emails.
Okay.
Can we call them that just so that I can refer to them? Because these are it, right?
Okay.
You would agree with me that at no point in these, maybe it's 10 or 12 pages, certainly the jury can count, does it say, I hate you? Correct?
That's correct.
I want you dead?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay?
What is it?
Hearsay?
From whom?
Hearsay.
It's cross-examination, Your Honor, as to what these text messages do or don't say.
You're referring to what's on
That's
the
correct.
document.
That's correct.
I just want to make sure I'm clear from your earlier order that.
From the defendant.
Okay,
These are from the defendant.
As long as we're clarifying that, so we make sure we're talking about the stuff that's supposed to be substantive.
Okay, let me be very clear. Messages from Matt Moore's phone do not include the following words. Let's go through this. I hate you, correct?
That's correct.
I want you dead, correct?
Correct.
That is never in there. I am going to kill you, correct?
Correct.
I am going to divorce you, not in there, correct?
No.
In fact, the one message you did read was where he said, if you want to divorce me, let me know. Isn't that correct?
That's right.
None of those statements are in the meat of these Emily and Matt argument texts.
That's correct.
Let's go through some of the... I'm going to come back to the cell phones, but I'll go through some of the... One moment, Your Honor. Just start going through. You show exhibit 77 and 88. I printed out a copy.
Okay.
You were shown an electronic copy. If I may approach, Your Honor? Yes. Just want to make sure.
Her printing out all of those emails and showing the jury the actual volume instead of just saying there was 5,000 emails, right? Or whatever it was. Showing the jury that big thing. Email or text messages versus what they read.
These are the same
That should have an
electronic,
impact.
versions that you were shown during direct.
Yes, ma'am.
So these records from J.P. Morgan are for two different bank accounts. Is that correct?
That's correct.
One of them, and I'll start with Exhibit 77 because that was the earlier account. Do you recognize that as the face sheet?
Yes.
And this account, right here, it has the account numbers. Let me zoom in so the jurors can see it. Do you recognize this, Detective?
Yes, I recognize.
Okay. So I just want to go to, if I can, this is Emily Noble's own bank account. Would you agree with me on that?
Yes.
No one else, his name is on this bank account, right?
That is correct.
And the amount, it's hard to see here, but would you agree that the total assets is $97,000?
It's hard to see, but that looks accurate, yes.
If I may approach, Your Honor, because I want to be sure I'm accurate.
Sorry about that. Yes.
If you could read the exact amount.
$97,499.82.
Thank you. Sure. You were asked about the two, let me go to Exhibit 80 now. Exhibit 80 is an account that had both Emily and Matt's name on it. Does that sound right?
I don't remember the specific exhibit number, but yes, I remember an account with both their names on it.
One moment. Trying to get to the page.
The only thing I wish this attorney did better is her dates and not saying like 2002 when she to say 2020.
Showing you Exhibit
But
80.
other than that, I
Just so
think
we
it's
can
great.
see account title, what names are listed there?
Matthew Moore and Emily Noble.
And I really just think she gets ahead of
It
herself.
indicates that it's a checking account, does it not?
Yes, it does.
And so, I'm going to get to the balance of this account, if we could. Just give me one moment. If I may approach, Your Honor, it's hard to see.
By the way, if you think a judge never says no, I have seen an attorney ask to approach a client and he said no. I've only seen it once.
Okay.
And what's that account balance?
The ending balance is $90,923.11.
Thank you. So the one account with just Emily's name is roughly $97,000?
Yes.
And the one account with both of their names is roughly $90,000?
Yes.
The two checks that you were shown for the $5,000, do you remember that during direct examination?
Yes, I do.
Paul Pulver is Matt Moore's stepbrother, is that correct?
I thought it was half-brother, but
You know what,
Okay.
you're right. It's his half-brother. He
That's
lives
even
in
better,
Florida.
right?
Does that sound about right?
yes.
And the other check for 5,000 to Arturo is a friend of Matt's?
Yes.
And at no point in this case, you interviewed Arturo, did you not?
I did not. We actually sent the local FBI office out to interview.
Because Arturo actually lives in Vegas, where Matt used to live?
Yes.
And Paul lives in Florida. Someone under your direction interviewed Paul as well, did they not?
It was through a phone call. I interviewed him.
I want to close the loop, if I can, on the issue of money. You wrote a summary, an investigative summary of your work in this case, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And tell me if you ever need to refer to it. I have an extra copy, but you are aware, certainly, and included it in your investigative summary, that Matt Moore's mother died prior to Joey dying in 2019. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And when, through the course of your investigation, you learned, did you not, that Matt Moore inherited between $300,000 and $400,000 from his mother when she passed in 2019?
That sounds accurate, yes.
And you also knew that, and you became aware through the course of your investigation, that Emily Noble had a life insurance plan through her work. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you further learned through the course of your investigation that Matt Moore never submitted an insurance claim against that policy. Is it that correct?
That's correct.
Wow, we forgot, we left all that out. Oops.
I wanted to talk about some, and I warned everyone I was going to jump around. There's some pictures that I didn't show Officer Leckie yesterday, but you are, of course, familiar with the photos from the scene at 46 Abbey Cross that were taken on May 27th during the search warrant, correct?
Yes.
We're going to talk about
Dang, I forgot all about those. That's why she's making the big butt.
showing what the witness has been marked as Defendant's Exhibit L. Detective, do you remember that photograph being taken by law enforcement on the day of the search? If we could display. Oh, that's my job. Oh, my goodness. It's up. You know what? Takes a village. Thank you so much. Shoot. Do you remember this photograph that's now been marked as Defendant's Exhibit L being taken during the search?
Honestly, I don't.
Okay. Do you want me to approach so you can see it more closely?
No, I can see it clearly. I just can't recall it in the stack of photos being taken.
Okay. And if you can, you just don't remember this photo being taken. I want to zoom out so that we can look at the photo and then I can orient you to it after I grab another photo. But you see that there appears to be a card, does there not? Like an envelope with what it looks like to say E and M?
Yes.
And if I may approach, Your Honor, with Defendant's Exhibit L, I don't want you to take my word for it, but I just want to be sure that that card is not or was not taken by law enforcement as an item of evidence. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you know that May 24th was Emily's birthday, correct?
Yes.
And so should that have been a birthday card, we don't know the contents or the messaging that was taking place between perhaps Matt and Emily the day of her birthday. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
I'm going to talk about two other pictures that weren't shown yesterday that I just want to do. Defendant's Exhibit M and N. Showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit M. Do you recognize that photograph?
That is one of the bathrooms at 46 Abbey Cross. Yes.
And it appears to be...
That's accurate.
And if you see in here, there appears to be some items.
Yes.
This was in the secondary bedroom, or the secondary bathroom, is that right?
That's correct.
And we know that because of the orientation right here of room D.
Correct.
Fair to say that in advance of the search warrant being executed, Matt Moore was not given notice that you were going to descend on that house and execute a search warrant,
That's accurate.
right? You didn't let him know you were coming.
Correct.
right? So in the guest bedroom, we have this hamper. Now showing the witness what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit N. At some point during the search warrant, the basket was emptied by the officers, was it not? And the clothes were dumped on the floor.
At this point, I wasn't on scene, but I'm assuming that since no one else was in the house, since officers clear it, that yes, it was emptied out by an officer.
And does this picture look like it jog your mind of one of the pictures that was taken by the officers during the search?
Yes.
And again, just to orient, I know that we have this picture where the clothes are in the basket, and then this picture where the clothes are next to the basket, and the lid appears to be open here. Would you agree with me, Detective?
Yes.
And you answered the question that I was going to ask because you're smart like that. The house was cleared, right? So the only individuals that could move things in the house were the officers.
Correct.
Want to, and it's not real clear here, but does this look like a fair and accurate copy of one of the photographs that was taken by the Westerville Police Department?
Yes.
And the same, I ask you, of Defendant's Exhibit M?
Yes.
It's hard to see here, but this is a plaid shirt here, is it not?
Yes, it is.
And this appears to be a black piece of clothing? Or something black.
Something black, yes.
Yes. And then right back here, do you see that? Is another plaid piece of clothing. Do you see that?
Yes.
And if I may, I'm not sure what this is. I'm showing you now what's been marked as State's Exhibit 83. Do you see that plaid?
Yes.
And it's hard to see, and let me, Your Honor, may I approach? I want to bring up Defendant's Exhibit N and 63. You see that in the back there? The State's exhibit that I've shown you, as you testified to on direct, is from Kobele Restaurant, taken on May 24th. Is that right?
Yes.
And we know that shirt was a short-sleeve shirt, do we not?
Yes.
That shirt, is that in evidence at the Westerville Police Department?
Honestly, I can't recall. If I could see the list of inventory that was taken from the search warrant, it would refresh my memory.
Well, and because I don't have the evidence log handy, let me ask you this. Fair to say that there is nothing of evidentiary value from any of the clothing items that were taken from the hamper. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And remember when we were watching we watched it, and you certainly have reviewed it, the Officer Hollis video cam footage when he goes to the house initially?
Yes, ma'am.
And Matt Moore goes into the closet and he holds up that black skirt and says, "This is what she was wearing last night." Do you remember that?
Yes.
And then actually on the day of the search warrant, on May 27th, that black skirt is in the same exact location in the closet, is it not? And, I'm sorry.
Do you have a photograph of that?
Yes, I'm getting it.
Okay.
And that black skirt is in physical evidence, isn't it?
Yes.
And I came to the office, to the police department, what was it now, a week or so ago?
Probably about 2 weeks. Yes.
2 weeks now.
Yes.
And you and Lieutenant Alloway and I, we opened up a significant number of brown bags which had physical evidence in those bags, right?
Yes.
And one of the items that was bagged and properly preserved was that black skirt that Emily was seen wearing on her birthday.
Since I was in and out, essentially getting the items out for you and Detective Lieutenant Alloway, I can't speak as to what was in all the bags.
You are aware, though, are you not, that it was seized as evidence, a black miniskirt?
Yes.
I'll show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit O, because it's easier than for me to find. Does this look familiar?
Yes.
And this photograph was taken on the 27th of May?
Yes, it was.
And thinking now to compare this photograph versus the body cam from Officer Hollis on the 25th, do you remember when Matt Moore walks into the closet on May 25th, right to this area and holds up a black item and says this is her miniskirt?
Yes, I do.
And this photo, we know, is from May 27th, so 2 days later. And there appears, does it not, to be a black item in that same or similar location.
Yes.
And fair to say that when you're executing a search warrant, your purpose there is truly as the search warrant application says, to find items of evidentiary value.
Yes,
That's why you're there. You're looking for any possible evidence of trace evidence, right? So blood spatter, hairs, fibers, anything that might indicate to you that there was some sort of crime committed there, right?
that's correct.
You would certainly take anything that you saw that you thought it might not be of evidentiary value, but if it could be, best practices, you'd take it, would you not?
That's correct.
And yay, she said spatter instead of splatter. Kudos.
Showing you now what's marked as, I'm being challenged on my alphabet. P. Defendant's Exhibit P. Detective, I know you haven't been shown this photo before, but I ask you if you recognize it.
Yes, I do.
And where was this photo obtained from during the course of the investigation?
This is a photo from Matt Moore's iPhone.
Which was, based on the data, this was taken on May 24th of 2020, was it not?
That's correct.
And this area where it's taken, I know we heard some testimony from Amy Thomas, but this is called the Field of Heroes, correct?
That is correct.
I just want to draw your attention. Do you see those shoes that Emily Noble is wearing in that picture?
I do.
And so we know that this is the day of her birthday, the day before she goes missing, do we not?
That's correct.
And do you see it looks as if there's some kind of shoes, and then there's like a black right there, almost like a sock that's peeking out. Do you see that?
Yes,
Showing you what's been previously marked as Defendant's Exhibit H. Do you see those?
I do.
This photograph was taken on May 27th of 2020 when the search warrant was executed, is it not?
That's correct.
And these shoes seem to indicate that it looks like there's some socks in them.
Yes,
And we know that they're in the garage because of the marker.
yes.
I'm just going to show, once I clear. Let me approach, if I can, Your Honor, with Defendant's Exhibit H and Defendant's Exhibit P. Detective, would you agree that the shoes or the booties that Emily Noble is wearing on May 24th of 2020 appear to be same and similar as those that are just sitting in the garage at 46 Abbey Cross on 5/27/2020?
Yes, they are same or similar.
I will say he's doing a fairly decent job of answering her questions. He didn't lose his memory. He hasn't just constantly been splitting hairs with, well, maybe, could be, might be. He's been pretty good.
State's Exhibits 7 and 8 were shown to you. Remember this photo, Detective?
Yes, ma'am.
Where you were shown that when Matt Moore's walking in here, this cooler is in this position right here.
Yes.
Right? Do you see how there's actually a cord hanging down from here? Do you see that? And I'm happy to approach.
I can see it.
Yes. So we've got the orange electrical cord on top of the cooler, and then we've got the cord hanging down, right?
Yes,
And then you know from watching Sergeant Hollis's body cam video that there's twice that he leaves the house and leaves Matt Moore alone in the house, correct?
that's correct.
The first time when he's over talking to John Kramer, and then the second time where he's out talking to officers, and the second time was about a half an hour or so. Does that sound right?
Sounds accurate.
And at no point in time did Sergeant Hollis ever say, don't touch anything in the house, did he?
No, we did not.
Nor did he say, come outside with me because I don't want anything disturbed inside, right?
That's correct.
So then Officer Hollis comes back in, and Matt says, wait a second, this seems odd, right? Because there's this cord isn't usually here, the cord is hanging here. Do you remember when he told Officer Hollis that?
I do.
You would agree with me that yes, the cooler has been moved. It's almost as if he went over there when Officer Hollis was gone and noticed it was out of place, and so the coolers moved, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Well, okay, so they were asked these questions about the coolers moved, and there's a flashlight there. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay, you would agree with me that the electrical cord is still in the exact same or similar position in both photos. It's hanging down, right?
Yes.
Okay, and so if the electrical cord or the cooler were of evidentiary value, I am sure that the officers would have seized any or all of those things. Wouldn't you?
Yes.
And nothing from here was seized, correct?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
I want to talk about a few more things in the garage, if we could. You looked, did you not, at receipts of things that Matt Moore had purchased in the days leading up to May 25th, 24th of May, did you not?
Yes.
And in particular, you found a couple transactions at Home Depot and, Home Depot, do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
From March 15th of 2020, there was a order total of $26.19. Do you remember that?
I do.
And you indicated that in your report on page 63. I assume you remember through your investigation that the receipt was determined to be for a Nature's Care soil. Do you remember that?
I don't, but I'm not receding. It's
Nope.
in the progress.
Happy to do it. Your Honor, may I approach? Just, if it would refresh your record.
Absolutely.
I just snipped it from your
All
report.
right, thank you. Okay.
Showing you what's previously been marked as defendant's Q. And I only show you this just about the this issue of things being moved or not moved. Does this picture look familiar to you? I know it's not shown during the of lighting, but have you seen this picture before?
Yes.
And does this appear to be a true and accurate copy of this corner of the garage, 46 Abbey Cross?
Yes.
And this is capturing that area as of May 27th of 2020. Do you
Yes,
agree with me?
that's correct.
And you see this right here. The bag that's purchased a couple months prior is just sitting right here in the garage. Do you see that, Detective?
Yes.
And in fact, you can read right here. It says Nature's, does it not? Nature's Care, and it's potting mix.
Yes.
And that purchase was made in March, and it was still in the garage in May, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
There was also a lot of discussion about vodka. And you would agree with me that earlier today we heard your interview of Matheau Moore at the station on May 27th. And you asked him the question about whether he and Emily went home after the bars and whether he continued to drink. Do you remember you asking Mr. Moore that?
Yes.
And he said, sometimes I sip vodka, but I don't have any at the house right now. Do you remember him telling you that?
Yes, I do.
Fair to say, surely, that when the officers searched the house, right, again, Matt Moore not knowing that you were coming, there was no open bottles of vodka, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
There was no, and of course the pictures speak for themselves,
Exactly.
right?
Yes.
So if we, or the jurors were to look at all the bottles, no open bottles of vodka, right?
Correct.
Not on the counter or in the trash, right?
Correct.
And you know, speaking of that, it wasn't mentioned, but I want to mention it. In addition to one of the investigative things that you did in this case, you also did a trash pull at 46 Abbey Cross, did you not?
That is accurate.
Trash pull is another really great investigative process, or it could be sometimes, right?
Yes.
Because someone could dispose of sheets or towels, or there might be other things of evidence
that while aren't in the house are perhaps in the trash that are intended to be disposed of, right?
Correct.
You did a trash pull at Ivy Cross, did you not?
Yes, we did.
Tell the jurors where you pulled the trash from.
From in front of the residence the morning of the 27th.
Right? In one of the trash bins?
Trash can, yes.
Trash can. So, and I asked that because it wasn't from like a trash can that's under the sink or anything. You actually went into like the trash bin that was outside the house, right?
Yes.
And you looked through it with the mindset of what in here might be of any possible evidentiary value, correct?
Yes,
You found nothing.
that's correct.
Just gonna go through, I'm cognizant of my time, so let's go to Joey.
Okay.
Just generally the topic. Joey was found hanging from a tree branch in July of 2019.
Correct.
And that was within Westerville that took place.
Yes.
The park where he was found, what is that called?
Boyer Nature Preserve.
And fair to say that through the course of your investigation in this case, you became aware of Joey's suicide.
Yes.
It was not a case file that had been assigned to you when it happened.
No.
But fair to say, as part of your investigation in this case, which I'm sure you would say was thorough,
Yes.
you went back and looked at the case file with respect to Joey.
Correct.
And you looked at the photographs because those were still within the custody and control of Westerville?
Detective Wright did.
Detective Wright did?
Yes.
Under your direction, but as part of your investigation?
Correct.
And there were still photographs of that, of Joey as he was found hanging?
Yes.
And if you recall from your review and investigation of all the work done in this case, a runner was on a path and actually had discovered him in the morning hours.
That's correct.
Fair to say that in relation to Emily's missing and the investigation that followed between May 25th, 2020 and Matt Moore's arrest in June of 2021, that you as the lead detective on this case went back and really looked closely at the circumstances surrounding Joey's suicide.
What do you mean looked closely?
You looked at the case again,
Yes,
didn't you?
yes,
Right?
yes.
You went back and you looked at it.
Sure.
And Joey's death was determined to be a suicide at the time when it happened. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's still the finding as of today, is it not?
That is correct.
And I want to talk about, and I assume you know this through your experience and training, there's two different types of hangings, are there not? There's what we call an incomplete hanging and a complete hanging.
That's correct.
Incomplete's a little deceptive, I think, but I'll start with complete. Complete, is it not, and please tell me if I'm wrong, is when someone hangs themselves, let's say from a tree, and they are suspended in free form. That is, they are not touching the ground.
That's correct.
And then there's something called an incomplete hanging, which doesn't really sound as if what it is, right?
That's fair.
An incomplete hanging is when someone, for instance, could hang themselves, let's say, on a doorknob, right?
Yes.
They could actually be sitting on the ground and hang themselves on a doorknob, right?
Yes.
And so incomplete is when you're on the ground but able to hang yourself. And complete is when you're hanging and not touching the ground.
Correct.
And I just want to be clear about that. Joey's was a complete hanging.
That's correct.
And we know that when Emily was found in the woods, is that she was in, as you told the juror, she appeared to be on her knees, but on the ground.
Correct.
I want to show you what I will mark as.
Dang it, I forgot I was muted. But yes, complete and incomplete hanging is very deceptive. I won't mute myself anymore. Nobody was here to tell me I was muted.
You've not been shown this picture before.
I've seen it before.
Oh, I meant in the trial.
Yeah, okay.
But you've seen it before, certainly, right?
Yes.
And I know that you were at the scene on May 27th, I'm sorry, on September 16th of 2020, correct?
That's correct.
When the remains were found.
That's correct.
Just want to go over, and does this appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of how the remains were when you arrived at the scene?
It does.
Just want to this tennis shoe that I circled, you would agree with me that it's actually still on the leg there.
That's
Holy
correct.
cow! They
And
want to
in
make sure we
fact,
don't see
as
anything.
you later watch the remains be removed, the shoe was not separate and apart from the remains. It was still literally on the skeletonized foot.
Correct.
I want to ask you to look at this hand right here. Do you see those fingers?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that this appears to be the thumb, and then these are the fingers right here?
Yes.
And this is the leg?
That's correct.
And this appears to be, does it not, a cloth over the right hand?
Yes.
See that?
Yes.
And we know from the positioning that the leg is bent, right, like this?
Correct.
And she's on the ground like that.
Correct.
She's on the ground like this. Is that correct? And
That's-
the fingers are shown there.
Well, her left leg obviously is not the same as yours, but yes.
Ooh, that would have been bad if she would have knocked all that
And
stuff
next to
off,
her,
off that.
Emily's remains, was
Shelf,
found
whatever.
a water bottle, was it not?
That's correct.
And I just wanted to talk to you about the lab results that were done with respect to the water bottle. There was contents in the water bottle, correct?
There's a liquid, yes.
And you took a sample of that liquid and had it submitted for testing.
That's correct.
Fair to say that when you took the sample to have it submitted for testing, it was noted to be peachy in color. Do you remember that description of it?
Yes, I do.
And in fact, when I came to look at the physical evidence, the color of the liquid inside the bottle is still peachy, is it not?
That's correct.
And that was submitted and tested, and it was determined, you would agree, that the liquid that is a peachy color was plus or minus 6.3% alcohol.
Correct.
Tell the jurors the proximity of the water bottle from the remains as it was found.
It was right next to the remains.
On the left side.
On Emily's left side, yes.
Staying at the scene, you are aware of Emily Noble's height, I presume.
Yes.
And tell the jurors how tall she was.
Just over 5 foot tall.
She's just over 5 feet tall. And not that you would, but of course we're as tall as we are, and then we could potentially raise our arm like this. Matt Moore is, do you know his exact height?
Not off the top of my head anymore, no.
Would it refresh your recollection if I were to show you a Westerville police sheet?
Yes.
Thank you. If I may approach, Ron?
Okay.
And if that refreshes your recollection, how tall is Matthew Moore?
6 foot even.
Thank you. And the tree branch where Emily Noble was found hanging from, that tree branch was measured from the branch to the ground, was it not?
Yes.
And it was 6 foot 3 inches tall, or in distance.
Yes.
So between the branch and the ground is 6 feet 3 inches.
Yes.
So if I'm 6 feet tall and I'm looking at that branch, the branch would probably be like kind of right here, right? It would just be 3 inches over my head.
Correct.
If I'm 5 feet tall, the branch would be, well, a foot over my head.
Correct.
You want to know a break? Sorry. A few minutes late. Sorry. You were going to remind me. Fair enough.
We'll resume where you left off.
Thank you, Judge. I appreciate it.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our evening resets, and because you have been so attentive and patient throughout this case, I'm giving you 2 days off.
You're giving him 2 days off. I'm not giving you 2 days off. We'll be back here tomorrow morning at 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time, and we will continue with her cross-examination on day 4, because she's done a really, really, really good job so far, in my opinion. She's coming right back at him. She's hitting pretty hard, and like I said, just holding up that big volume of, so this is all the text messages, and you read this. That's impactful. Like, that just physically shows you how much they left out, that they picked right through there and chose what they wanted to say, and they didn't say it all. So, I mean, she hit that hard right out of the gate, and to me, that did damage right there. I mean, it was like shot fired, right? So I don't know what you all think. So far, so far, I'm not seeing, I'm just not seeing it. But you know what? They still have their doctors to get through, the ME to cut through. So there's a lot of time to actually bring some evidence to change our minds. But this is their big gun right here, right? Lead detective. If he can't even start turning the ship, the rest of the rest of their witnesses are in trouble. They got a lot of work ahead of them. So I will be back here tomorrow morning, 10:30 a.m. Eastern time. We'll pick this up on day 4. I hope to get through day 4 tomorrow. It's going to be a long one, probably about as long as this one, if not a little longer. So, but we did it. We got through day 3, part 1 and 2 in one day. So I'm happy with that. So hope to see you guys all tomorrow. Enjoy your Friday night, whatever you're doing. I'm doing nothing. Staying home. It's rainy out. It's yucky out. I don't want to go anywhere. So I'm going to eat some dinner, and I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm not going outside. Maybe it's spring. I'll go back outside. So y'all have a good night. Enjoy your Friday. I'll see you tomorrow morning. And I'm out.